Yeah, everyone's standing on land.
Yeah,
What
I have seen
geographic?
there is a curve, fucking
Yeah,
curve, bro.
nobody. You have not seen the curve.
I
Relax.
have seen it, fucking bitch,
Oh, you
nigga.
have it. Yeah, that's all you got, isn't it? You can't
Okay,
Come to
speak
if you
Nepal,
English.
say
come
that
to
You
Earth
can't
Nepal,
speak
is
English, and then
Nepal, come to
you're
Nepal,
starting to
bro.
shame people.
Come to
Listen,
Nepal,
dude.
come to
Yeah, you
Nepal.
can't
There
speak
is,
English, and then you
if you
start to shame people because they can't
yeah. Come to
tell
Nepal,
that
come
the
to.
Earth is a globe. Somebody said, "Excuse me." Go ahead.
okay, if you say Earth is flat, if Earth
Yeah.
is flat, can you show me where are all its four edges are? Because on a flat surface there must be edges or border, but we never find any instead. We can keep
All right.
traveling in any direction and come back to where we started. Doesn't that suggest Earth
All
is
right.
round?
All right, Miss Lady, you got to realize that the Earth being flat doesn't necessitate me telling you the entirety of the Earth, right? I could tell you that the Earth is flat from our known world. So every place that humans have traveled, the Earth is a horizontal plane. Okay, you got to realize that. So it doesn't matter if I can go to the extent of the realm that I exist in. I can just tell you that the known world is a horizontal plane. You understand the concept of me not telling you the entirety of the world, but I can tell you the known world is a horizontal plane. That much we do know. So I don't need to go to the end of the world to tell you that the world is whatever you might think it is. To satisfy your curiosity, I don't need to do that. I can just tell you the known world is known as a horizontal plane. Do you understand?
No, I
It's
mean to say
pure
there must
logic.
be proof. Scientists must have discovered till now that there are edges. If there are, if the Earth is flat,
No, that's not
so they
just.
must have
It doesn't
discovered till
follow.
now the all the edges.
Miss Lady, it doesn't follow, okay? It does not follow that you think that there needs to be edges. It follows that you only need to know that the place where you live is a horizontal plane. And everywhere people can travel, it's a horizontal plane. So you don't need to find edges. You don't need that. That's not a necessity of logic. It's illogical to think that you need to find some edges. That's illogical. So let's try again, right? The known world where you live is a horizontal plane. That's proven. But what you don't have is the idea that the Earth is a globe. You can't measure that. There's nothing you can test. It lives in your mind. That's the only place it exists. You and everybody else. Yeah, prove me wrong. Yeah? Show me a measurement of curvature of the Earth.
This is what we're waiting for.
Yeah,
Anyone
go
have
ahead,
it?
guys. Go ahead. Does anybody, you got some evidence? Hello? It's 2025, guys. If you think that the Earth is a globe, you'd have enough evidence to support the case. It's obviously not that because
If
we
the
have a lot
Earth
of
were
silence.
flat, if Earth were a flat horizontal plane, then we would able to see very far in every direction without the surface dropping away. But in reality, the horizon always curves downwards and limit how far we can see. Secondly, ships and tall buildings disappear bottom first when they move away, which wouldn't happen on a flat surface. Thirdly, you can travel straight in one direction forever and never come back to your starting point. But on Earth, if you travel far enough east or west, you end up back where you began, something only possible on a
Okay.
globe. And the way time zone works, with different times
Oh
of day
my God.
happening around the world
You don't have to,
simultaneously,
Miss Lady, you
only
don't have to
makes
keep
sense
reading.
if
You don't have to
Earth
keep
is
reading.
round and
I know that article. I know the article. We've heard it a million times in there. Right? That article doesn't support the case that you know, right? You're just reading something. But the problem is there's no substantiation to the Earth being a measured curved surface. That's the problem I'm telling you that is not resolved by that article you're reading. So it doesn't matter how much you tell me you think it's a globe. It's never been measured. This is the issue, right? So you can find all the little fun articles you want to on the internet, but they're not going to tell you how they measured the surface as a curved surface. And that's what we need. If the Earth is indeed a globe, it would be curved and it could be measured. That's one thing the article doesn't tell you, does it? It's filling your head with a lot of nonsense. If the earth was flat, of course it would say that. It wants you to believe like the people that made that article believe that the earth is a globe. It's a fantasy idea. Doesn't exist in reality. And the problem is everybody's happy to believe it. I mean, I know you are. You want to believe it's a globe. But it doesn't it's not a globe. Just a belief. Yeah, it's just it's the way it is. I mean, if you guys had real evidence, you'd be telling me from academia. You wouldn't say some internet bobblehead proved that the earth is flat with, some flashlight or something. Yeah, academia, your education system will tell you exactly how to know that the earth is a globe. It's funny that it doesn't do that, does it? It just tells you how to imagine and believe. That's the interesting part. If you don't believe me, challenge yourself. Go see if in academia it says anywhere how they measured the surface to be curvy. The reason why there's silence in this room right now after I asked that is because there isn't. Otherwise, people would be leaping forward to tell me how they measured it. It's a very curious thing, this belief system that people have. Problem is, you don't need to have it. You can let logic and reason guide your mind, not belief. That's how you clear the dance floor. Anybody else? Oh, come on.
They're just jumping up a few seconds ago. What happened?
No, they're not leaping anymore. It's not fun anymore. I'm not giving their belief system a go. Yeah, it's too easy to pull up an article and have you believe the article just like you do in your mind right now.
Share the image of flat Earth, which you picture or imagine or is exist in reality.
Oh, absolutely no, Miss Lady. 100% without a doubt. And, I mean, you can too, but you'd have to overcome your cognitive dissonance. And it's a very difficult thing. I don't know how old you are, but if you've been told for a very long time that the earth is a globe and it's just been in your mind like that, you have to overcome the fact that you've been indoctrinated for such a long time. So it's not easy. It's not, that part's not easy. It's really psychological. So, I mean, I can't do it. Not over a discussion because anybody, not just you, but anybody would be really prideful to think that the earth is not a globe. So you'd have to overcome your pride and, go back to figure it out for yourself and then come back and be like, oh, by the way, yeah, it's not a globe. But in a Discord chat like this, you have a position that the earth is a globe, so there's no way that you're going to give that position up because you want to believe somebody that quote unquote thinks the earth is flat. So your pride will prevent you from learning something. Well, at least in this call.
According to you, the Earth is flat, so it has everything on its top. Like the bottom is empty, or is there something?
Well, I mean, we're talking about cosmology, the idea that, the universe or, the concept of everything. We're just going to tell you that the floor of the universe would be where you're standing on right now. So all that there is basically the earth. And then everything above it would be the lights in the sky, which we don't know what they are. Some of them look like circles, we don't know if they're actually spheres or not. They could be. but the moon definitely resembles like what a sphere would look like, but we don't know if it's an actual one or not. There's a lot of mystery to the world when you don't actually have an answer for things that people just assume they already know. It's a very liberating thing, right? To not have those answers. And then if somebody was to ask anyone, like even you or me, like, how do you know the moon is, made of whatever the material they say it's made of? You wouldn't be able to give a definite answer. You could say, well, we think it's this or we think it's that. So a lot of it's filled with, guesswork. And, well, science is the testing and experimenting on things, finding out what they are by, being able to tangibly, test and verify. If you can't tangibly test and verify, there's no real science involved. Like when you look up at the sky, there's no science being done. It's just observation. You're just seeing things and imagining what those things are and what elements they could be composed of. So, anyway, I'll be listening to you guys for a little bit.
Like for you, my all the theories doesn't make sense. Same here. Your all theories doesn't make sense for me.
What?
Like
Well,
you
we
are
can tell you. We can tell you how it makes sense.
Do you want to know?
If you want to know, we can tell you. It's not a mystery. You can ask us.
yeah, sure, please.
All right. Does anybody want to tell her the affirmation that the Earth is flat? I'll let the team hear because we got a bunch of people sitting in here. So, let's see. We got 20 cups. I think Killian's in the house. So, can we tell her the affirmation the Earth is flat? I'll do it. I'm just getting to work, so I can't really talk at the moment.
Lead the way, brother. I'm knees deep in cooking at the moment. But I can give a preface, and then someone can lead up with it. Like I can give a little summary. So Earth is observably flat. So we observed Earth to be flat. Everyone does. That's their experience. It's their natural everyday experience to go outside. You don't see any curvature. Water looks flat. Okay. The horizon looks flat. Everything about the Earth just reminds you of a flat plane. Okay. And it's motionless too. You don't experience any motion. All right, so then we've got measurement. So when people measure the Earth and they try to find curvature, there's no curvature. So you can shoot light across large bodies of water, and there'll be no deviation between the surface of the water and that light's path. So they're both horizontal planes, right? Then you've got long distance observations where if the Earth was a ball of the claimed size, we wouldn't be able to make those long distance observations or see horizons at such great lengths and distances. Okay, you've got practical use cases where even within some fields of academia, they teach you to just treat the Earth as flat and motionless. They teach pilots to do this in many different fields. Surveyors, they do planar surveying, right? That's all you planar geometry. Nobody's going out and treating the Earth as if it's curving and moving to do anything. And you yourself will never find yourself in a position where you're having to account for Earth curvature or motion. So that's a brief summary. Someone else can follow up with it if they want.
I could say it this way: the Earth is practically used, it's measured, and it's observed as a horizontal plane. Yeah, when people are now, go ahead.
How would
Go
you
ahead.
explain the perfectly round shadow it cast on the moon during the every lunar eclipse?
Oh, that one, nobody knows what the phenomenon cause is. There's an idea, they're guessing that it could be the Earth based on the idea that the Earth is a globe, but no one actually knows that. So if I was to tell you, how do they know? Go see if in academia they can tell that the Earth is a globe by way of verifying that it actually is the Earth, the shadow of the Earth. You're not going to find anything that shows you that it's actually the Earth's shadow. All this stuff that you've been thinking about are what we all have been told, that it's just a sphere Earth. But nobody's ever shown us that it actually is the shadow of the Earth. There's no verification of that. If you don't believe me, I mean, look in academia. There's nobody that's going to tell you they absolutely know that's the Earth's shadow. They can tell you they believe that that's what it is. That's all they can do.
Also, water at rest always finds level. That's what that's what I call it, sea level.
Yeah, just for the room, there's a young lady here who wants to know the affirmation why the Earth is flat. So if the team is listening right now would be a very good time for you guys to jump in and tell her the affirmation that the Earth is flat.
Then
Yeah, that's a
why
really
does
good
they
point Shaggy
didn't
just
change
made.
the academia and told us all the facts about the Earth is flat, and or why they're still teaching us the Earth is round, and why all the scientists are still proving that Earth is globe flat? Why there is a dispute?
They're not proving it, Miss Lady.
You know
They're,
what
they're not proving it. They're just telling you. It's like a tradition. Okay, I don't know what traditions you have in your country, but if it's a tradition, you just do it because your parents told you and their parents told them, and it's just information you're passing down to somebody else, but you can't verify it's true. They're traditions. That's all they are. There's nothing more than that. So the guy you think are scientists doing work on the shape of the Earth, they're not doing that. They're just believing some idea that somebody told them. They're working off of that. There's really no
there
evidence
are
that they.
no solid. If there are no solid proofs that Earth is globe, same do for the flat. There are no evidence that it's flat.
Yeah, there is. There is. Water is. Yeah, I'll show you this way. Water is horizontal on its surface when at rest. So, Miss Lady, hold on a second. Water is horizontal on its surface when at rest. So if you go like to any body of water when there's no wind and it's very calm, you're going to find out it's a horizontal surface. Perfectly horizontal. There is no curvature to it whatsoever. So this is a problem, right? Because there's most of the surface of the Earth is covered in water. It's horizontal water. Yeah, so it's essentially flat water, flat Earth. Yeah, to make it more simple. Just the way it is.
You were talking about the horizontal, that the water is horizontal when it's at rest. The water and surface, it's only because of I told you, the gravity that's pulling it evenly toward itself. If it's flat, the Earth's gravity will be unevenly distributed. So
Yeah,
it
but you
doesn't
don't have
make
evidence.
sense.
You or anybody else. Yeah, hold on. You don't have evidence of this. You're saying hollow words like the other guy before you. They're hollow words because you can't prove it. So I would ask you to prove it, and what are you going to tell me? If I say, go ahead and prove that gravity is doing that to water, that is bending water like the way you say. How can you prove this? See? You see what I mean? You don't have an answer to that. No one
Oh,
does.
nice.
They're hollow words. They're hollow words. Man.
Oh,
Like you say that show me curvatures if it's globe. Same to I told you that show me all the edges of the earth if it's flat.
I don't need to do that.
can't
It's
prove
not. It's
that.
not a logical, Miss Lady. It's not a logical necessity. Okay. It's not a logical necessity that I need to
It's
show
a
you.
logical necessity. If it's flat, there must be edges, and the scientists
Yeah,
must have
if there
discovered
is,
till now.
yeah, if there is, we don't need to know about them because we know the known territory that we exist on is a horizontal plane. So, not a logical
We need
necessity.
to know.
No, we
Because
just
if
No, no,
this is
you
proof
you
that
need to
the
satisfy
earth
your
has
curiosity.
edges,
that's not been 5
You
days
need to
since I
satisfy your
started
curiosity. Hold on,
and I
hold on,
have
dude.
already
No,
1
just
point
relax.
award.
Hold
First
on,
of
dude.
all,
Hold
I
on.
will not
Hold on a
his
minute.
mouth now.
So you need to satisfy your curiosity on why there's edges. We don't need to. We can tell you the known territory is a horizontal plane. Whether you want to go find out there's edges or not, that's up to you. We don't need to know that. You need to know that.
we don't
In
need
your
to
mind.
find out the earth edges because we believe that earth is globe. It
Yeah,
doesn't
your
make sense
belief
the
doesn't.
earth is flat.
Yeah, your belief doesn't help the fact that you don't know it's a globe, ma'am. You don't know it is.
If
You
it's
just
flat,
believe it.
you must have proof of the edges.
No,
Can't,
you
like,
don't.
you can't
No,
prove
you
that.
don't. It's not a logical necessity. You want to believe that you
It's
need one.
logical
You
necessity.
don't. No, it's not.
Show me all the edges. I will
No, it's
prove
not.
from now that I will believe from now that the earth is flat. If you show me all
Yeah,
the edges,
well,
even the
I
single
told you.
edge.
Yeah, I told you that bodies of water display no convexity when they're at rest. So you can bank on this,
Because
right?
of
You
the
can put the.
gravitational pull, I told you earlier. It's because of the
I'm
gravitational
answering
pull.
of both of you artist lad.
So if you're gonna say that, ma'am, then what is the
Bro,
evidence you
Eddie
have
bro,
to
how
support
bro?
that?
Person please. You believe that did
Sir.
that theory, brother? Bro,
Yeah,
you believe
you're-
that did that theory? So
Yeah,
can
hold
prove
on.
it.
I'm talking to the young. We do it one at a time in here. We don't do it like other chat rooms. So
Bro, prove it, please. Let's me.
yeah,
Are
you gotta do it one at a
are
time,
you
dude.
is that you believe? Is that you believe
What are you-
in Big Bang theory?
Sorry, I gotta mute him because I'm talking to this lady over here.
Flat surface doesn't have an mean like the globe surface have evenly distributed gravitational pull due to which we walk on the earth like normally, and all the water, as you said, is horizontal at rest because the gravitational pulls attract toward itself at the center of the earth. If it's flat, the gravitational force will be unevenly distributed and we will not be able like to walk this normally, and all the things were like disturbed.
Miss Lady, prove it. Yeah, prove it.
Amo, what you're trying to say is horizontal is curved, level is
Yeah.
curved.
Ah.
Do you realize how ridiculous that sounds? Do you think we could build things, in reference to horizontal if it was curving?
Yeah, you have to prove it though. I know what I'm asking for you to do is prove it. All you gotta do is prove it, Miss Lady. That's it. Can you do it? I'm asking. Stop chuckling. The guy in the background or girl, I don't know who you are. Prove it. Don't chuckle. Prove it.
Oh. Perfect. Are you perfect? Wow. Oh. Yeah, we're gonna go into the spider. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Have fun. Okay. I
Still waiting for your proof.
That's why we have silence, because there is no evidence. You can search and search and search on the internet.
And I am
You're not
still
gonna-
waiting
you're
for
not
the
gonna find
proof of
anything.
edges. You
Yeah,
show me
horizontal.
edges,
Yeah,
I
horizontal.
will
What? I
believe
don't
that
need to
Earth is
show you
flat.
edges. Miss Lady, you gotta realize we don't need to
Then
show you
I
that.
don't need to prove
Yeah,
because you
because
can't
it's
prove and you can't show. That's why
no, we
you
can.
are not showing.
We can. No, look, we can show you that whenever long distance observations are being done over water, you can see for miles and miles, and there is no curvature over water. There is zero curvature, man. And I'm asking for the evidence otherwise. If you say there's curvature, then it can be measured. So please provide evidence that the Earth is curving over water, and you have yourself your globe that you think you'd live on. It's just that easy. If it was that easy, I wouldn't be doing this for 10 years.
So if the Earth is flat, the ozone layer is also flat, or it's fair around the Earth. It covers all the Earth surface, so it should be also be flat.
I'm asking you to challenge your own worldview as to what you know and what you don't know. Like, make a list, right? Make a little basket. All the things that you know and all the things that you don't know. You know? That's what you should do. And then realize what you know and what you don't know.
Yeah, right now, the only person you're convincing is yourself. We know what's going on. So you're just trying to convince yourself. As you've taken in the information, but you choose to reject it. So now you need to convince yourself of what you believe it is.
From where did you study this all, and what are your sources? I have the main
Physics
question.
textbooks. Physics textbooks. So the surface of liquid at rest lies horizontal and is often actually used as the definition of level. Okay, so much so that it's the gold standard within construction and engineering for establishing horizontal planes of reference. Surface of liquid is very, very flat. So that's what they teach you,
The
right, in university, at
here the
university level.
horizontal. I'm
Right.
also doing. I'm doing bachelor's in physics. So here the horizontal doesn't mean that it's flat. Here the
Horizontal means
the level
flat.
relative to
Horizontal
gravity.
is synonymous with level and flat. Horizontal never
Yeah, but
ever
in
means
case of water,
curved.
in case of
Thing is
water,
it
you
remains
were saying that
the
in
horizon.
horizontal it's at rest. It's because of
horizon.
So when I
its
first
relative level to the gravity. So
when I first heard
in
about
that sense,
What?
yeah,
it's
I know.
horizontal.
You're going to preach, I know, but the study of hydrostatics teaches that the surface of liquid is flat. It's horizontal, right? The surface of liquid at rest is flat. When I
Horizontal
first,
because its surface is perpendicular to the gravity. In that sense, we say that
yeah,
it's
it's
horizontal.
perpendicular to vertical, exactly. The surface of liquid at rest is perpendicular to vertical, not deviating away from a horizontal plane. All right, it's horizontal. It's equal to the horizon.
That means the
Right.
level of gravity, level to gravity, not the flatness.
No, the surface of the liquid itself is horizontal and level.
You're simply excluding the main concept of the gravity. According to
No,
you,
I'm
you
not.
include the gravity.
You're
portion.
introducing that. You're
doesn't
introducing
know what
that
it
part
means.
into it, okay? And I'm not going to necessarily disagree with you, because if I just call gravity vertical, okay, then that's the same. I can just call the gravity vertical, and the surface of the liquid will be perpendicular to that. That means there will be a 90-degree angle between the surface of the liquid at rest and a straight vertical line. Now, when this was first presented to me years ago, right, I went, yeah, but Earth's just so big, right? Now, I had to come to realization, like AV's pointed out, that was just my belief. So my experienced reality was that the surface of liquid is horizontal and flat. My belief was that it's not really, and that I could not ever prove it to be curving.
If you believe the concept of gravity, then how can you describe me that gravity is equally distributed? Because on the flat surfaces, the gravity isn't evenly distributed. It wouldn't pull straight down everywhere. While in globe, it's
Okay,
evenly
if you
distributed.
want to keep, okay, so if you want to keep talking about gravity, then which gravity are you talking about? The first one
Gravitational
or the
force that
second
pull
one,
us
which I
toward
had to readjust for because the first one didn't make sense.
the gravity due to which we can walk on that, which attract us toward its center.
Okay, so is this Newton? Is this mass attracting mass? Is this Einstein? Bending warp in space-time? Please elaborate. Which gravity do you understand?
The one which was discovered by Newton.
Simple. Little g or big G? Which one?
The Newton discovered and described in 1600. He formulated that the law of universal gravitation, explaining that every mass attracts every other mass with a force of proportional to their masses. I'm reading the definition. Masses and inversely proportional to the square of distance between them. This
Okay,
law
that's
helps
been super.
explain why objects
Do
fall
you,
to the ground and how planets orbit the sun. Not
do,
the
do you
sun is
realize?
like orbiting the earth.
Okay, let me go for a sec. Do you realize that's been superseded? Do you realize that idea of gravity imposed by Newton has been debunked?
Can you
Yes,
please
we all
repeat?
got
I
taught
didn't.
wrong. That idea of gravity has been superseded by Einstein over 100 years ago.
Like you have read that the apple story when the apple fall on earth itself from the
Yeah,
tree.
that's something being picked up, and that's something falling to the ground. That's not proven anything. Density
My main
can
point
make
is that
sense.
doesn't make sense on the flat surfaces. Then how could you say that the earth is flat and the gravity is also exist on it and is evenly distributed?
No. There is no gravity. It's density. and buoyancy.
Now, look, you are just excluding the whole concept of the gravity.
No, it's not evenly
Gravity-
distributed. Hold on a second. Hold on. It's not evenly distributed. Can you provide evidence that it's evenly distributed? You're being told things in academia, Miss Lady, but you can't prove it. How do you know it's evenly distributed? You have to ask yourself these
These are
challenging
the proofs
questions.
in academia. That's why
Yeah.
we are teaching,
How-
and the scientists
How
have
did they
proved
prove?
it.
All right,
But-
listen to this very carefully. How did they prove that it's evenly distributed? How did they do that? I'm challenging you right now. Go ahead. You have the energy to tell me it's evenly distributed, but you don't have the energy to tell me how you know that it's evenly distributed or how they proved it.
Yes, because like the Earth is sphere, so its center, if it's as gravity attracts everything toward its center.
That's a belief.
Like a sphere,
That's a belief. You didn't prove it. You're just telling me hollow words again. You didn't prove it. You're just telling me hollow words. How did they prove that it's evenly distributed?
Scientists have measured the gravity all around the Earth using the
How did they do
instrument,
that?
that's called gravimeters,
Okay, now show me where they measured
and
everywhere
that
on the
shows
earth
that
that it's.
the gravity is
Show me where they
uniform
measured.
everywhere.
Yeah. Show me that they measured it everywhere. I want to see that information because that's a claim you just said. It's evenly distributed everywhere. Now show me the evidence of that.
Okay, wait.
Okay.
Hi. Am I audible? So I am collecting sessions of you.
How's it going, Raj?
What's going on, bro?
Welcome to
going on?
24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Just chilling, hanging out.
Thank you, bro. Thank you.
Listening to some awesome conversation. What brings you here? Yeah.
Gravity is not a force.
And what it is, if it's not a force.
No, you are wrong. Gravity is a force.
Who said that? Back up your claim.
Say that it is not a force.
You know, the flat earthers actually defended when you ask a flat earther to defend, to actually prove that the earth is flat, they'll actually test for the curvature, and it will actually prove, they'll actually using the provided metrics of the expected hidden distance as a result of the curvature of the earth. But when you ask a glober to prove a curve, instead of trying an experiment like going into a plane and seeing if the plane is like following a curved trajectory, they just start showing people photos. This agency said this. No, that is not.
Quite sad. Just going off what other people tell you. Don't prove it for yourself. So how can you back up your claim if you can't even convince yourself what's going on? Until you experience it at first hand is when you are convinced. Until then, just a claim that someone else has told you.
Welcome.
The airplanes followed a curved path or a straight path? What do you think?
For all practical purposes, pilots treat the Earth as a flat and stationary, non-rotating planar surface, regardless of altitude.
Horizontal is perpendicular to vertical. It does not deviate in any way, shape, or form. If it did deviate, then it would not be perpendicular. That claim would not make sense. But that's how it is. In reality, no way around it, unfortunately. You see, we were all like you once until we went out and proved it to ourselves, and we could not see the globe. A lot of us tried to. We wanted to see that globe. But yeah, didn't happen. You see, Emma, a lot of us, I can't speak for everyone here, but going off experience, a lot of us had a core belief. And to overcome that core belief, some quicker than others, takes a bit of work. We're not here to convince you what it is. You got to go out there and prove it for yourself. You got to study. You got to work hard. If you don't, then the only person you're fooling is yourself. You can't fool anyone else.
I know you are not here to convince me, and you can't convince me unless you show me the edges. The main dispute is that you say, show me the curvature, I will believe that Earth is round. Same do I say. Show me all the edges, I will believe that Earth is flat.
No. Like I just said, we're not here to convince you. The only person that can convince yourself. You're the only one that can do it. You have to do the work. We're not doing the work for you. We have to do it for ourselves.
Why don't you show me or explain about the edges? The edges must exist, and scientists must have proved up till now. But there isn't
Number
nothing
one, it's
like
not
that
a logical
edges-
necessity, Miss Lady. Number one, it's not a logical necessity. And number two, if they even told you there were edges out there, you would still have to believe them. So it would be a belief-based system. Even after they said, hey, we found out there's edges to the world. You're like, okay, I believe you. And it's another belief system that you entered into. So it's not a logical necessity, number one. And even if they did tell you, you would believe it like the way you do with the globe. So it's not, it doesn't help you in any way. It may satiate your interest in the fact that the Earth is a horizontal plane. But other than that, you don't, like, in your mind, it's not going to help you because you're just be believing it based on a belief system again. And we're telling you, you don't need to believe somebody telling you. You can test it for yourself. That's what the guy has been telling you right now.
If the edges of the Earth is not the logical necessity, so the horizontal, all the things you say, that are also not the logical necessity. You understand my point?
Dude, it's just right now you're just being a child with this information. Because you're throwing a tantrum because you can't provide evidence that the Earth is a globe. So you want to try to say that it's the same for flat Earth, and it's not. So you're going to have to come to grips with that on your own. It's not, yeah.
You asked me to show the curvature to prove that Earth is globe. Same do I asked you to show the edges to prove me that Earth is flat.
No, that's not. That doesn't follow. That does not follow. Curvature is one thing. Horizontal. Yeah. What's the opposite? Hold on. Let me show you. Hold on, Miss Lady. 1 second. So what I'm telling you is that when you're saying the Earth is curved, and I say that it's not curved, what's the opposite of curve? Flat, right? No curvature whatsoever, a concave or convex. So if it's not curving, then it's flat. That's the opposite, not edges. The opposite of curve is not edges. The opposite of curve is flat. So it's not logical. It doesn't follow.
If the thing is flat, it must have edges. Like a sphere doesn't have. But
So if it does, listen, if it does, then wherever they are, they're not in the known territory. Yeah? The known territory has been. What?
Because the Earth is globe, it's not flat. If it were,
It's your belief. It's your belief. It's your belief. You just want to keep chanting your belief. No, it's understood as horizontal. Water over the surface of many miles measures that way. Measures.
The gravitational pull.
Yeah, you said that many times, Miss Lady, but you didn't prove anything about it. You keep saying it, and I'm asking you to prove it, and you stay silent. You go silent. You don't prove it. I'm like, go ahead and prove it, and you just stay silent. Well, okay.
Because
then
you
it's
are
not proven.
including the term gravity. Then how can I prove? Because you simply said there is no gravity, then how can I prove you? Gravity is the main reason you are standing there. or you walk normally. In space, there is no gravity.
You can't prove gravity. You can't prove curvature.
I can prove
Can you
gravity.
prove-
Gravity is
can
the
you prove-
reason you're walking, standing, everything. You are attracted toward the center of the earth.
Can you not see the issue?
That you can move
Can you not
freely
see-
on the earth, you can walk on the earth, but not in the space. What's the reason behind that? What's the logic according to you behind that? That when you go in the space, you float freely, but on the earth, you are attracted toward the earth and you ride all the work you are doing.
Okay, can come back down to Earth. We're not talking about space. We're not making any claims about space. We're talking about Earth. What we're standing on. So don't look up. Stay down here.
Yes, so if it is flat, so
These all things are
when
connected. So we should talk about all things. We should compare that. Why does in space we float freely and while on Earth we can move on Earth? It's because of the gravitational pull that the Earth attracts toward itself, toward its center. While in space there is no such type of gravity. That's why we move freely. We can't ride because there is no friction. That's all how
Bro, you're just telling us
everything
a
happens.
story. You're just telling us a story you can't validate. Why do you keep doing this? How do you know that's true, Miss Lady? See? Silence. Once again. We can
Why
keep doing this
everything
dance
falls
all night.
downward
It's going to be the same
when
thing.
you throw
You're going
a
to keep
ball?
making claims. You're going to keep making claims. I'm going to ask you, how did you validate it? And you're going to go silent. Every time.
When you throw ball, why it's come down?
What? Say again?
When you throw anything upwards, why it's come?
No, it's heavier than the air that it's supporting it. It's more dense in the air around it, whatever it is that you're throwing up.
That doesn't make sense because the main reason behind is the gravity.
Do you realize you used a force to throw it up? It's going to come back down because originally it was down.
but according to Newton's first law, when we throw something with some speed, it should not change, isn't it? What?
Whoever that was, you need to take your mask off.
I mean, I appreciate the lady's moxie, but she doesn't have evidence to back up her claim. It's about the extent of where we go with this
I've
conversation.
told you many facts, but you are not going to accept that those all facts. And same do I don't accept your facts.
They're not facts. You didn't prove them. You didn't validate them. They're not facts. It's a belief-based system. You and everybody else who thinks that's true just believe this. That's it. That's all it is. It's called scientism, by the way. You're trying to find out what it's called. You don't believe me? Look up the word.
According to you, the Earth doesn't revolve around the sun. The Earth is not round. There is no such gravity. There is nothing like that. You are not accepting even any single fact. Use while the Earth is, the sun is still. Like it shows, it's so much heavier and it's so much big that it's even movements are not noticeable. We say that it's still, and Earth revolves around it, and you don't like accept that fact.
Unless you can back up your previous claims, you have no right to go off on a tangent, especially looking up.
Because you have excluded the whole term gravity. That's the main concept.
I will believe in your gravity, okay?
No, hold on, Tasha. Here's the thing. You didn't prove it, though. You have to start from a premise that you can root yourself in, which is the evidence.
You itself is a proof that why you are standing on the earth. You itself is a proof. You move like
You're heavier than the air
standing
that's
on Earth
around you.
itself is a proof.
You're heavier. Okay, let's put it this way. You're heavier than the air around you. So it's an object and medium relationship. You have a relationship to the medium that you're in, which is the breathable air that you're breathing right now. So that relationship is such that you're more dense than that medium. It's pretty simple. There's no like idea or theory. It's just what it is. You're heavier than air, therefore the air can't support your weight. You're gonna be at the bottom of the air.
Yep.
It's true that we are heavier than the air around us, but that alone doesn't explain why you stay on the ground. Gravity is the force that pulls all the objects with mass toward Earth's centers, including you, the air, water, and everything else. If there were no gravity,
You're just reading
even
something somebody else
Earth
wrote.
wouldn't stay close to Earth. Even the air wouldn't stay close to Earth. It would drift away into the space.
So that's why we know that there must be a container, because gravity doesn't pull air to the ground. Gas moves in all directions, including up. So that's just a story you've been told, because they have to tell it. Because otherwise, like you said, you couldn't possibly be living on a spinning ball unless they tell you about this concept.
Oh, you got
But it doesn't
Cyclone.
exist.
She's got some education behind her, so she's not like a slouch. But at the same time, she's in a full belief mode right now, thinking that she needs to have edges in order for the Earth to be flat. Where are the edges? She says, and then I'll believe you're flat Earth. So.
Well, if you find one, let us know.
I told her it's not a logical necessity to know if there's edges or not. So to say that the Earth is a horizontal plane, because the known world is a horizontal plane. So whether or not it extends out to edges doesn't follow.
Yeah, what you need is a curve, not an edge. Well, if you've got a curve, it's pretty much all edge.
Same, do I need a edge, not a curve?
No, you need a curve for it to be a ball, right?
And I need an edge to believe that Earth is flat.
No, you just need an absence of curvature. Because if it's not curved,
I just need a presence
that's what it is.
of the edges to believe.
How come you need a proof of the edge, but you didn't need proof of curvature?
Yeah, that's I'm talking about that you can't uh, prove that Earth is flat if you can't show edges. As you say that you can't show curvature, so we can't believe and you can't prove that Earth is globe. Same to I. Same questions. I'm questioning you that if you can't show me edges, so you can't prove that Earth is flat.
Yeah, because water's flat. No edge required.
We've been telling her that, but that's not satisfying to her. She wants to
Water is
scratch that
flat
itch that she
because
has
of the
about their
gravity.
edges out there somewhere.
Well, that's all right. I
Water
mean, you're
is
trying to
flat
do a
and
kind of
every
like, it's a bit of a debate tactic to be like, oh, well, we can't show you curve, but you can't show us an edge. Like your positive claim, the entire globe claim is a curve. If you can't evidence that,
the
it doesn't put some onus on us to evidence anything. It just means it's flat by default, just like we observe, measure, and practically use it. So it's a
the whole
fallacy
thing, the
to
horizontal.
think that we need an edge. You should be. Why aren't you curious as to why there's no curvature?
Why
Shouldn't that be what you're asking?
aren't
Shouldn't
you curious that there is no edge? Aren't you curious that if it's flat, why there's no edge? You should find it.
but you don't believe in a flat Earth, so why is that what you're curious about? But you do believe in a globe, so why aren't you curious as to the lack of curvature? Shouldn't that be more pressing a concern for
Because
you?
I believe in gravity, and gravity, when the gravity it's pulled everything toward itself in toward its center. So when it's
Right, but that
toward
would
its
result
center,
in a
it make a
curvature.
perfect square.
That would result in a
It
curvature
made
of
a
the
perfect
surface.
square. In circle,
Square.
in circle, everything is evenly distributed. So when the gravity pulls toward itself center, it
Right, but that's the
produce
problem,
like
because
it
that
make a
story
perfect
can't be
circle.
true unless you have curvature. That story can't be true, and you don't have curvature, so that story can't be true. So that's a problem. That's why the
Same, your
curvature is a
story
problem.
can't be true if there are no edges.
No, see, it's not a like, well, if mine is this, then yours is that. That's not how it works. You've got to address
It's
that
like
there's no
that.
curve.
It's like that. If you are asking
No,
me for a
that's
curvature, I am asking for
childish.
your edges.
But we're not claiming an edge. You're
So your
claiming a curve.
physical sense is childish.
You're claiming a curve. We're not claiming an edge. That's the difference. You have a
You
positive
should claim an
claim.
edge if it's a flat.
No, we don't need to claim any edge. We just point out that there's no curvature, and then you don't have an argument. Because all of your arguments assume a curvature that
The
you don't
main
have.
problem is that you doesn't believe gravity versus gravity. If you believe and study gravity, you
Yeah,
will
yeah.
came
We
to know
don't
all the
believe
curvatures and all the
we don't believe in the concept, the story that you've been told about everything pulling into balls, because the Earth is not a ball because it doesn't have curvature. So why would we believe something which isn't there? See, you're too caught up in the school stories you were given, not science, not measurement, not observation. Stories, concepts, imagination. That's what you're stuck in. You need to get back to reality. What can you observe? What can you measure? What can you test? None of it tells you the Earth's a ball.
scientists measured the gravity through the gravimeter. If there is no
Did any of them?
gravity and all
Did
that.
any of them?
And
Did any
they
of them
also-
measure? Did any of them measure any curvature?
Did any of them find all the edges to prove that Earth is flat?
I'll take that as a no. So
Where
none
is
of
the
them
edge of
measured
the
any
universe?
curvature.
And
I'm not claiming an edge. But that's fine. We can take that as no one's measured the curvature, in which case we can just dismiss the claim.
So what you're trying to say is there needs to be an edge for it to be a flat surface. Is that your claim?
sorry, can you repeat?
So you're saying there needs to be an edge for it to be a flat surface.
Yes. Yes, as you said that there need to be a curvature to prove it's a globe.
So it's impossible to have a flat surface without an edge. Is that right?
Yeah, because there must be end.
What do you think the
No.
meaning of the
Why
word
different
flat
people
means?
travel?
Do you think the word edge appears in the definition of the word flat? Do you know what the word flat means?
What she's asserting is not even true within the confines of geometry itself.
It's unrelated.
Surfaces don't have to have edges.
But
Yeah,
it
look up the
has
word
end.
look up the word flat in a dictionary, and you won't see edge in it anywhere. So you're confused. Maybe it's a English language thing. Do you understand that flat is not a shape?
From edges, I mean to see the end. From edges, I
Hold on.
mean
Do you
to see the
understand?
end.
Do you
There
understand?
must be ends.
Do you understand that flat is not a shape?
I know, I understand.
Okay, so flat doesn't necessitate an edge. A shape might, but flat does not, does it?
But it has end.
Go and
Where
find
is
it
it?
then.
Yeah, let us know if you find it. Where have you looked? Let's start there.
Under my
It's
bed.
been about an hour for the people joining in. It's been about an hour. This has been demanding edges to say that the Earth is flat. So, and
Yeah,
she's got a bachelor's in I don't know what you say you had a bachelor's in, this lady.
6.
Yeah, bachelor's in physics. There you go.
Oh, really? And you're insisting that outer space gravity is necessary for Earth to be a globe?
Yes.
Where'd you learn that in physics? You know, we have gravity here on Earth, the phenomenon. The phenomenon of me dropping something is observed. We call that gravity. It doesn't prove curvature at all.
Gravity is a force that attracts you toward the center of the earth. Everything. That's the
That's a
When did you go to
story.
university?
That's a cool story.
Excuse me. When did you go to university? Was it recently or over 100 years ago? Gravity hasn't been a force since 1915. Since Einstein, the curly-haired grey German, came up with general and special relativity, where gravity isn't described as a force of mass attraction, it's described as the bending and warping of space-time due to the displacement of mass within that four-dimensional coordinate system. Does this ring a bell?
You have said itself bending, the word bending.
Excuse me.
When there's a
Do
bending,
you
there's
know
a
who
curve.
Einstein is?
You
That
have
was a
said
question.
the word bending. The bending means the curve.
Excuse
Oh
me.
my god.
You have
Excuse
itself
me.
said the word.
Excuse me. Space-time. Einstein. The bending and warping of a four-dimensional space-time fabric. It's got nothing to do with the surface of the Earth. Please don't jump up and down because I said bending. You said gravity is a force of mass interaction. That's categorically incorrect.
Yeah,
Do you
we should point-
understand what I'm saying? No? Yes?
Well, we can also point out that space-time
And did you
fabric
learn-
that he's referring to is imaginary, conceptual, never observed, never quantified, never detected. So you're pinning your whole globe worldview on this imaginary concept.
Did you take quantum mechanics as part of your physics education in undergrad?
I hope you're not just pretending to
Because
have a
every
physics
physics
degree.
major I've talked to has. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Psych.
I was just saying, I hope she's not pretending to have a physics degree, because that's not going to work out well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why is it when
That's
they
my
get these
suspicion.
physics degrees, they don't learn about the physics of water and properties of water? Level, at rest, horizontal, flat.
You know, some of them say, why would they lie? And then they lie about their education and credentials.
You are not understanding the physics of water, that it's at rest when it's horizontal at rest. You are not understanding that.
Sorry, do you require citation
Those are
from
the
physics books? Sorry, you've already ignored everything else that we've said to you. Now, do you require citations from physics books that describes the surface of water when contained and at rest? Do you require citation? Do you know what a citation
Because in
is?
that logic is the level of gravity that is perpendicular to the surface of the water.
All right.
Gravity,
I'd
gravity,
like to ask her
gravity.
one question.
Gravity.
One question to expose them all. Hey, ma'am, can you describe the boundary conditions that are present at the interface between water and air?
She's going to ignore us again, which is just rude. That was a direct question. People are talking to you. Could you at least respond, please?
You can also say, I don't know.
Yeah, something. Just to show that you're not ignorant and rude.
You've been stonewalling me all morning,
I'm
so
not
good luck.
rude. I will show you some. I was just looking for the proof so that I can show you.
Then speak. Let us know that that's happening, because several people have spoken to you and you've just given us silence. Should we stop the conversation with you and move on to someone else? Because we don't think you're taking part. It's rude.
Well, I'd just like to point out that she said that we don't
surface tension,
understand.
The boundary conditions are the continuity of the velocity, the pressure continuity, the surface tension, and no mass flow across the interface.
At a molecular level, ma'am.
I'd just like to point out that she said we don't understand the natural physics of water at rest is to find its horizontal level. We do understand that. We understand it very well. Do you understand that?
Do you require citation to back up that claim like I offered you 2 minutes ago, but you didn't respond? Just rude, some people.
Yeah, I think the brain's working overtime. To the person we're speaking to, do you understand the propensity for water to find its level? It's horizontal when it's at rest?
It wasn't the brain, it's the Google fingers, man.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, AV.
Hello, my friend.
Yep, and then
Nice to
and then
meet
the
you.
answer we get is commensurate with somebody who's got an eighth grade understanding of the world.
My friend, nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you. Please don't interject in a conversation when somebody's already talking. 911.
What? 911?
Yeah, that's what your name is. 911.
911, yeah. 911, a car or police?
I don't know. What do you want, dude? What do you want?
I don't know.
Why are you here? Why did you interrupt a conversation that was taking place? It sounded like what you said was important, and now you're interrupting me again. I can't deal with it when people interrupt.
Listen. Wait. Where are you from? Where are you from?
Oh, boy.
I was talking to you. I was asking you a question. That doesn't mean that you can interrupt me and start asking other questions, you rude little man. Fuck's sake.
Relax, man. Relax. Where are you from? Bro, where are you from?
Doesn't matter. None of your business.
Simp
Do you
in the room.
have
I'll
any
save you.
evidence? Do you have any evidence for the Earth being a globe?
Our little friends decided to type up in side chat. If ground is flat, then why atmosphere or Earth bend?
Atmosphere bend. Atmo is a gas. It's like
what she was. Sorry, Jedi. What she was responding to when you were talking about Einsteinian gravity, she heard the word bend, and you saying bend, therefore globe. And my comment to her, he said bending, therefore globe, and she put, yes, but he isn't accepting. And I wrote back, he was not talking about the ground. And that was her comment back to that, was if ground is flat, then why atmosphere or earth bend? He was talking about Einsteinian gravity, Aimer. You know, Newtonian, Einsteinian, specific, different gravity types. He was talking about Einsteinian. You heard the word bend, and you took that away out of context. You weren't listening to the entire sentence. You heard one word and thought, I have to have that.
I'd like to know if she could retract her claim of holding a Bachelor of Science in Physics.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like a student of physics. But what's new? They're all little armchair physicists because they can imagine the globe.
Yeah, I think there's this bias, like the heretic's razor we talk about. I hear that flat earthers are the dumbest people on the planet. So you get the dumbest people of the world who want to feel intellectually superior to someone for the first time in ages. So they know to come into our room, right? And talk to us. And they figure that they can lie about their credentials and lie about their education and so on because they're justified. And they don't think that flat earthers would have the intelligence, I guess, to challenge them on these claims.
Yeah, which makes
Yeah,
for some
big
great
mistake, huh?
listening.
You know, they're probably wondering why we don't believe in a space pizza and believe in Antarctic ice rings and all these other fantastic tales that they see on the internet about flat earthers. Well, looks like you stumbled into a bit of a situation there, huh? You found yourself in the midst of actual flat earthers. Not the cartoon stereotype flat earthers that you've seen on the internet.
n'ont rien à voir avec la majorité des pays européens. Par exemple, quand Israël a commencé à commettre un génocide,
I don't know what that was, but if you're ordering a kebab, I'll have one, please. I'm starving.
It sounded like Jin CBR. Sounded like Jin CBR speaking in a slightly different language. It's weird.
So yesterday, I was playing some Don Pettit clips, and I found a 15-minute presentation of Don Pettit at TEDx. He's giving a presentation on the fate of the dinosaurs. It's the funniest freaking thing I'd heard in ages. I was uncontrollably laughing, and my sides hurt this morning.
Wow. Wow. You
He
might have to
said
post it, mate.
he trusts NASA measurements of dinosaurs.
NASA measurement of What the fuck?
He said
Yeah.
NASA measurement of dinosaurs and their age.
The fuck is he talking
You
about?
got to watch it, Jedi. That was
Yeah,
it was a comedy show.
Yeah, you're gonna have to send that to me, man. That sounds funny.
You got it, man. I'll post it in a back chat or DM or something.
Cheers, man. Thank you.
Hey, slap
If
it
it
up in
gets
the main
quiet, I'm gonna
chat.
play it again.
Fuck.
Yeah.
The worst bit is not just listening to it, but actually watching it, and you get to see the little diagrams and shit with it.
Oh God, no.
With these little timelines.
Yeah, it's funny. You're right. It's not enough to just listen to it, although it actually is. But when you see it,
The only thing that would top it off is if someone walked in at the end of the show and said, "Thank you, little Donny. Here's your packet of Smarties." That's all it need to finish it off.
You're a muppet as a presenter or something. Sounds funny.
he spoke so much of imagination, and I think at one point he said pterodactyls prove that the Earth is a globe.
Holy smokes. You know what would have also
What
finished
the-
that off? What would have finished that off too was if he would have said Smarties, cool.
Orbital didgeridoo.
What?
You never heard him play his orbital didgeridoo in the space station?
No. What
I
the
got
fuck?
another clip of that.
Why didn't I know about the orbital didgeridoo sooner? I've missed
I
out.
know, I didn't either. I'm building a playlist on YouTube. I think what I'll do, I'm going to spend some time when I get to the office. I'm going to do that instead of work. I'll build this playlist and I'll share it.
Good lad.
Amish is like modern technology can wait. This comes first.
Yeah.
And so what have we had? Someone said that he sounded like Forrest Gump. I think he sounds like George McFly off Back to the Future.
He does.
Some of the clips, yes.
Outer
Really
space
bad.
is my density.
Yep. That's what I heard.
Outer space
He
is my.
started calling COVID Corvid.
Can I read the last one? Geometry isn't just size and stuff. It's a tool to show the shape of our world, and it works whether you are looking on a screen or standing outside. That means if you're watching the screen in the same thing, that same water, what is not wet, it's same water wet in reality. You can touch it, you can feel it, you can measure it on the screen. My love. Geometry is when you're measuring outside, not on the screen, unfortunately. Sorry, guys.
Yes, measurements. You know, Emma, what we want you to do, not just assume, not just calculate, actually do measurements and then report them back to us.
so many of them will think that calculating 2 points of interest on a coordinate reference system is a measurement. All right, I'm heading into my office. I am here. I'm going to be listening. I'll be sure to come out and talk when I take piss breaks.
Have a good one, man.
Thanks, man.
He does that playlist, Jedi. That shit is gonna be funny. Even the couple I heard today, I was busting me guts laughing.
I do apologise, Amy. Your English is quite bad. I can't understand what you're actually trying to say. So maybe you can, take yourself off of mute and we can have a verbal conversation. Would that be okay? You're talking about measuring a shadow length. This is a solar elevation angle. A solar elevation angle, in all practical sense, is a right angle triangle. Now, you can't have right angle triangles on curved surface. If the Earth was a sphere with a curved surface, you couldn't measure an elevation angle up from that curved surface, because an angle is the intersection of two straight lines. If you have one straight line intersecting a curved line, that's no longer an angle. So you require a flat Earth to measure solar elevation angles. You couldn't do so if the Earth was a sphere. Now, please unmute yourself. Physicist, which I doubt as well. I don't think you're a physicist. So, Aimer, last chance to see your typing. Please don't be rude again. I've asked you a direct question. You can unmute yourself and speak. Ugh, this child's annoying. See? Right. Why does airplanes don't take straight paths? Airplanes do take straight paths. Airplanes fly horizontal and parallel with the ground below. If the surface of Earth was curved, it wouldn't be a straight path, it would be a curved path, where an aircraft would constantly have to dip the nose below horizontal to negotiate that curved path. Now, it's interesting. I answered your last question. I don't know whether you heard it, but you then went on to ask another not relevant question. Do you understand why I'm getting frustrated with you? This isn't a conversation. Maybe you should unmute yourself. Airplanes require a horizontal stationary Earth to fly over. That's how avionics work. An aircraft is designed to maintain horizontal parallel with the ground below. It doesn't negotiate curvature. Oh, God.
Why does it feel like you're having a one-on-one with ChatGPT there, Jedi?
Because it feels like it. This Aimer has no personality. It's like talking to a copy-paste robot. It's like, wow, you have no brain of your own. So let's start going through this. Airplanes do fly straight. Yeah, do you know what straight is? It's not curved. Airplanes fly from one location to another. This will be a bearing angle. You can't have angles on curved surfaces. So the angles that we use are both vertical and horizontal. It's welcome to flat Earth the entire way. What's the point of reading anything else that you've written? It's not a straight line if it's following a curved surface. By geometry definitions, that would be a curved line. Wouldn't be straight now, would it? Amy, you need to unmute yourself.
What's this? You can even see this from flight data. Long haul flights plot as arcs on a globe, and
I'll
these
show you
arcs
the
are the
flight
shortest path between 2 points on a sphere, not a flat map.
I'll show you the
No.
flight data.
I've already put it up there. It's inside. Side chat already.
Oh, good. Let's drop it again, just to be sure.
So it's Ama Kaite. Ama Kaite. Interesting name. Kainat. Kainat. That's a mouthful. Only their chat GBT speaks English. Jedi. That's the problem.
But I think she said, nobody will convince me. That means it's, whatever.
That means she's wasting her own time.
Then she's ignorant and declared her ignorance before the conversation has already begun. I will not change my mind. It doesn't matter what you say. That's just the height of ignorance. My word.
It's like little kids that put their fingers in their ears and just la 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 la, so they don't have to hear you. What's this?
I won't change my mind.
Believe gravity.
Change my mind.
Earth rotation around the axis around the sun. How can I talk to you saying scientific proofs? And okay, Ama, what field of science deals with shapes? A very simple question. Someone of your capabilities should be able to answer that.
I'll never change my mind. Change my mind. That's
Yeah.
awesome.
What's this? She's answering questions not even asked.
Well, I asked to provide one scientific experiment for gravity, just one, with a valid hypothesis and test. This person turns around and gives me an explanation. I don't want an explanation. I want a hypothesis and test. You said we don't believe a whole list of things. You don't believe gravity. We'll stop at the first one. Provide the scientific experiment. That's a hypothesis that's been verified through testing. Provide that for gravity. When you've done that, we'll see why we deny it. This physicist probably doesn't even know what a hypothesis is. I'm going to put 50 quid on that.
You are
Can you
saying me to
provide-
follow false academia while sharing me all the internet things.
I'm asking
Okay.
you to provide a scientific experiment for gravity. You've had all the time in the world. You've posted twice now. Posted twice, not a scientific experiment for gravity. Ama, please. Usually I prefer to speak to people, but being as you're typing and clearly listening, provide a scientific hypothesis that proves gravity. I'll give you 10 minutes to Google it.
So we're not telling you to follow false academia. We're asking you to provide from your academia what Jedi just asked for.
I need to procreate.
That's lovely.
Then fuck
Yeah.
off.
With whom?
None of us in here. Now, if that's the way that you're going to start a conversation, this is the way I'm going to end it.
Try your fist, it won't complain. Now, she's posted something. Britannica. Oh, lovely. Experimental study of gravitation.
What's the hypothesis? All right, Aima, please don't throw the entire of Britannica at me. Please copy and paste, which I know that you're good at, the bit that you're speaking about referencing to my question, the hypothesis for gravity with the experimental test. Copy and paste that. Do you not know how this works? You've been to university. I presume you must know what a citation is. You don't just go into a class, an encyclopedia at your professor and say, look through that, it's in there. My word. It's fucking jungle universities, man. What the fuck?
Interesting, when you read the little article there, you get first, second, third paragraph. There also been a continuing interest in the determination of the constant of gravitation, although it must be pointed out that Big G occupies a rather anomalous position. Now, someone who's not so up on words, let's see what anomalous means. Different from what is usual, or not in agreement with something else, and therefore not satisfactory. Interesting.
And be careful when you copy and paste. Britannica spends 4 or 5 paragraphs explaining to you Newtonian physics, completely forgetting to tell you that Einstein superseded this in 1915. Your book's out of date.
Yeah, but it works.
That's fine. Anyway, Aima, this isn't a conversation anymore. You're just posting stuff in the chat without any recourse or anything. If you want to open your mic, we can have a conversation, we'll do that. But at the moment, this is just dead. What's up, India?
Yeah, the party just started. You know, Indio got here.
Yeah. I got the beverages.
Hey.
Oh yeah. So the lady that's in here is Ambina, whatever. I call her Miss Lady. Anyways, she's saying that she's got a bachelor's in physics and she's willing to debate. But apparently, every time she gets asked a question, she's stonewalled. So Jedi's been stonewalled, you know, kind of ghosted. So.
Ayama. I mean.
Yeah, that's her.
So
Yeah,
I'm going to ask you a question. Well, I'll just ask her a question. Maybe she can answer in the text chat. It's very simple. Even science and physics is an empirical human activity. So even if you had some physics theory, like gravity or whatever, that said Earth is a ball, you would need to empirically verify it with measurements of said ball. Do you have those? And if you say Eratosthenes, I'm going to take away your master's degree.
Albiruni.
Gravity and Earth's rotation. Okay. I just asked for empirical evidence, and you gave me theory. You have to test the theory against reality. So if your theory or hypothesis is gravity forms Earth into a ball, you need the empirical evidence. So do you have an observation of gravity forming anything into a ball? Or have you measured Earth to be a ball? Then you still wouldn't know what if gravity caused it to be a ball. You'd still be lost on that. So can you validate that gravity forms Earth into a ball? And that we don't actually need to measure the ball to know if that's true. It's stunning how little variation there is in their answers. And I sure as hell don't know how the rotation would prove the Earth is a ball. Why are you citing Encyclopedia Britannica? I asked for evidence. There's no oh, she already did that earlier. So the data. So in physics, you do experiments, collect data. That's what we want, the data part. $50. She posts an image.
She's dropped out.
Oh yeah.
Fancy that.
So I saw a post by DJ from 3 a.m. in the main server. You guys did an event? How'd that go?
Actually, in all honesty, I don't know. Sorry. In all honesty, I don't know. I said I was going to restring a racket. I went and restrung a racket, and I didn't realise that because I hadn't had any activity, it had booted me to the standby channel. And
oh yeah.
I hadn't heard anyone talk for a while, and I was just in the other room going, "Oh yeah, no one's talking for a while. That's cool." And then someone would pop in and go, "Hello," and that was it. And I'd been in the other room, and I'm sitting there, that's bloody quiet for a while. It's very rare for the guys to not have something going on in 40-odd minutes. And I come in and, found myself in the other channel, and the room chock-a-block full.
Damn.
Nice.
Oh, welcome back.
Just want to thank you Upside Downers for holding it down, well, holding it up, whatever it is you guys do from that side.
Nailing it to the floor.
Yeah, man, I was just thinking, man, I saw that and I'm like, man, we really are 24/7. And then 3 a.m. y'all are holding an event. That's badass.
We got Australians all around the globe.
Just stay off our side.
He loves it.
Good stuff.
All right, so now the morning crew's in. Inside chat, 39 past the hour, is the Don Pettit funny collection. So if you want to have yourselves a laugh or you need to de-stress, yeah, watch that.
Cheers, man. Thank you.
I need a competent Glober, whatever that is, to come in here.
Anyways, lads, I'm going to put my feet up. I need my beauty sleep. I'll catch us all in the morning. Peace, guys.
See you later.
All right, man.
Take care.
Somebody tell Matrix that beauty sleep ain't working.
Damn.
Longer.
He probably needs a dirt nap, yeah?
Dude, you know how unique this is that we got going on, dude, with a 24/7, dude? That's just... I never really thought about it till like 5 minutes ago. Like, nobody's doing this shit or anything even remotely like it. Or can even pull it off.
Yep.
Yeah, that's why you're the ringleader, dude. I already told you that.
Yeah, you told me a bunch of stuff. Why I want to, like, you know, hand in my freaking oak leaves, buddy.
No, you can't put it down, man. It's blood in, blood out.
Oh shit.
The only way you're leaving is in a pine box.
I got to get beat out of the gang. Great.
No, that's just for common stuff. This isn't that.
I mean, we got a lot of competent people, man. Like, there almost isn't enough, you know, room on the couch to fit everyone. Quite honestly.
Hi, good morning. Good day.
Good day. What's up, brother?
I'm from Somalia.
What brings you here?
Yeah, do you think the Earth is a big spinning ball of water zipping through a vacuum at 1.5 million miles per hour?
Yeah, it's okay. A lot of people ignore Indio too, so. You ask questions, he just like stonewalls you straight up.
The questions are pretty preposterous when asked, aren't they?
No, I think he just don't like Indio.
Oh no, it's a personal thing. Oh my. Sorry, Indio.
Dude, I love the smoke and the salt. Bring it.
Nah, B, he didn't even give you, like, no rebuttal. Silence was his response.
I'm going for the record on how quickly I can turn them into a brick where they start saying nonsense gibberish. I think I got it down to about 30 seconds right now.
Well, that's just it.
He might be the record. That guy might be the record. He lasted like, what, 7 seconds?
I think you've got
All
it
he
down.
said was hello. That was it. All he said was hello, and you asked him a question, and it was over. So
Yeah, he's like, I can't deal with this flat earther. I'm out.
This is what's great about what's starting to happen. Now we're starting to ask them questions about what we actually observed, the measurements, and it's like, how do the measurements, the direct evidence that we have, fit into your model? Please explain to us. And they have nothing, unfortunately. This is the silence, the emotional rejections and spiraling that we hear continuously. Glober broke at the knees.
Well, AB said it best about a year ago. He said, this isn't a debate, it's an interrogation.
Damn straight.
Yep, that's it. Show me your leader. Show me his evidence. Let's talk about it and see. Because just like the devil, we're not finding the answer.
They can't even find their leader.
They run away too.
He's out there somewhere. I know he is. ChatGPT, where's my globe leader?
He ran away.
When they
It's
run,
like five of the mouth in American Tale. Somewhere out there.
the wicked run when no
You
man.
guys remember that? Sorry, AG, go ahead, man.
You're good, man. I was just saying that the wicked run when no man pursues. That's why they run away. They're broken.
Yeah, also fools rush in where angels fear to tread.
Oh shit.
I'm just glad somebody remembers an American Tale when Fievel goes west.
That's kind of old school cartoons. For
A good wholesome, non-degenerate cartoon. What happened to those?
Yeah. Back before things got rancid.
Well, if you want to really see some insight on when things got rancid, you got to look at our last episode on Frontline Unfiltered. Me, Indio, and Flat Lloyd broke it down, man. So you guys got to go watch that. Sorry about the shameless plug, but it is what it is.
Nah, it ain't even a plug, bro. It's badass, dude. You gotta see it. If you've ever seen the first two Superman movies from the late 70s, 80s, you'll never look at it the same again.
Don't be ashamed to plug in the truth, AV. What you're doing is spreading it, brother. Well done.
Turns out when you break that movie down, Superman's a simp, Clark Kent was friend zoned, and Lois is an absolute sociopath.
Amen. Superman simping for Lois. My.
The thing is, they're the same person, man. You know what I'm saying? Superman and Clark Kent are the same person. But even when Superman is not as Clark Kent, you know, Superman's actually the alter ego. Clark Kent is like who he is. But when he turns into Superman, he's still a naive country boy. And Lois just like preys on him like a Sex in the City, slick, boss babe. It's pretty, bro. You got to see the episode. I can't even describe how degenerate it is. But you don't notice watching the movie because you're like, ah, man, I want to see Superman use his powers and bench press the planet, But, meanwhile, Lois is destroying his life.
Could it be that Lois Lane is actually more powerful than even Lex Luthor?
Dude, legit, the movie should, that's what AV was saying. Lois is more powerful than Lex Luthor. In fact, the movie should have been named Lois.
Dude, she's the worst villain in DC Comics. Because she controls the most powerful entity, which is Superman. She's got him by the steel balls.
She controls the heart of the sent son, the one sent to save the world. Aha.
Did you, AB's, what you said, she's got him even violating the laws of nature to simp for her.
Yeah, remember when the dad was like, it is forbidden. He's in the cloud saying, it is forbidden. He's just like rage screaming, ah, flying, breaking the laws of physics and nature and everything, spinning the world backwards and turning back time, I guess. It's all wacky stuff, right? But yeah, he did all of that for Lois, So she can get him to break, oaths and all kinds of stuff. So who's the real Superman? Well, you'll have to decide that. Anyways, go watch our episode, our last episode.
Dude, yeah, we got clips from the movie and all that. So it's yeah, I broke out all the Clark Superman Lois dialogues. When you see it broken down in chronological order, you're just like, what the hell's going on?
Hey, what's going on, brother?
And if you're asking, what does this have to
there's
do
a
with
lot
the
more.
price of rice? If you're asking that, then you have to think about critical thinking, right? How we get indoctrinated with ideas. And this is one, as like India was saying, you're thinking about like watching Superman bench press the planet, but then don't realize that the whole theme of it is being controlled by narrative. So it's got an undertone of that.
Yeah, all television programming, all cinema, all of those scripts that people have been watching for a long time there's so much like programming going on, like psychological, subconscious programming, and it was kept in mind throughout like every script ever put forth towards the masses. A lot of people, like this day and age especially, don't understand that the CIA was behind the first television programming and behind all of the cinema that's been coming out since our grandparents were children. It's pretty wild. Yeah, maybe we could get another event going soon, since we have so many good flat Earth defenders here, or educators, really. Unfortunately, they're doing an event about the Bible and the Quran or something. We got to wait till that's over.
I wonder if they talk about creation in their chats.
feel like they kind of have to if they're going to be discussing how those two, like, square up to one another. It's definitely an interesting debate.
And that's where the validation, the question on my part comes in. Like, how do you think containment exists? What in the creation story tips its hat to containment? Because we have the validation of containment through the measurement of pressure, 14.7 pounds per square inch at sea level. So if you're going to then say scripture, one versus the other, I wonder how they edify, validate containment.
I like how in the creation narrative, water was already present. Water already was there.
Well, yeah, I mean, and it's funny because even again in that idea, he split the waters above and below. It's only two directions, up and down, and water. Interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, and some Christians argue that the rainbow was dome shaped because God was making this promise to Noah and his descendants that he'll never use the waters above the firmament to unleash his wrath upon the world. Though it's still a speculation. Yeah. Whoever hit the Cricket soundboard, feel free to bring something to the table if you want to discuss it.
That was me. I don't have anything to bring to the table. I just noticed a bit of dead air and was being a smart ass. What's up, Killian? I hope all is well with you.
Chilling, brother. Many returns, many returns. Hope all is well with you and the journey that you're on, brother.
Doing good. I'll tell you more about things later. Better than expected.
Very good to hear this. Very good indeed.
Only thing I can make it better is if somebody came in here to discuss the Earth with us. That would be pretty cool. Talking about stuff.
That's what I really want to know is the measurements that we have, the measurements that we have, the evidence that we have. How does all that stuff fit within their model claim? Because that's really what's ultimately happening now. We've been able to hone in on the things that we know as constants. And with that, Those constants, those pieces of evidence they necessitate an explanation. And the globe isn't doing a very good job explaining how this evidence exists within their claim of a paradigm. So, does any glober have anything to bring to the table? Anybody? Now it seems as though it's the right time for the crickets.
Yeah.
Yeah, Killian, we had a clown in here last night. He was swearing up and down that nobody on our side could have an honest discussion with him about stars and what's observed between the two alleged hemispheres. And Jin was in the chat and he was, very loudly defending his point. I just kept bringing up to him, he doesn't even know what he's looking at. So what is he? What's the point if he can't even verify what he's looking at, and what would that even mean based on the fact that there's no curvature? It's like, you would need to find some curvature to prove your globe, not stare at the sky. But he insisted, oh, this just shows that you guys are uneducated and blah, 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 blah. But again, old boy wouldn't even prove how he knows anything. He couldn't verify how he knows any of the stuff, or how this observation would prove anything. So that a guy just chanting, you guys are uneducated, you guys are stupid. Meanwhile, providing no verification for how he knows that his claims are based on truth. So seems like anybody who's going to come in here and do that sort of chanting, they're not interested in learning anything or having an honest discussion.
Credentialism.
So his validation of the Earth shape claim would be the lights up in the sky, correct, Brother John?
That's what he was saying. Yeah, I'm looking at the lights, so I know. Based on the way those lights move, there's no other explanation other than the Earth is a sphere. Like, oh, okay.
Interesting.
And how do you know that? And how do you know that? Oh, just because. Couldn't even explain how that even makes any sense. I was like, wow, and this guy's calling us stupid? I was like, this is fun.
Well, how do you know that the sun has a mass? That's my first question, right? In order for it to have some kind of effect that the world or that the Earth would be rotating around it, what is the claim of the Earth having a mass? I know the sun's, as far as I'm concerned, it's a light that shows up. It lights the ground during the day, and the moon shows up and it lights the ground during the night. I don't see any evidence beyond the fact that these things are just lights rotating around the Earth. Or sorry, rotating around the planar Earth, for that matter. Thanks for sharing, John.
Yeah, most of these clowns truly have nothing when they come in here. I mean, I would love for someone to actually come in with some honest opinion about it, right? At least just be like, yeah, well, we don't know, but I think that our explanation is best, or blah 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 blah. Like, at least be honest with what you got. We just never see that. We never see somebody come in and honestly try and address the lack of curvature.
You got this dude in a side chat just posted some weak ass memes, like season 1 bullcrap. The noob. I hope he comes into the VC and has a chat with us. That would be better. Or she. Oh, okay.
Lunar Wanderer?
Yeah, never mind. They've already tried talking to me.
Yeah, their server muted. Unless you want to unmute him. Hear what they have to say.
Weak sauce memes showed me all I need to know.
Hey, Lunar, if you're hearing us, which I imagine you are, maybe in the side chat you can give us your number one globe proof. What is your most reliable piece of globe proof that you have, Brother Lunar? Like, real talk. Like, if your gun was to your head and you're like, Earth is a globe, but what's the piece of evidence you're pointing to so you don't get your the trigger pulled?
I unmuted Lunar. Let's hear what they have to say. They could always be muted again, or perma booted if need be.
Fair enough.
Yeah, if I may, I'd like to talk to Luna.
Yo, Crit. Hope all's well, brother.
Oh, crap. Like, yeah, right when you asked me, I was like, this massive leg spike. Yeah, everything's hanging in there. I've been keeping pretty busy. A lot of stuff going on right now. Some of the properties that I've managed, we're doing some landscaping projects. So I'm trying to keep the costs down by anything that doesn't require machinery. Like staging equipment, or moving dirt or whatever.
Yeah, machine rentals and operators are expensive.
Yeah, you know what the crazy part is that is just like the upfront cost. It's like the insurance and the permits and all the red tape, the man hours that gotta go into all that crap too. It's like, holy crap, really? So I just want to redo this retention wall. It's gonna take 3 weeks of paperwork just to get the workers on scene. It's like, we are
retainer
grounded.
walls. The retainer walls. If you're one thing I would just suggest, if you're running into an issue with retainer walls, is just make sure you put enough drainage aggregate behind that wall and underneath it. You need to at least do 1.5 feet of drainage aggregate underneath the base of the wall and behind the face of the wall. And then that way, that ensures that it won't fail, no matter what whatever system you're installing. That's the one thing I would just make sure you put in enough for that.
Yeah, thanks for that. One thing that I find interesting in this whole thing is that something as simple as moving something from one place to another is very costly in the work and the idea of sweat equity. So it would take a lot of sweat to get one thing moved to another, right? Don't you agree, Chris?
Yeah, totally. And it's kind of fun that you can, I wouldn't say fun, but in the sense where it's like a community thing. Someone's kid who's in college, who's looking for a little part-time work. They're out of school right now. And it's sort of community building thing. And you really can't get the job done because somebody within the government has their hand out. Like, what the fuck, dude? Why just go away? Go be a busybody someplace else. Go organize staples or paper clips or whatever you do. Like holy crap! It's like one roadblock after another. I had no idea. I really had no idea why general contractors are always so crabby. And I I got the idea because I tried to play one, as part time, and it is not fun. It is literally not fun. Like the best thing you can do when you're dealing with the government, I know I'm kind of long-winded here, is make sure they don't say no. Like always make sure they give you another option. As soon as they say no, now they've attached their ego. Like somehow you're going to like defy their authority.
Come on, correct. They're doing
Yeah,
it for the
forget about
children.
insurance.
It's for the children.
Yeah, forget
You know
about
that.
it. Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, forget about it, man. As soon as you get, their insurance costs are crazy. I don't know what state you're in, but certain states are worse than others. I mean, it's all about enforcement, right? If they don't have the manpower to enforce all of their codes and crap, then you're pretty much in the clear. You got to be careful anyway, but you could skate by. If it's like commercial, everything's got to be on the books or whatever. Then it gets really, really tough depending upon the state. Really, it all depends on what state you're in and their regulations. But it's a nightmare. You want to increase your costs tremendously? Yeah, start dealing with having to have bigger machines, more liability of messing things up. That's what insurance companies are for. They charge you the same whether there's an incident or not. That's the problem. So if you get through your whole project, no problems, no incidents, they don't give you like a rebate check. Like, oh yeah, thanks, man. You didn't have any claims against us, so we're going to give you a little bit of a break. No, never that. That's why most general contractors won't get on roofs. It's because, just to have that on your capabilities list, you have to, I forget how much more in insurance, but it's insane per year. I think it's like 10,000 more per year.
And you have to do training as well, and a lot of people don't even want to do the training to be tied off appropriately.
And I got my OSHA 30, man. And I've done so much training. I don't even know how many hours of training I have for so many different things. It's ridiculous. And I don't even use half the crap. But what are you going to do? Dude, server muted. We unmute him. He still doesn't want to talk. I can't believe that crap. It's insane.
Sasha's post in the side chat is awesome. Geometry makes people mimical.
Yeah, it's a good thing Lunar Wanderer doesn't realize that they're not server muted anymore. Just spent how much energy typing spam, 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 spam in the chat like a fool. Can only imagine how they would vocalize what their thoughts are. Having
And
like
he's
2-word
posting
thoughts.
and he's posting gifs like a champ. Unfortunately, they're not publishing. Just words on a screen.
Yeah, yeah. Next, I'll be begging for perms. Can I get permission to post images? My meme collection is off the charts. While flat earthers are being productive members of society, coupled with having these conversations, these folks are building their meme libraries, sitting in their parents' houses.
Yeah, Luna, if you want to chime in, I mean, here's your chance. So, what do you got to say?
I don't want to talk because you guys are just mute me.
Okay, no problem. Stay on mute then.
Yep, typing cat. Lunar, I'm actually gonna start deleting everything you post. If it's a GIF. Or an attempt at a GIF.
That's what I was saying before. It's like some low level season 1 mess. Unworthy of even looking at. Do better. There's so much better content out there. If you want to bash Flat Earthers, find some of the better stuff, not this cheesy mess. Looks like we have to teach words.
What's the ego? The thing you're hiding behind right now.
Lunar Wanderer. It's not about being triggered by a few memes. It's about the fact that we're not going to allow you to waste our time with nonsense. Meaningless. I can take you out of the equation if I want to, so that you'll no longer be posting there.
Welcome. Holy crap. Trump has. Okay, never mind. It's off topic. Well, maybe executive overreach. You know?
And maybe I better do something so I look a little bit more like a didgeridoo player. Stand by. Stand by. So I got a pair of scissors and I made my crew shirt into a real musician didgeridoos kind of attire. And so I can play my didgeridoo now. Orbital didgeridoo, didgeridoo, didgeridoo. I'm done. Orbital didgeridoo, didgeridoo. I'm done. Melodious notes from our orbital didgeridoo. I'm done, Pettit. I gotta play the didgeridoo. Pure sine wave tones and delightful oscillations. We cobbled one up from the space station vacuum cleaner hose. I can play my didgeridoo now. I'm done. We're on the International Space Station with didgeridoos an oscillation of spheres of water. Melodious notes from our orbital didgeridoo. I'm Don Pettit. I gotta play the didgeridoo. Pure sine wave tones and delightful oscillation. I'm Don Pettit. I'm Don Pettit. I'm Don Pettit. I gotta play the didgeridoo. Delightful oscillations. I'm Don Pettit. Pure sine wave tones. I'm Don Pettit. I gotta play the didgeridoo. I'm Don Pettit.
Don Pet. Is that what you globalists thought when you think of an astronaut? You come to mind like your mind's eye, Don Pettit. I mean, think about like a fireman or like a police officer, like a doctor, like all these other professions. High callings, very high, right? They got some, they kind of got their life together. They can form a sentence, at least. They got some articulation. And then you think astronauts broke the mold. They're above all those people, all these high calling, jobs and everything. And dude, he sounds like a mental patient. Like you were to go into some sort of mental hospital. That's what that sounded like.
Just setting your mind that this is an option I want to pursue, and then you roll up your sleeves and you don't take no for an answer and you keep knocking on the door. And in my case, I had to knock on the door 4 times before it cracked open and I was able to shove my foot in the crack, and then they couldn't close it anymore. And I snuck in. Everybody makes their own future. And maybe one key lesson is to recognize opportunity when it knocks and then put out the effort to take advantage of that opportunity, because things can happen where a door may open, and it may open for a short period of time, and you can decide, do I want to go through that door or do I let that door close and then wait for another door to open? And just up to you to decide which opportunity do I want to spend my effort pursuing. The space station. I gotta play the didgeridoo. I'm Don Pettit.
Yeah, Don Pettit is another one of those like lie to his own grandmother types, like Joe Rogan. I snuck my foot in the door, and then they couldn't close it on me. I said, "Come on, guys."
Another aspect of autonomy, when you have a small group going off into the frontier, and this has to do with the skill set that you have. You can't train the crew for every little nitnoid thing you could possibly think of. What you need are basic skills, basic mechanical, electrical, operational skills, using scientific apparatus, using machinery. And you have these basic skills, and then you apply those to the situation or the job that is presented before you. And an example of this might be you understand how to use an optical microscope. And somewhere along the mission, you might be presented with a contrast interference microscope. Principles are basically the same. It's got to have a few more knobs on it. But if you know how to use a standard light microscope, you can rapidly figure out how to use this
They don't know why he exists either, dude. They just don't believe in me
I
either.
associate myself with the rest of mankind and modern technology.
Really. So that automatically
you,
makes you an
cherry
expert
pick which
at all things
mankind you want to
space?
associate yourself with, don't you?
Look, there's so much misinformation about science and technology in this space.
Misinformation.
Like yesterday, Shane and the guys at Aether Cosmology did a whole bollocksing of what GPS is and how its coordinate system works, and they completely fucked it up.
You're fumbling your way through this argument. How can you know anything about what those guys are doing?
Well, how can you know they can't do it, Jim? You don't even
Don't argue with them over there, dude, about whatever they said. We don't know what they said. We're not going to defend them. We don't know what they said.
Yeah, sorry, yeah. He's the misinformation extraordinaire right here. Dazzler. Trying to dazzle us with his misinformation.
Yeah, it's so weird. Like, here's the second candidate tonight that comes in here trying to argue with us about what other people are saying. I don't know why they don't go talk to those people.
Take Elderbear with you when you leave, huh?
Yeah, you guys can go on a little quest to find the people you actually want to talk to. Yeah, that'd be cool.
We'll have a picnic, and then, after that, go talk to the people that actually are making these bad arguments. Yeah, go talk to those guys.
Yeah, gay little voyage. Go have a picnic on the not flat picnic table.
Yeah. Overlooking flat water. Yeah. And then you'll argue.
That has a horizon that's not horizontal.
You probably argue with Elderbear, though, because he's going to tell you that the Earth is not an actual curved surface.
Yeah, well, Elderbear and Bev want to run me through their proof, but I'm not prepared to go into an argument about what perpendicular to a curve is. So, but at least I think you guys would accept the notion that I could say there's something perpendicular to a curve, wouldn't you?
Depends on what you mean. If you're going to redefine perpendicular.
Yeah, exactly.
See, there you go. But
you were, dude.
What is the mathematical definition of perpendicular? Maybe I'm wrong. What's the mathematical definition?
Yeah. So if I said to somebody that
I want the mathematical definition, not some freaking layman definition.
Okay. Well, but we can talk. We're all laymen here, right? So we can talk in.
No, but when you talk about mathematics, everything needs to be defined very rigorously for it to actually work.
Okay. So in mathematics, something if you were to loosely call something perpendicular to a curve, it's actually perpendicular to the tangent of the curve at the point.
This is not. You're just describing what you think perpendicular is. We haven't defined it.
What perpendicular is?
How do we evaluate whether what you're saying is true if we don't know what perpendicular is?
Oh, right. You want to go back to Euclid and get Euclid's definition of perpendicular.
No, I want the property that described to mathematical or geometric objects of what perpendicular is.
An angle. A right angle, 90-degree angle. Is that what you want?
A right
Between two straight
angle.
lines.
I'll look it up, dude, since you don't know. I'll just do it myself.
Oh, I don't have
I really don't know the mathematical definition, dude. I was asking because I was thinking you know because you're arguing it, but you don't know.
Along with other things he doesn't
You have to write down the specific words that you would put in a maths textbook for what perpendicular is, but it's when two straight lines form a right angle, all right? Is that good enough, though, that you can understand what I'm talking about there? We can have a conversation
Yeah,
based
but then
on
we
that,
need to
right?
define right angle because the right angle, you got two lines that are perpendicular. So we need to define these things.
Oh, right. So you can't even have a conversation about something as simple as a right angle and a perpendicular, can you?
Well, you don't have a right angle if you have a curve, right? That's what you're talking about.
Okay. Can we agree on what two straight lines are when they're perpendicular then?
No, you suck, bro.
Well, wait till I get the definition. Maybe we might even be able to
This is
agree
primary
that
school maths, right angles.
No, but we're not doing primary school fucking maths, dude.
Yeah, you're talking about a small step above, right?
Yeah. How do you have two right lines on a sphere, a right angle? How do you have that? See how discombobulated it is what you're saying.
There we go. See,
you're on a
doesn't
sphere.
understand. You can't even comprehend the concept of something being perpendicular to
I comprehend it very well, that it clashes with a sphere. How do you have a right angle? Two straight lines, but you're on a sphere.
Given me a whole bunch of drawings showing lines perpendicular to spheres.
Bullshit.
No, he just did. Look at what he posted. All of these things with a G, or every single one has lines perpendicular to curves. That's what that little square means, perpendicular, right angle.
What they would call it in geometry is normal to the surface. That's what they would call it.
Yes, that's right, normal to the surface.
They wouldn't call it perpendicular.
Yeah, perpendicular is different.
If you were having a conversation with a professor in mathematics and you said to him, we have a line that is perpendicular to the curve, he wouldn't blink an eye, would.
Nah, he might get a little irritated that you didn't say surface normal. Because saying perpendicular makes you sound
normal to the curve as well, right? But yeah, surface normal.
No, we apply perpendicular to the Euclidean and non-Euclidean like surfaces. We say surface normal. That's how it is.
Yeah. So the surface normal is perpendicular to a tangent plane, right?
Yeah.
At the point of tangency.
Yeah.
So it's not that hard. We understand what's going on. We didn't need to go through all of that.
No, we do, because those things, tangent plane, tangent point, all those things aren't actually on the thing in question. So the thing in question as a whole, those things you ascribe to them, you're describing like a mathematical relation of like an imaginary thing to it.
So why did you even post those pictures of geodesy? Because they have
internal
these
critique
things in them.
Yeah,
it's called an internal critique.
Okay. You didn't even know
you
that.
Guys you guys are just like internal critique. I can analyze your worldview inside for consistency without adopting it. You know that, right?
I'm not here to have you evaluate my worldview.
Well, that's what's happening. Sorry, but that's what's happening. We do that so that we can keep you. We do that so we can keep you consistent on points that you bring up. Daza, your points are not consistent, so we have to take you by the hand and show you what you're missing out. And so when we point it out to you, you're like, "Oh, yeah, that's right."
What about all the stuff that you reject out of hand, Alpha? Like all of those measurements we talked about.
Doesn't matter. The internal critique is meant for your benefit so that you can correct the thing that you're not saying, right? So once it's corrected,
you give yourself your own internal
don't worry
critique?
about me, man.
So.
Don't worry about me because you are saying wrong things when it comes to your paradigm. So when you're internally critiqued on it,
everything
then you have to you have
can't
to
do an
be
internal
consistent.
critique. From our worldview, we would do an external critique, meaning we would adopt your worldview and look at us, right?
You have nothing to critique internally other than misinformation, basically.
Dude.
think the Earth is flat, you've made a ginormous mistake
just
somewhere in your
shift the
assessment
burden
of
off of your shoulders.
And
because
here we
right
go to
now
the fucking, you guys think this, and you guys are
but
just wrong.
that's his only
You guys
saving
do
grace.
misinformation.
That's his only saving grace is if he shifts the burden right now because he's got his feet to the flames.
No,
and he
he's
doesn't
resorted
wanna
to
admit
drama.
when he's wrong.
He's resorted to drama.
Of course.
I think it's funny, that's all.
Yeah, that's funny.
Why do you
that
get
you don't
cooking
have
here
the
every time you
answers.
come in here? Yeah, that's hilarious.
Yeah.
You didn't have the answers to any of the things that you were bringing forward, so we had to correct you. And now that you're corrected, you're like, oh, well, what about you guys? Why? You didn't know that your own worldview was inconsistent. Hey, don't worry, but why are you You're just leading everybody away from the thing. Like I said, we're pointing out.
So when you and the Bendy Light were in the chat saying geodetic surveyors measure curvature, were you spreading misinformation?
Might have used the wrong words, but the how can I describe it?
And you misinformed people?
So one of the aims of the geodetic
and you misinformed people.
Just admit.
And you misinformed people.
Just admit you misinformed people.
See, we can all play this
Admit
game.
it. Yeah, admit it, Daza. We have you on record right now saying that Clipcord got a little snippet of you saying they measured the reference ellipsoid as the best fit surface. You said that. Is that misinformation? Is that
where do you think the
misinformation?
reference ellipsoid?
He also said it was calculated. That's the key thing. He said it was calculated.
Yes. So what
so
you
is
do,
this misinformation
how do
that you
create
said
a
they
reference
measured it?
ellipsoid?
Dude,
How do you
is
create
this
a reference
misinformation?
ellipsoid?
Is this misinformation that you said they measured it?
Alpha, how do you create a reference ellipsoid?
Dude, are you going to say
You just
yes?
make
or no?
it up, Daza. Daza, you just
You can't
make
just
it
make
up.
it up, Indy. You can't just make it
Yeah,
up.
that's right. You just
You've
make
got
it up
to
because there's a
base it
whole
on some
bunch of
measurement.
them. How many reference ellipsoids are there, Daza?
Well, there's a lot because they,
there's
they
a lot.
all have different
How did they
right?
get those? They just made it up.
No, they measured something locally. So there's a whole bunch of reference ellipsoids. You know, there's some that are used a lot in the US. There's some elsewhere. The one that's becoming most common is the GPS WGS.
Okay, the bezel spheroid is the one that was used in the India survey. What did they measure in fucking India to get the bezel fucking sphere?
They would have had some idea of the dimensions of the Earth to create a spheroid. You have to.
Really?
No, they don't have to.
Well, why is it so that you need? Okay, well, we'll find out what the origin. What was it? The
Okay,
Bessel
so
spheroid?
they're incapable. There's a moral duty not to do it, or like is someone holding a gun to their head and they just can't make some shit up?
You're talking about
When
the.
you- So all of these spheroids are designed to be a best fit of the shape of the Earth at the places you're doing the measurement for geodetic survey or whatever
The
purpose.
bezel sphere is
spheroid
an
is,
actual
right?
sphere, and it was invented in fucking Europe. So how to get to India?
I don't know what they did in India. I know the history of the WGS-84 spheroid, but that's
I'm telling you that for their survey across India, their reference ellipsoid was not actually an ellipsoid; it was the actual sphere. It was a sphere.
Spheroid, okay.
No, a
Well, that's
sphere.
fine. You can use a spheroid. You just have lots of deviation from it, won't you?
Okay.
How do they get the
Yeah, but they
dimensions
didn't
of the
get the
spheroid?
spheroid from local measurements in India. They made it up.
From what? What did they make it up from?
From whatever Bezel did in frickin' Europe.
From celestial navigations, maybe? Some celestial information?
I don't
Perhaps they-
know, dude. I
they
don't
might have
know.
deduced the
But
radius
Bezel
from
was not in India. Bezel's never been to India. He didn't go to India.
Maybe he had information about India, or maybe he had the spheroid that he established somewhere else.
Yes, it was a spheroid he established somewhere else. So they didn't make the spheroid from local measurements. Okay? That's the point. The thing you said is required. It's not required because it's a bunch of abstractions and you can just make shit up, dude. Why do you think that human beings are limited to frickin' I don't know what? I don't even know what you think, dude. You're almost beyond help at this point.
Someone here the other day had a big list of spheroids that we were going through, and they were all almost identical, right? They only vary by a few percent, or more, not even a few percent, a few fractions of a percent. modern ones anyway. And it's like the WGS-84 spheroid. That was a combination of geodetic information, terrestrial information, as well as some the early satellite observations as well.
Oh, I'm sure. That's exactly what.
And that's how they established that spheroid. And now they've refined it by measuring it more precisely with GNSS.
Yeah. I don't know.
I don't think so. You do very precise terrestrial measurements,
I'm gonna head out
but
and
you can't measure the whole Earth.
You're just claim stacking, dude. You're like a fucking, you're like a Jenga tower of fucking claims. And I can crash the whole Jenga tower. Where like, is there any evidence for what you said? And then you
no
tower hits the ground.
For the GPS one, I don't reckon you'd be able to crash that, mate.
Yeah, Daza, you can try and hone your GPS argument. The fact of the matter is, you're using your Senator's fixed. Period.
Yeah, Senator's fixed. Yep, exactly. So,
not even using a sphere.
About Bessel, it looks like he did some meridian arc measurements in Prussia and Russia.
Yeah, not India.
No, but the same deal. The spheroid, where you measurements, you get if you measure this, try to interpret the spheroid or get an ellipsoid to describe the Earth from anywhere on the surface, you'll come up with similar numbers because it's almost a perfect spheroid, right?
Is it? No,
yeah,
it's not.
Is very
it's not almost
small.
a perfect spheroid. It's not a spheroid at all. It's not an ellipsoid at all. It's none of those things.
The best fit shape for it is an oblate ellipsoid.
Okay, that's incorrect. Okay, that's nonsense.
Yeah.
Because they are simply mapping measurements to it in the way I described in detail. It's no different than texturing a fucking 3D wireframe for a video game.
It is, because all of those things have to line up, right?
Oh, what needs to line up? Line up to what?
I'm sure you've seen this meme.
Line up to what? Line up to what?
Each other. So if you make a whole bunch of linear
what is
measurements on the surface of the Earth, right? Distance measurements on the surface of the Earth and bearings, and you go one way across the United States, down the other way, and come back again. You've got to make them all line up, right? And they will not line up unless you do that reduction onto the spheroid or the reference body and then back again.
Okay, I already covered this when I say they take the measurements and don't trust the measurements because they're not measuring the surface of the sphere. They're measuring lines of sight in the direction of the plumb line. That's what they're actually measuring. They're not measuring the surface of a sphere. So
They're measuring the dimensions of things on the surface of the sphere, right?
No. There's no sphere.
What's the distance? They're measuring distances.
There's no sphere.
There is a sphere. You just
no. There's no sphere. There's a ex post facto sphere that they take those measurements and put it on.
What?
There's no sphere in the measurements, Daza. No matter how much you wish it to be true.
They have to be applied through a sphere, kind of normalized through a sphere, right? Otherwise, they don't make any sense. You cannot join them together. You cannot use.
You don't know that.
That's how those traverses work. As big triangulation surveys, they need to do that reduction to make them line up.
I'm assuming that you went through the survey data before the reduction of the vertical direction and then saw that they didn't work. You're making shit up. See, this what you're doing now.
I won't talk about that anymore. Then
the other thing you did, you were just wrong. But this is misinformation. When you say that it didn't work, when you have absolutely not a fucking shred of evidence of whether it would work or didn't work, and that it would take a fucking Herculean task and gazillions of fucking sums of money to even go back over all the fucking logbooks and not use and reverse all the reductions of the horizontal direction and then try to map it to a fucking flat surface and see that it didn't work. You didn't do that. No one's ever done that. And to say it wouldn't work is just making shit up. You don't know if it would work or not.
Yeah. All right, I'll leave that one alone then. I'll leave that one alone.
It's fucking always saying.
But anyway, going back to Bessel.
Man, if I had $1 for every time I heard that shit, and never, ever a shred of evidence how it doesn't quote unquote work on a flat Earth.
So Bessel's ellipsoid, 10 meridian arcs, 38 latitude and longitude precision measurements as control points. It's a good fit spheroid for Europe, Russia, and India.
Okay.
So that's a bit of the history of that one.
So we got to think of how did they do this, right? They did reductions of the horizontal direction. They're azimuths, dude, because they assume that their frickin' vertical plane that supposedly goes through the frickin' instrument are not parallel.
Yeah, so we did meridian arc measurements, right? So you measure a distance on the ground very precisely. And
for sure.
And then the arc measurement. So the arc is impacted by deflection of the vertical, so you would have had some error.
The arc of what?
Celestial arc.
Oh, the celestial arc.
Yeah, so they do it celestially, right? They measure their lat long celestially and measure the distance.
What they're measuring is how much the sky moves, dude. And
it turns out to be a really good reference.
Like, what wouldn't you believe?
Which is why celestial navigation works, right?
What?
This is the same principle as celestial navigation.
Celestial navigation has worked before the globe, dude.
Not to the precision that the globe model allows you to.
Nonsense, dude. Nonsense. The Carolinian Islanders could hit frickin' 1 kilometer wide fucking rock islands from 600 kilometers away.
Not in the dark.
Yeah, yes, in the dark. You think they can see?
They can get away with basic, what's it called? When you just go down to a particular latitude and then keep going, right? They had very low precision, Indy. That's
not what the literature says.
You're compared to modern, because their instrumentation wasn't even very good, right? So they couldn't measure angles very precisely. A lot of it was
using
by
mathematics.
local knowledge.
They weren't using mathematics.
No, they weren't. They just sticks and shadows, basically, right?
Oh no, dude! They're using what's called a sidereal compass and following a road in the sky.
Yeah, but they're not very precise, right?
They were precise enough to hit a 1 kilometer island traveling a distance of 600 kilometers.
How do you know that they only have? What if they only have to get within 50 or 60 kilometers of that island until they can see it on the horizon?
The rocks just stick out of. It's a rock island. The rocks just stick out of the sea. It's not an island like frickin' Gilligan's Island. We're talking rocks where sea turtles hang out. That they would go there to get the turtle eggs.
Yeah, but the precision is low. But anyway.
You just keep chanting it over and over. The precision's low.
Like I said.
And weird, because the Portuguese demanded them to tell them how they did it. Because they kept finding these motherfuckers in the Philippines. It took them 200 years before they told on themselves.
You can get to the Philippines.
You don't have any evidence for what you're saying. You just have this religious belief system in what.
No, I have concrete evidence that the Earth is a globe, right? So
you don't have. First of all, you don't know the Earth is a globe. You just think it.
I do.
Yeah. Okay. What is that? What is your primary knowledge again?
My primary information is through GPS, but we won't go through that today.
Now, that wouldn't be primary. So you know that you looked at some numbers on a screen.
Oh no! I've looked at the source codes of GPS receivers.
Okay. So numbers on a screen.
So you know nothing about history.
I'm saying that's your primary information. Right? I'm saying that's your primary information is numbers on a screen.
And the data that comes with those numbers, yeah.
Okay. The data. So your your primary information is numbers on a screen. You can call it data. You can call it whatever. You can call who's or what's this. You can call it whatever.
It works.
You have no primary information at the Earth's to go. Period. That
my
data
information is good.
That you think is data
excellent information.
Would be secondary.
The information I use can determine your location to within 1 centimeter.
You just believe that, okay? Because the
I've done tests.
Trimble. Oh, you've done 1 centimeter test.
Not 1 centimeter.
How did you know it was accurate within 1 centimeter?
No, I haven't done the 1 centimeter
What was the
ones, but I've
reference?
done tests of GPS. I've verified its operation, and I know how it works.
No, you didn't. That's
And it
not
measures
possible.
curvature. I've done long enough distance runs to detect curvature.
Yeah, I don't believe you even for 1 second.
Why?
I don't think you even know how it works, quite honestly.
Okay.
No,
Let's
I'm
have
serious.
a bat off on who knows more about GPS then. Jin, I just saw your meme there about GPS's ground positioning. That is bollocks, mate. If you believe that, somebody has hoodwinked you big time.
So we already covered this. Okay. You don't have any primary information. You have secondary information. You've already admitted to me many times, well, not many, but enough, that GPS spoofing exists.
Yeah,
and that
but
I
you
can
can't do
send
it
you
at
into a
scale.
fucking brick wall.
You can't do it at scale, and you can detect.
How do you
GPS
know
spoofing.
that? The entire fucking country of Estonia is like on fucking GPS blackout. You can do it.
That's a blackout. That is not spoofing. That's a blackout. You can jam it, but you can't spoof at scale without it being detectable.
Okay, how do you know that?
Because I know how it works. You can see it in the design of the system. All you have to do is fix one GPS or know where two GPSs are relative to each other, and you can detect if you're being spoofed almost instantly.
And how would you know that? You would use the GPS, the very thing that's in question, to figure that out.
So if I have a fixed GPS...
Yeah, I wouldn't address what I said either.
So what did you say again, sorry?
You said you would need to know the relative position of the two GPS. Well, how would you know that from the GPS?
Oh, yeah, if you've got an antenna on each wing of an aircraft.
But you're getting a spoof signal. So how would you know that?
If you've got an antenna with independent receivers on each wing of an aircraft, you know that those wings always have to be 40 metres apart, whatever it is, okay? If your GPS at any time says those wings aren't 40 metres
Because
apart...
the orientation of the airplane would change depending on the orientation relative to the satellite, okay?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Okay, dude, the orientation of the wings relative to some satellite would change.
Yes, but the distance between them doesn't.
The distance that it measures will depend upon the orientation of the plane because the angle changes.
No. With two GPS
Yeah, because
receivers,
it's a
one on each
timing
wing,
signal. Now
you can measure the distance.
It's a timing signal. So say it's this. Say the GPS signal is going south to north, and the plane's wings are aligned south to north. Okay, that's going to be one
There's
timing
more than one.
difference.
You've got to
That's
have
going to
at
be
least
one
5
timing
GPSs,
difference.
right?
And if you rotate the plane, now they're both going to get the signal at the same time. If you tilt the plane upside at a 45-degree angle, you're also going to get a different value. Okay,
so you do realize you have to have
you're
more
saying
than one
you
GPS
know the wings
transmitter?
are 40 feet apart is crap, dude.
No bullshit. That's how differential GPS works. That's how they do GPS surveying.
They're not they're using static items.
So the GPS satellites, you have to have more than one to start with, right? So if you rotate, the position you measure for each end of the wing is going to move.
Yeah.
Back in the 80s, I built a thing that pilots carried onto ships. It had 4 GPS receivers on a fold-out board separated by 1 metre. It was as good as a compass for determining orientation, and you can buy commercial devices like that today.
Okay, I know source. Trust me, bro.
So you can, with two GPS receivers.
When I was a gardener in Ice Britannia, I forged unobtainium steel fork and swords.
Can you understand that two GPS receivers?
I don't believe you.
Okay, well let's ignore what I've done professionally and talk about what GPS gives you. Right, you get a coordinate.
You in here. I don't believe that you've done anything like that professionally, period. I don't think you've worked in any professional capacity of engineering or anything. I don't believe it. Do you know why I don't believe it? Because I've worked with these people, and I've heard them talk, and I'm associated with them on a day-to-day basis. You don't sound like any of them. You don't think like any of them. You don't behave like any of them. You say stupid shit like y'all are spreading misinformation instead of just giving the deets, right?
So let's go back to
I don't believe you. I think you're a LARPer, and I think you've been LARPing for about 2 years now. That you worked in this profession. I don't believe you.
So, Indy, if you have two GPS receivers, will they both get unique coordinates, right, for their position? You agree on that?
Hypothetically.
Yeah.
Hypothetically.
And if you had both of those coordinates, you could calculate the distance between the two receivers, right?
Hypothetically. Yes.
Now, if
why don't you show us you doing this? Sorry to interrupt you. Why don't you just show us where we're going wrong in a demonstrated, illustrated video that we can actually watch you do it? If you're such a professional.
That's a good point, Jen. He's a professional. He must have don't you have some of this shit in your garage from the 80s?
Yeah. Come on, man.
That's a good idea, Jen. I'll make you a video on that one. I'll do that. But Indy, right? So back to the principle here.
He's desperate. Yeah.
If your two GPSs have positions and GPS is functioning correctly, you will always get whatever the wingspan of your aircraft is as a distance between those two receivers, right? Plus or minus your error tolerance. Even if the aircraft rotates around, the GPS coordinates will have the same distance between them. That's how it works. That it gives you a geometric relationship.
Okay. The point is that the distance between the GPS satellite, so the receiver is going to get one value and the other receivers get another value, right? Correct?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. But the GPS satellite, okay, can't calculate any of that crap. Who's calculating the distance between the 2 points?
The satellite doesn't know where you are.
I know that.
Okay, so you need more than one. Okay, so what you're describing is a single satellite fix, which just doesn't work, right? You've got 5, 6, 7, or 8 GPS satellites. You are getting a fix from them as you rotate.
At what altitude are they? What altitude are these satellites?
Talking about Fantasyland shit, dude.
Yeah. What altitude are these satellites at? Where are they?
Look, me and Jen, we both have the Palantir fucking orbs, okay? We used it to find the fucking One Ring. We can sit here and talk like this all day about how me and Jen used the Palantir orbs to find the One Ring. Well, we almost found the One Ring, but we needed the third Palantir orb to find the One Ring. And then we knew the distance from the Palantir orb from each Palantir orb to the fucking One Ring to find fucking Proto.
Yeah, facts.
Dude,
that's what you sound like.
You understand that what I just said has the same evidence value of what you said.
But can you not see, in principle, this is how it would work? We're just discussing it.
Can you give me the altitude?
And I just used a Lord of the Rings analogy using the same principle of how it works.
Yeah.
Fine.
You're not giving me any detail as to where are these satellites? What altitude are these satellites? Fucking hell. What altitude are they? How many of them are there?
There's at least 25. Outside here in southern Australia, I get my GPS out. I typically see 35 GNSS satellites.
What altitude are they at?
The Navstar ones are at about 20,000 kilometres. The Japanese ones are a bit higher.
20,000 kilometres.
What's their wattage output?
What's their I think they have about
12,000 miles. You're saying.
How many watts is the radio transmitter? That's what I want to know.
Exactly.
It's not as much as you might think. It's only a few hundred watts, 500 watts or something.
500 watts.
I think so. Yeah.
Have you ever seen a 500 watt antenna?
Have you ever seen an autocorrelation filter?
Have you guys
seen a 500 watt?
Is basically in the noise.
They're very large.
He doesn't want to answer the
500
question.
watts is a lot of power, bro.
It is, but it's spread out over a long distance, right? By the time it gets to the surface of the Earth, the receive power level is very low. It's basically on the noise floor. You can only detect it through autocorrelation.
Okay, that's fantastic. I just said 500 watts is a lot of power. Where's that power come from?
They're solar powered.
The solar power.
2.5 kilowatts
500 watt solar panel for
They have
each
about
one of these
2.5
GPS.
kilowatts
Are
of
you
solar.
kidding me?
Sorry, what's that?
A 500 watt solar panel.
They have about 2.5 kilowatts of solar.
Really? That's what you think?
I think so, yeah.
Ooh. You're more gullible than I thought, bro.
Who's the flat earther here?
At home, but okay.
How many square feet do you think that would be?
Oh, it's quite a lot.
Yeah.
It's about 10 square meters, isn't it?
Well, I mean, I would guess about like half a basketball court.
Oh my god, half a
least.
basketball court.
A
What's
500 watt solar panel typically.
No. It's only 500 watts. The insulation of the sun is 1,000.
Hello, my friend. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth. You want to chat? Oh, nope. You left. Anybody else want to just hang out and talk? Otherwise, I'll put the recording back on. Going once.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that there was very little mention during that conversation, not having to dig at anyone, but about the method used to determine where satellites are from the ground.
Yes, I was thinking the same thing. And I know a little bit about the GPS system's backhaul. Ground stations take azimuthal and elevation angle readings to GPS satellites. And they calculate their position on a ball. So right there, you've got the coordinate reference system baked into it. So the GPS ground stations have a coordinate reference themselves, latitude and longitude, and they send their azimuth and elevation and timing data all the way to a central computing station in Colorado. Here's the fun part. In Colorado, they assemble all the observations from all the ground station data around the world together as part of the network. This is what they claim is happening. I don't believe it. But then they calculate where each of these satellites should be at the time of collection based off of Keplerian orbital elements. So they basically do a translation from ground-based terrestrial observations into an orbital reference frame that is itself a coordinate reference system and devoid of any meaningful measurements.
Right, and all that's
and so then they
post, right? That's post data, right?
Yeah. And then they tell the satellites where they think they should be. The satellites don't know where the fuck they are without being told where they are from the ground.
Exactly.
That's how they claim this works. So the satellites are told where they think they are, and then they adjust their timing appropriately. And this process happens every couple hours. Now, here's the thing. What if those satellites are actually beacons on the ground? You tell a beacon on the ground that it's up in outer frickin' space orbiting, solving for the mean anomaly and the Keplerian orbital elements and all of that shit. And then everybody receiving a signal from there will think it's coming from outer space.
How do they get it to change its positions then? Like, apparently, because they say it changes their positions, right? How do they manipulate that stuff?
The satellites are at a fixed point in the sky, supposedly. So you got to aim your shit at it. I mean, they're not too fixed, right? I think they're very slow. So they're 20,000 kilometers, so they're not exactly geosync. What does that mean? I don't know. I mean, are they Potentially on balloons too. But how do you know how far they are? I mean, you know how far they are based off of the clock that's given to you, the time of flight from the packet of that's sent and the time that it was sent to the time the packet was received. You don't control when that timing packet was sent and the clock that's on that. Right? That timing packet could say anything. Do you get what I'm saying now?
Yeah.
And who's to say that you and I are actually collecting data from the same GPS satellite in space? If we're at two different locations and we're essentially thinking we're crossing beams up in outer space. Well, not really shooting beams up, but you know what I mean. You're receiving beams from a common center point in outer space. How can we verify that we're both actually receiving these signals from the same fixed location? You know, GPS satellite, whatever, 9312. What if there are multiple ones? Multiple ones with the same identifier. Like, people think GPS is this big open source system, and it really freaking isn't. You know, the front end is open source. Yeah, anybody can build a receiver, and anybody can take their receiver and make these pseudo-ranging signals conformal to any reference system, any coordinate reference system they want. Whether it is WGS84 that matches the globe conception, or the freaking lunar datum that's 1/5 the size of the globe, and it still fucking works. Ain't that interesting? So they commonly use ECEF, but that's at a stopping point. That's actually what the receivers get, and then it's calculated onto any datum you want. But we go back to this ECEF, man, is a Cartesian coordinate tangent plane. Let me show you a picture, okay? This can go back into my previous discussion with you guys. I'll show you a picture of this. This might click. So, you know, India was talking about surface normals. I mentioned earlier in our discussion that every local tangent plane has a z-axis that's normal to the plane parallel surface on the ground in that coordinate system. Well, this axis is shared to the surface normal of the hypersphere on which all of these local tangent planes are chained together. So hang on. All right. Sorry to any user that's got a black background, but you see what I'm getting at. Do you see that green square that's on the ball? Everybody's focused on the ball when they think of GPS. They're like, oh, look, it's a globe. No. ECEF is that green chiclet square. Every receiver gets a green chiclet square, and that square could be as big or small as you want. All these local tangent planes, that's what they're called, LTPs, using east-north up as a reference system, or east-north down if you want. It doesn't matter, because in hyperspace, your vector to the point of origin of the hypersphere could be up or down, and it doesn't matter. That's an interesting thing about four-dimensional spatial geometry. So it doesn't matter, but you choose one as a reference. But that globe that people think is the Earth they live on is actually a mathematical construct of a four-dimensional hypersphere that allows them to chain these local tangent planes together and create a tessellating surface. You know? There's no rotational vector in ECEF. Same problem we have with airplanes flying over a flat surface and showing no pitch data when they go from Hawaii to Los Angeles in our example. Satellites have the same issue. They show no rotational vectors measured in telemetry data. The rotational vectors computed afterwards by the means I said earlier. They calculate local tangent planes where they are, they chain them together, and then they apply a coordinate transformation by issuing a rotation. You take covariance, you build a covariance matrix of each of the coordinates, and then you basically rotate the matrix.
So before the coordinate transformation, how do they measure the actual coordinates? It's XYZ, right?
Yeah, those are from local acquisitions of satellites. So to T-Dub's earlier point, right? He's like, well, nobody wants, and yeah, you got to have, so get this.
If it is a ball, why would you need to
elevation
do that
angle.
coordinate transformation? That's what I don't get.
Sorry, you don't get what now?
If they actually thought they lived on a ball, why would they need that coordinate transformation instead of just gathering the data as you would normally?
Well, yeah, that's the whole point. So, the rotational vector does not actually exist in any measured space. They rotate it in order to make it conformal to the spherical coordinate reference grid that they're using. So they apply it afterwards. They take everything, they build it up in one spatial dimension in Euclidean geometry, and then they contort and twist it non-Euclidean. Same thing that they do in geodesy, where they take planar surveys and then they basically use that as a texture map and they wrap it around a wire mesh ball. But in this case, it's a bit fancier because that ball is actually 4 dimensions, and this allows for each of the local tangent planes to exhibit Cartesian geometry and yet be chain linked to each other. But the jig is up when you've got some kind of circumnavigation situation. So they can create this coordinate reference system, but to prove that it's actually like this in reality, you need a measurement. So every time you use Euclidean geometry and you get accurate readings of the Earth, and it doesn't exhibit any of the undulations that's required for there to be curvature on this massive scale, you debunk this coordinate reference system as being accurate. So this is why they use WGS84 and chain together local tangent planes as a global asset tracking system. But when it comes to plane every time, they have no way of proving that these things are all chain linked together to the accuracy that they say that they are, because they're actually building this up from gathered data. They're not measuring it. So it's by induction and not deduction. So I got this great document that I've been looking at recently from the Naval Postgraduate School, and it talks about how they're finding not only within the literature itself of surveying, but within their own applications of mapping and target tracking, that it's better to use Euclidean planar geometry and planar coordinate systems than spherical. Let me post the on page of it. You can go find it yourself and read it. It's fascinating. And this isn't anything new. This is not like a conspiracy theory, but it's absolutely true. Planar coordinate systems are more accurate than spherical ones in reality at all scales. especially when precision counts at a small scale. So this invites the question, right? Like, what is the true orientation of all the land masses and all that? I mean, nobody knows. Nobody knows the true size, scale, distance, and orientation of all this stuff on a grand scale. It's absolutely true.
Hi.
Hello.
How are you?
Good. What's going on? That's it.
The globe, man. It's a toy. It's a way to conceptualize everything together, but we know it's not accurate. Like what they were saying before is you know for a fact that it's not true based off of the measurements that you're taking. So then people say, well, then what is it? What is this whole place? How does it actually look aggregated all together? One gigantic God's eye view of it all, and nobody really knows. Yes, it's 2025, and nobody really knows still. At least nobody in the public knows. I mean, and there could be some qualities to this reality that kind of seem fantastical. Nobody can really explain either. Not just up in the sky, but down here below. Sorry, go ahead.
I like when India was like, dude, I don't believe you at all. You know, you don't sound like anybody who knows or does any of this stuff in real life. And then Jin pops in and is like, why don't you just give us a video and show us how you do all this? Get your stuff from your garage and set it up, you know, and show us in a video. And he immediately moved. He changed subjects both of those times.
Like, sure did.
What about this? And yeah, and then he's like, oh yeah, I'll make a video. I guarantee you we ain't getting no videos from Daza.
Yeah, the problem with folks like him and many who meet us and run into us is they don't know who flat earthers are. A lot of us have really clear memories, long memories. I dare say near eidetic memories, near photographic quality. You know, we've been in this field for so long that we've seen so much, we've applied our skills, we've sharpened and improved our critical reasoning. We remember Daza. We remember so many conversations we've all had with Daza. And we've seen over the past 2 years where the stories of his life, his claims have evolved. I remember when he said that he was just dabbling in GPS systems as a hobby.
Right. I remember that too.
Yeah. That, you know, he built one himself at home, and he likes to help other people as a hobby build these things too. And he and I used to have conversations. Like I would try to educate him on the geometry and mathematics of how the system works, and he'd just be in denial the whole time. It's like he couldn't believe that somebody else might know the stuff better than him. Well, guess what?
Yep.
There's always going to be somebody who knows something that you know about better than you. You might run into them at some point, and that's exactly what happened to him.
Yeah, and if he had any humility and desire to improve upon his wisdom, he would listen. he'd go, "Oh, that's interesting. I've never heard of that. Tell me more about that. You know, how does this work?" But instead, it's no, it's this other thing, and you're wrong. It's like, bro.
I got to step out. I'm listening.
Yeah, no worries. That's all I had to say. He's just a bad actor, as they usually are.
Ryan asks, when have I met a Globetard that knows more than me? Well, guess what? I mean, yeah, there are Globers out there that know more than me about a lot of things. Listen, I suck at chemistry. I suck at biology. I suck at some things, computer science. I am not an expert in celestial navigation at the very least. I did sit down to try and figure it out. I built myself a freaking spreadsheet to solve for triangulation and distances using the Nautical Almanac. And that took me several months of working, just here and there at it like a little hobby. But without that thing, I'm freaking useless. So, I mean, it's like, yeah, there are Globers out there that do know more than me about a whole bunch of stuff. That doesn't mean that they know how to think about what they know.
Right.
Okay, stepping away for a minute. Feel free to take the mic.
Yeah, for me, like, I don't have the discipline like a lot of y'all do to just like cram and research. That is not how I'm built. Even back in school, studying, and I did not get along, and when I did, like, it would bear fruit, but I just don't have the discipline to do it. I think I'm probably more built to kind of understand the macro instead of the micro. So I understand concepts. I pay attention a lot to, like you mentioned earlier, you can fill your mind with the information, but you don't think critically about how, let's say, GPS system is built. So for me, it's just easy to go, well, listen, I don't know the ins and outs of how it works, but what I do know is essentially all these measurements are taken from the surface, and they're done assuming that the Earth, or the small sections that they measure, are planar in nature. They're flat. And then they take those and they map them over some kind of arbitrary coordinate system. You could do it like you mentioned before. You could make a rhinoceros, Earth, and plot these points on that sucker, and you could make a GPS system, or a rhinoceros location system, positioning system, because the data is taken from the surface and it's mapped over something that they've arbitrarily created. So the end user is going to get essentially a reading on a screen or whatever coordinate system they decide to give you. It could be a map of any kind. And, it's going to read out, this is where you are on this particular coordinate system. But arbitrary.
Yeah.
So, meanwhile,
real quick. A key point to understanding that is that the surface of a freaking rhinoceros is 2 dimensions, just like the surface of a ball is 2 dimensions. Because because you can give your position in an XY axis on any surface of any shape on a 3-dimensional object.
Yep. So the third axis ultimately really never comes into play unless you're looking at a topo map. But even then, it's 2D. So it's just giving you the information of height above the planar surface. So no matter what they do, they're using 2D planar coordinates, or they're measuring 2D planar coordinates. And if they're measuring topo, well, that's height above the plane. So.
Oh, I love that. I love that you brought up topo maps. I used to talk about that. Should talk about it more. It's a flat Earth proof, because a topo map has the scale, the distance, and if you measure peak to peak of elevation on a topo map, it's going to be accurate. But if Earth is a ball, then those peaks should be wider away from each other than the base of the peaks.
Correct.
Yeah, so are all topo maps wrong in this regard? Are they all distorted? Well, how would you be able to tell?
Right. Yeah, Daza, bad actor.
I haven't
Dishonest.
talked to him much, but I've seen him talk like in the text chat, and he double speaks quite a bit.
Oh yeah.
I have noticed that.
He hates my guts a lot because in the text, oftentimes he would make a claim, and I would say, "Okay, can you give me the evidence for said claim?" And I'll give you 5 minutes. And he would never bring it. 5 minutes would go by, and then I'd just kick him. I'd DC him for about 40 minutes, and I would just keep doing that. And so now he's my 5 minute guy. If you don't have the backup, just like Indio, I don't believe you. And then Jin pops in and says, "Why don't you show us? Just show us how you do this." And he never will. And so if he's not going to provide a backup for his claims, when Indio said you've got like a Jenga tower of a stack of claims, I was like, that is a perfect analogy. So I just want the evidence. I don't need to hear how you sound like you know what you're talking about. I want the evidence. And he gets kicked every time.
I started cracking up when Daza said that these satellites have a 500-watt transmitter, and India was like, "Oh, really?" I would have seen the antenna on that MFR, and then like Daza had no clue what India was getting at.
No. And how big are these solar panels, dude? We're talking 500 watts.
Yeah, that's another thing.
Hello, everyone.
Hello. Welcome to the Flat Earth Discord 2.0 channel. What brings you by? You ever spoken to a flat earther before?
No.
No. You ever heard of the topic? You ever heard of flat earth? Okay, see ya.
She did that like, oh no, she's still here. She didn't.
Marwa.
Yes.
You've heard of it? Okay, do you think it sounds stupid?
I don't understand you.
Do you think it sounds stupid, the idea of the flat earth? There's a lot of delay between when I speak and you speak, Marwa. Or did you want to speak in the VC, or you busy? It's okay. I guess she doesn't want to talk. Now she left. Fidel, how you doing? Can you mic up? You just here to listen? What's going on, brother? Or sister? Don't be shy. It's all right. We don't bite hard. Okay, well, if you do have any questions, feel free to ask us in this silence. Oh, you unmuted. Hello, Fidel. All right, Fidel. Well, if you're not going to talk, I'll talk. The Earth is a flat, stationary, enclosed realm. That's what you experience every day, and it turns out that your senses weren't lying to you. So, if you have any questions about that, feel free to ask. Otherwise, you've been brought up to speed, and yeah, welcome. I got to mute up for a second if anybody's got anything to say. Or not.
I'd be willing to bet my arm that sporadic is not on the tap water.
You should stay away from that tap water, dude.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I guarantee you sporadic ain't drinking it.
Wow, the app actually saved the text after having closed the app several times and not having been in this particular channel. been on other servers, the app saved the text I had ready to go to ban Robert again yesterday or the day before. Robert Utah.
Does he still come in here?
Yeah, so the server owner keeps banning every account he makes, and he just makes a new one and comes back in.
Why? How many accounts has he made?
Well, I've reported him to Discord several times now. He should, by rights, they should be banning his IP address, but he keeps flying away. They won't. Oh, that's like, well, it's against their TOS. They themselves say you're not allowed to do that.
Well, afraid to tell you that they're not going to do anything about that. I used to do that kind of stuff myself, trolling in other Discords, so there's not really much you can do other than ban him when he joins.
The garbage man trolleth.
That's right, garbage man troll.
It's about stamina now. Who can recreate their accounts more, or who can ban more? Who will win that war? Is his hate boner so strong that he'll just indefinitely make more accounts? That's the question.
He doesn't hate you, does he?
That's the only way I could explain this kind of behavior, is that he is so disturbed by the idea, and he has to pester us, to feel vindicated, that it may not even be us, but usually it is. After a while, it stops being about the topic, and it's just the messengers, That's my assumption. We got Vinny in here. Vinny, you've been in here before? Welcome, Vinny.
Hey, Vinny.
Hello, could you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yep. Hello, Fidel.
That's Fidel. Yeah, we can hear you now, Rude. Brother.
Yeah, thank you. So I have a question. So this room for a certain level in English or for anyone?
Well, yeah, this channel's for anybody, and I mean, you can certainly practice your English in here.
So it doesn't matter what the English level. What's my English level, right?
Well, if I think I understand your question, we mostly primarily speak English in here anyway, so we'd like to converse with people in English. I hope that answers your question.
Okay.
Do you have a question about the topic, perhaps?
No, because I believe in flat Earth, by the way.
Oh, you're a believer. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I think I understand your sentiment. We try to get even the flat Earth believers into the category of just having the knowledge that it is what it appears to be, by measuring it. And, in the cases of, like, let's say the physics of water, water is a great evidence, an empirical evidence that the Earth is flat. So you don't even have to believe it. You know that water finds its level, and everything is in relationship to that level surface. So,
yeah, makes sense.
You can stick your chest out when you talk to folks and say, "No, I know the Earth is flat," and go from there.
Mm-hmm.
It seems to bother people even more, which is not my goal, but it seems to bother them even more when you have a knowledge claim. Oh, I know the Earth is flat. How could you possibly know that? And then you figure out that they know it just as well, but they're under some kind of strong delusion or hypnosis that makes it their stationary, flat, enclosed experience is somehow on a ball, you just can't feel it or see it or, you know, all that stuff. Which, at this point, I kind of can only conclude that it is some kind of strong delusion or hypnosis.
Oh, dude, they get mad when you tell them it's flat. I'm telling you, bro.
Instantly. Well, welcome, Fidel.
Thank you.
We got Pavel. Welcome, Pavel. We got Pavel. We got Vinny. You guys are new to me. Maybe you've been here before, but you know, good to see you. We've got Denvias. Welcome. Y'all got any questions? Go ahead and ask. It's quiet. Whoever just joined, you've got a mic that is
The robot.
no bueno.
That is an actual robot.
Guess what, KS? If you keep it up with the noisemaker, I'm just going to mute you. We'd like to hear your actual voice if you want to ask a question. How are you? Or you've got maybe the worst mic of all time, KS. I don't know. But I see you lighting up, but there's nothing coming through. So you may have to address that. Silvercut, how are you? If y'all are not native English speakers, don't worry about it. We'll try to push through. You got to practice it somehow, right? Practice your English.
Yeah, I just want to say something about flat Earth. So,
okay.
I believe that the map that everyone who believes in flat Earth sharing over the internet, I don't believe that there is an actual, correct map, something like that, for which we can.
I would agree. I would agree. We're not using that map in here. We don't put forth any quote-unquote models. That azimuthal equidistant projection of a globe. Yeah, we don't ascribe to that. We don't promote that here. So the one that's getting tossed around out there, to me, has to be, you know, if I have my conspiratard hat on, it's an intentional distraction or straw man.
Yeah, I totally agree with that.
Yeah.
They want some kind to control the flow, to have some control on the flat Earth flow, if I'm using the right English word.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems to me that if there's ever any group or community or whatever that puts forth things that are true, it won't be long before somebody shows up with or another group of people will start to infiltrate that group and try to destroy it from within, by, let's say, putting forth models of globes. And I think most people were probably hoodwinked by that at the beginning because it looked plausible, the AE map. There are things about it that I can kind of go, that might be true, but the rest of it is kind of a joke, especially when you put like the sun and the moon above it, or claim heights to those particular, lights or whatever. Yeah, it's a bad deal.
Can I ask you guys something? If the Earth is flat, did any scientist can prove with math that it is flat? Or did someone go to the edge of the flat Earth?
Well, number one, scientists don't typically measure the Earth. Cartographers and people that make maps, like the surveyors, they do that. So all the cartographers and the surveyors, they measure the Earth to be flat. So, and anybody who navigates the Earth, they measure it flat. Anybody who builds on it, they measure it flat. The water's flat. All the land is measured against that horizontal datum. So yeah, it's measured flat by everybody. There's actually nobody that has any curvature or globe evidence. Now, going to the edge of said realm, well, nobody actually knows where that is. So if you could tell me where the edge of the realm might be, and also kind of qualify what you mean by edge, then maybe we could start looking there. Where do you think the edge of the realm is?
I think if it is flat, there is an edge. It is not in.
Yeah, there might be a limit.
Okay, limit. Okay, limit the Earth. If the flat Earth is not unlimited or infinity land, there is a limit. What is that limit?
I have no idea. If you know where we should start looking, let me know. But we do know how we have a limit of some kind because we have gas pressure here, the air pressure. So if the air is contained, and so is the water, then there must be some sort of limit to the realm.
Well, I think
what else would be holding in the air,
Wait a minute, just I'm looking for something.
Just one quick question to Abdu. Abdu, have you actually measured the curvature yourself, seen it and photographed it so we can see that curvature you've measured? Thank you.
Temperature? No, I didn't measure temperature. But also I know that a lot of mathematical relations depend on the Earth is circle, so we can build on this concept many things.
Okay, well, that would be affirming the consequent, but could you tell me what relies on the Earth being curved? Who's using the curvature of the Earth in practical purposes, for practical purposes?
Well, I want to give you guys example how circle Earth is. If you on the beach, and there is a ship is going forward to the ocean, to the middle of the ocean, you will see that the bottom of that ship is going down. It's being decreased until it vanished. If
okay,
was flat.
Okay, let's say, hold on, before you say if, hold on a second. Before you say if, I want you to tell me how you deduced that it is the curvature of the Earth that is blocking out the bottom of the boat, not inferring it. Because if you infer it, that would be logically fallacious. Do you understand?
Well, I think because you will see that there is something is coming up from the ocean, and the ship is going to decrease, going to sink. It will be sinking.
I understand that. I understand that. You see the bottom of the boat seeming to disappear behind what you believe, what someone suggested to you, was Earth curve. I want to know how you deduced that, not how you infer it, or someone inferred it and then you took that on board as your own belief system. Because you realize there are many optical effects that could cause that. Did you eliminate all of those optical effects before you ended up at this has to be Earth curve? Or did someone tell you it was Earth curve and you just took their word for it?
What obstacles can be in this situation? Sun?
Well, one of the major ones is what I would call foreshortening or angular size. So when the angular size of the boat decreases and let's say the water or the waves or whatever undulations there might be in the water maintain their angular size, it would appear as if the boat is going behind Earth curve when all it is essentially small waves in the foreground blocking out the bottom of the boat, which is much smaller in angular size in the distance. That's probably the main one. But there are other miraging, or you could say refractive effects, distortions with the light that could cause that phenomena as well. So you have to eliminate those things before you go ahead and come to the conclusion that it is indeed Earth curve. And then if it is Earth curve, well, then that Earth curve would have to have a geometric, like you mentioned math earlier, it would have to have a geometric place that we could measure to establish that this is indeed curvature or a tangent point or a sagitta that is blocking out the boat.
Can I add something?
In this situation, the tangent, the Earth is huge according to human, so that humans can consider it flat. If you, for example, if you have
let's go back to the math then. How big is the Earth? Because the claim is that it was measured on the surface. So certainly we should be able to measure on the surface, especially if we have something called an Earth curve calculator. So it's definitely detectable. It's not as big as you're claiming. If you're claiming it can't be seen, then I guess the Earth curve calculators are just a big joke.
Why it will be a joke?
Well, because you said you can't measure the curvature of the Earth on the surface. It's too big. And I'm going to ask you, how big is it and how did they determine its size? If you were talking about math earlier, let's talk about the math. Where was the measurement of curvature performed? And how?
Well, first of all, you can use telescopes from the space, and you can take image.
It's supposed to be measurable on the surface.
How? I told you it is bigger than the human person. You can.
So you can't measure the Earth's curvature on the surface. So what you're telling me is that nobody actually determined that they lived on a sphere, but then they did a bunch of calculations to get a rocket into space to orbit the sphere that they didn't know was a sphere? That sounds like a really bad idea.
There is a problem in flat Earth also, not only the measurements and the mathematical, the 4 seasons.
Hold on a second. Why did you skip past the thing that I just talked to you about and then move on to there's another problem with the flat Earth? Now you're poisoning the well. I don't know why you're not having an honest conversation with me. Don't poison the well. Answer the question, how do you measure the curvature of the Earth from the surface? And if you're telling me that you can't, well, I'm going to say welcome to flat Earth, because that means nobody could actually know how to orbit said ball if you can't measure said ball.
Well, I can say that I don't have a lot of information in this particular thing, the measurement of curvature of Earth. But also I just understand your opinion on flat.
It's not an opinion. It's not an opinion. The Earth is measured flat by everybody. Remember the map makers, the cartographers, the surveyors, the navigators, everybody measures the Earth and utilizes it as a flat plane. So there is no curvature to even discuss when it hasn't been measured. And whatever you think about the problems are with the flat Earth, well, I'm going to need some kind of evidence that would substantiate any claims about what everybody is doing is measuring the Earth flat, and now you're telling me there's a problem with that.
I want to add something here. So, going back to your question, Abdo, about the ship. So I think there is kind of experiment that you can do it at home using some kind of lenses to simulate the reflection, and while moving anything to the edge of the table, you can see that portion of or the bottom of that object are going to disappear, and it's quietly similar to what you can see on the ship.
So is correlation causation? Is correlation causation?
Well, he's just saying that you can see things disappear bottom up on a flat surface. I think he was responding to
Abdo. Right, okay. Sorry.
Yeah, he was talking to Abdo and offering up the coin on the table, disappearing on the level table, that's all. But my question to Abdo is this.
Right.
Abdo, you see, you're making a very big mistake because you haven't measured the curvature yourself, because you keep saying the Earth is too bigger than humans, right? But we've gone out to check it, and we know that the Earth is not curved anywhere. We've got to measure it, and we're measuring horizontality. So I think before you say the Earth is not flat and the Earth is a ball, you need to confirm that. You haven't done that. You're just believing other people, but you don't know yourself. You don't know the size of the Earth, the radius, the circumference, the angle tilt. You know nothing of your model, but you're insisting we are wrong. That's the problem I don't like. You're not even checking. I'll shut up there. Thank you.
Why should I believe in your things while in other side, NASA? You will say NASA.
We're not asking you to believe. I've got to stop you there, right there, Abdo, because you're not being asked from us to believe anything. Like Jin just pointed out, you could go and test it yourself, right? What we're saying is something that you can actually go and do. What NASA's saying is something that you can't do. That's the difference.
Do you have a telescope to prove your thing?
What?
Your opinion?
Yeah, a telescope. Yeah, we see too far because there is no curvature that should be obstructing our ability to see further. So yes, we have telescopes, long-distance observations across the surface of the Earth. Why did you bring telescopes up there?
Because if you have telescopes, it is easy. Take image for the Earth from outside, and you will see if it's flat or not.
Sorry. I thought when you said a telescope, you mean I could put a telescope on a tripod and, from the surface of the Earth make observations. Where am I putting this telescope? Please tell me.
Outside the Earth.
Outside the Earth. And this is something that you've done, I presume. This standard of evidence that you think that we should do, I presume you've done it also.
Look.
Is that a yes or a no?
I asked you before, do you have telescopes?
I'm asking you about what you've asked us, the standard of evidence. You're saying if we took a telescope to what I'm going to call space, and I'm asking you, is this something that we can do? Have you done it?
Here comes the spiral.
You didn't do it.
Okay. No, did you do it? The standard of evidence that you put upon us, did you do it?
No.
No.
Right.
Okay.
There you go.
So is this like the evidence from NASA that we have to believe, that you believe because you haven't verified it for yourself? Is that the standard that we're at? Yes?
Did you verify there is another planet or
did I verify there's other planets? What, begging the question that the Earth is a planet and other things that we see are other planets like the Earth? What? We're trying to prove that the Earth is a planet. Now you're talking about other planets. What the hell?
I said if you can believe there is another planet, why do you think NASA
don't believe in things that I can't verify. Right? If I can't verify it, it's not going to be knowledge to me. Now I can choose to believe it, but I don't believe this story because I can't verify it. Just like you. Right, you haven't been with a telescope to space. You've looked at what you categorize as other planets, but we're trying to prove that the Earth is like those things that you see in the sky. Can we get to the Earth, please? I'm starting to become frustrated. How do we prove the surface of the Earth, its orientation and description? How would we go about doing that?
From images for the Earth.
So again, back to NASA, something that you haven't done and that I can't verify. Are we going to go around in circles, or is there something that we can practically do on the surface upon which we reside? We have access to the Earth, don't we?
NASA is lying about being the Earth is a planet, or
sorry, where have NASA taken their images from?
From the space.
From space, and that's a vacuum, yes? Almost absolute ultra-high vacuum, 10 to negative 17 torr. The vacuum of space is where they're taking images from, yes?
Yeah.
Okay, and the Earth is an open system, thermodynamically open to this vacuum, yes? There is no physical barrier making the Earth a closed thermodynamic system in your story, yes?
No.
There is a physical barrier around the Earth.
Physical barrier? No.
No, so it's an open system then. No physical barrier, like a container that's open will be a thermodynamically open system. Yes?
It's open system.
Okay, cool. How do you have gas pressure without a container?
Because you have gravity.
Sorry, what's the definition of gas pressure?
Well, if you go on a top of mountain.
No, I'm asking you what the definition is. What causes gas pressure?
The gravity. There is a gravity for the Earth.
Let me explain it to you like this. In PV equals nRT, the ideal gas formula, where pressure is solved by force over area, the gas that has kinetic energy given to it by temperature is in constant motion. The amount of collisions that the gas has with the walls of its container, V, is the cause of the pressure. Now, within PV equals nRT, where's G? Where's G?
Measure the
experiments? Boyle's law, Avogadro's law, Gay-Lussac's law. This is all part of kinetic molecular theory. We're talking about thermodynamic behavior, gas that has kinetic energy given to it by T. I'm asking you, within PV equals nRT, where is the G?
How did they measure the...
no, not measure, cause. I'm asking you what causes, not measure, cause.
How did they measure air pressure?
Air pressure?
Yeah.
How do you measure it? No, I'm asking you what causes it.
Air pressure, the gravity of Earth.
Okay, can you provide me with a scientific experiment that proves that gravity, whatever that is, causes pressure, please?
Mercury. They used liquid mercury. They have two bottles.
Measuring pressure. I'm asking you to cause pressure with gravity in an experiment. Not measure it.
They measured the air pressure.
Can you stop saying measure? I'm asking you to provide the experiment that demonstrates causal relationship, i.e. gravity causing pressure. You know what an experiment is, right?
You can't use a barometer with a pool of mercury as you're begging the question. No, bro, listen. You can't use it because that'll be begging the question. Right? That's circular reasoning. And besides that, you're giving the example of needing a solid surface or a liquid surface for the gas to press upon. You're trying to prove that gas pressure can be caused without the necessity for anything for the gas to press on.
Look, by using mercury to measure air pressure on the surface.
That's gas pressing on something.
No.
That's gas pressure. That's our argument. No, listen, bro. You need to demonstrate gas pressure without. Hey, listen, stop. You need to show. You need to demonstrate. Hey, bro, stop talking. You need to demonstrate gas pressure without the necessity for a surface for the gas to press upon. Can you do that? Can you do that? You need to show how gas pressure can happen without a surface to press upon.
Yeah, I don't think he quite understands you, man. He's lost there. He's slightly confused. Say a container or something, because he hasn't got it. He hasn't got it.
Okay, gas pressure is the force that the gas puts on the wall, on the surface, something material. Okay, you're claiming that can happen without a surface to press upon.
Look, there is pressure on any solid thing or anything anything on the surface. Okay.
Yeah.
How you can measure and prove it to exist by using a liquid?
Excuse me. Again, this is becoming ridiculous. I don't care what you do with your barometer, right, and your mercury. What you're going to do with that barometer of mercury is measure pressure. That's going to be measuring it. I want you to cause it. Pressure. Make it happen.
The gravity. Because
gravity. Make it happen with gravity.
I want to continue. The experiment, no one can say it is wrong. They measured
won't be an experiment.
And the surface and air pressure on the top of mountain. They figured
that's a differential in gas pressure.
Wait, can you wait?
Because I know what you're going to say. You need to stop.
Okay.
What you're doing is measuring a differential in gas pressure. It's different up a mountain than it is down here. That's you measuring a differential. I'm not asking for that. I'm asking you to cause it. Make it happen.
I'd like to add context. Listen, my friend, there is the molar density. The molar density of gas on top of a mountain is less. That's why the pressure is less.
No, not the molecule. No,
air is thinner.
The molecules of oxygen on top of mountain, it is similar to the oxygen molecules in the surface. Nothing changed.
What are you talking about? We're asking you to cause gas pressure.
Yes.
Sorry.
Okay. There is a lot of oxygen molecules.
What causes gas pressure? I've also provided you with the ideal gas formula, PV equals nRT, which very eloquently describes, due to the experiments that have backed it up, that gas pressure is caused by the force of the gas exerting on the walls of its container, like, for example, the gas in a tire, the gas in a balloon, the gas in any container is under pressure because of the fixed volume. I'm asking you to cause pressure by taking the container away and replacing it with gravity in a scientific experiment. Please, for the love of God.
Can you control on molecules or electrons.
Can you provide me the evidence for your claim scientifically?
If you can
produce?
You can control on element.
Why are you devolving into mumbles, dude?
Yeah, you're not answering the question.
Hold on.
Look,
I'm asking you a very specific question. You're not answering me specifically. It's frustrating.
Can you control on electrons by magnet?
Why are you talking about electrons? We're talking about gas. Please forgive me for being short with you.
Because gas contains electrons and
no, you're supposed to be using gravity, not magnetism. Not magnetism, gravity. You have to use gravity.
What is gravity?
That's up to you. That's your problem. You said that the gravity can. You said gravity can cause gas pressure. All right. So we want to see you do that. Demonstrate that in a scientific experiment.
You are just guys ignore that.
Can you do it or not? Can you do it, Abdo? Just answer this. Can you do that? Can you perform a scientific experiment where you use gravity to cause gas pressure?
The mercury. What can I say? Mercury. You just ignore that.
No, that's measuring, not causing.
Measuring what?
Measuring pressure, not causing it.
Okay.
That's going to be the amount of pressure that already exists is going to be pressing on the mercury, which is going to cause the convention of temperature. However, we're going to read it because of the expansion or contraction of mercury. Now, that's going to be because of the force of the gas exerting on the liquid of mercury. Okay? Now, I want you to cause it without a physical interaction. I've provided you with experiments, provided you with the formula demonstrating that it's the force that the gas exerted upon the walls of its container that causes pressure. You're saying there's something else. I'm asking you for the experiment that backs that claim up. That's it. If you haven't got it, just say no.
Yes. Can you, or not? Abdul, can you show up how
I don't need somebody else reiterating what I've just said. I've spoken to him. I want him to reply. The fuck? Have you got the experiment, dude? Do you know of one?
I'm just looking for it.
Okay.
Well,
what do you think gravity is, by the way?
Instead of looking for it and then being silent, you could have said, I don't know. Can I please go and look for it? You could have answered, Jedi.
I just answered.
What's gravity, by the way, whilst you're looking?
Gravity is the force that keeping you on the ground.
Okay, so you disagree with Einstein then?
What did he say about gravity?
Einstein's the bending and warping of space-time. Mass attracting mass. Newtonian physics violates special relativity because of the time component. Right? So, mass attracting mass, the force, was replaced in 1915 by Einstein, the German guy with grey curly hair and a mustache, right? Him. General and special relativity is apparently the gravity that we use today. But you don't think is right. You're going to go with the pre-1915 one, yes? Good luck finding an experiment for that.
Did you prove his theory?
Did I prove?
Did he prove his theory? Einstein.
Who? Einstein, scientifically, no. It's a mathematical construct.
Okay.
Well, neither did Newton. Neither did Newton. Newton didn't either.
Every action,
that's nice.
Have reactor.
That's nice.
No,
right. You should have listened to what T-Dub just said. And I'm going to cut to the end of the story for you so you understand. There's no scientific experiment that backs up any Oh, you're going to start crying? I'll start again. There's no scientific experiment that proves gravity, whichever one you want to think it is. Mass attracting mass or Einstein. There isn't one. So us asking you to go and get a scientific experiment of gravity causes pressure is a fool's errand. Because there's no experiment that proves that gravity, because that's not a real thing, causes gas pressure.
Because you just ignore the weight of molecules are different.
Does gas have weight?
So,
what type of weight does gas have?
Molecules of gas have weight, if you don't know.
I almost went through this. This is in PV equals nRT. I'm going to lose my temper with you when you say, I don't know this. The molecular mass, that's not mass that's not the same type of mass, my friend. That's the amount of electrons and neutrons and protons within the molecule. 1, 2, 5, 7, whatever the number is. That number has a value. But that's not the mass that you're talking about now, is it?
Massive molecule are different, and by then the gravity can affect on.
So you think mass attracts mass?
Also, the equation of pressure equal.
You agree with that equation then, do you?
On what?
The equation for pressure?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's force over area. The force that the gas has, that has kinetic energy that's in constant motion because of the temperature, colliding with the walls of its container. That's the V, that's the volume.
Also,
pressure equals mass and volume.
One sec. I just posted. One sec, bro. I just posted something for you in the side chat. Right, so pressure in liquids and gases. The pressure in a liquid or a gas at a particular point acts equally in all directions. For what you're saying to be true, this would have to be not true, and you would be disregarding actual physics and the understanding of fluid statics and fluid dynamics. You would have to say that no, the pressure is greater in one direction, downwards, and it's not. I'm sorry.
Why should I say that? Because the ground is correct.
Yeah, because you're saying downwards is greater than any other direction and causes greater pressure. No, it's equal in all directions. Sorry.
Down in direct of what? The center of Earth? Yeah.
You're saying that if you go to any point, at any point within a liquid or a gas, right, that you can measure the greater pressure in the downward direction than any other direction. But that's not what's true. What's measured is an equal pressure in all directions, not just down.
Because there is a gravity.
Gravity again. Okay, so now you're going to have to back that up.
The Earth is
sorry, dude. If you're going to say things, can you back them up now? You keep saying gravity. Experiment, please. I'll go and get you the experiments that went into PV equals nRT and kinetic molecular theory, shall I? I'll go and get you the experiments that went into Boyle's law, Avogadro's law, Gay-Lussac's law, all of these experiments. I'll go get them for you. You go get me the one where gravity, whatever that is, causes gas pressure in an experiment. Can you go and get that now?
What is the pressure? The equation of pressure.
You need to go and get an experiment because you said gravity, didn't you?
Wait, the mass of volume equal number of moles and number of mass of molecule, and also Avogadro's number.
Avogadro's number?
Yeah, that is.
Yeah. So what happens when you have different types of gas, the same molecular amount in the same volume? Is there more pressure where there's more molecular mass?
Do you believe molecules?
Hello? That's a fucking question. Do I have to repeat the question again that I was at pains to go through with you? I asked you a question so you would go on to understand. You don't want to understand, I presume.
If you believe oxygen molecules have weight, you will use.
It's got fuck all to do with belief. When you say weight, that's not the weight that's expressed within PV equals nRT. You're using mass incorrectly. When you say weight, that means a direction downwards. Only downwards. Question, does gas move only downwards?
Why do you believe it
does gas move only downwards?
Did you?
Hello, that's a fucking question, dude. Ask you again. Does gas move only downwards?
Yeah, why only that?
Yeah, gas moves only downwards. So when it's released from the bottom of the surface of the water, like the seabed, like a methane vent, and it goes upwards in a bubble and disperses into the space above the water, that's gas only going downwards, is it?
What if you added oil?
Excuse me, I've asked you a number of questions. You have failed to answer any one. Every single time there's a silence, you come back with a question for me. Now you're talking about adding oil. That's got bollocks all to do with gas going in every direction now, doesn't it? An oil, that'll be a solid boundary, a liquid solid boundary, yeah, like around a bubble, causing the gas within inside the bubble to be under pressure within the fixed volume. Hello?
Wait, I will...
What will you do now?
Yeah.
I'm getting a headache listening to this, bro.
Defend yourself then.
I will, if I can share. This is the image of the law of pressure also. You will see G.
Right, now I've got to go to the site. It's probably a good idea that if you're going to post, my friend, I'm going to give you some advice. If you're going to post something that's just a link, in future, along with the link, copy and paste the thing that you are talking about within the link. Can you do that next time, yeah? Right, I'll open your link. And then you're going to need an experiment that backs this up, aren't you? Oh, for fuck's sake, which one of these multiple Google searches are you talking about, dude?
Atmospheric pressure.
Yeah, good. Now provide me the experiment for it.
They used the mercury. What can I say?
No. That's measuring pressure. There's a G in there. That's going to be the cause of pressure. In science, we elucidate causes of things happening. In this instant, the thing that should be happening is gas pressure. You're supposed to be causing it with gravity. You provided a formula with G in it. I want the experiment went into the formula. You abstract mathematics from science. I do hope there's been some science that's been done here.
They used mercury in different altitudes and different heights.
Mercury.
They figured
that would be the. I went through this. I went through this. That's the gas that's already under pressure colliding with the mercury. That's a physical interaction. Now you need to provide in the experiment where gravity is causing pressure, not you measuring it.
Because if oxygen have weight. So
sorry, does oxygen just go downwards on a scale, does it?
Because there is a factor.
Sorry, which way does oxygen go?
Down on the surface.
Oxygen only goes down, does it? So when it's produced by phytoplankton in the sea, it goes downwards, does it? It doesn't fill the area above the ocean.
Because the difference in density in water doesn't apply on the surface.
There was a question there, you intolerable man. I've asked you several. You keep going on about nothing that I've asked you. You said that oxygen only goes down. I've pointed to you an example in nature where gas obviously goes up. Now, are you denying what reality does, are you?
Density in water.
Hello? There's a question. Are you denying what reality does?
No. Because
Okay, so gas goes up then, does it? Oxygen goes up. In actual fact, gas expands, doesn't it, to fill the volume?
Gas can expand.
It can expand, and gas does expand because of the collisions.
A barometer's not a set of scales, Abdo. No, Abdo, don't use a barometer. A barometer doesn't measure weight. It does not measure weight. And I told you that the pressure at that point from where you're measuring is equal in all directions. So if you were to be able to turn your barometer upside down, it would measure the same amount of pressure as it did when it was up the right way. So not just down. It's not measuring weight, it's measuring pressure.
Can you explain to me why the pressure on top of mountain less than on surface?
Oh, you're not going to understand the answer, dude. Right, the gas is produced at surface level. I just went through the oxygen that was produced by phytoplankton in the ocean. The gas is produced at surface level. There's also more temperature at surface level. Right, so where the gas is produced, it's going to be more dense until it disperses. So more temperature, which causes more elastic collisions. Right?
If gas goes
is gas produced in the sky?
How did the gas at Mount Everest get there? How did the gas get there?
By your explanation, iron in up or top of mountains more than in the ground, right?
What are you talking about, dude?
He's talking about the molar density again. Of course, there's less of it up there because it originates at the surface, just like everybody's been telling you.
By your explanation,
no, look, you've got plants and trees, you got the phytoplankton, you've got geology, you've got gas pockets trapped under the earth, and it's just exuding gas from the surface. You're going to find a higher incidence of molar density where the gas is sourced at the surface.
And by your logic, there shouldn't be any. That's the top of Mount Everest.
Hey, Abdul, let me ask you, do you think different molecular weights stratify based off of molecular weights due to gravity? In other words, should helium separate itself from nitrogen and oxygen?
Well, it can't separate because there is reactions and chemical bonds between them.
What?
There's no gases don't have bonds. It's unbonded, dude.
If you have a balloon of helium, it is going upwards.
Dude.
Right, because the helium's contained.
Because it's contained, it is going upwards.
If you pop that balloon, the helium goes everywhere.
Who told you? Did you see helium?
Oh my goodness me.
Wow.
Oh boy.
Wow.
We have to start dealing with honest speaking partners here. Abdo, I think you're not being very honest with us because we're flat earthers. You're trying to defend your globe position and you're bumping up against conventional physics.
No, you said think I never heard it before. Who told you the helium will going everywhere?
It's filling the gosh damn balloon, dude. It's expanding in all directions. That's why it's, sort of spherical shaped.
The only reason why the helium is in one space is because we've taken expands with that fucking helium. When you remove the container, the gas mixes. Duh.
Also, who told
you? What do you mean? What do you mean? Who? This is what we all experience. If you would like to talk about the intricacies of the second law of thermodynamics, ideal gas, we've been doing that for the last half an hour. We're just talking about now the mixing of ideal gases.
You are saying that
You can isolate one system from another system, right? You can Hey, bro, you can isolate one system from another system, put one system within the other system, and then read the pressure of the external system, and then expose the two systems together, and then measure the pressure again and find that it's different. So that's how you know, like through demonstration and measurement.
I think I must go now. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah. Who told you that these gases are homogeneous?
Yeah, you can observe it yourself, like high school chemistry.
Can you see helium? You see helium moving around? You see it?
I think we should always turn that question back around on them. Why is there less gas pressure at the top of a mountain? That's a good question. Why is there still pressure up there? How come it's not all just kind of in a puddle on the ground where, we have to walk around and suck it up? Jeez.
Yeah, the other good question that I thought was really good was, how did the gas get up there? That was a really good question. That question would have sorted him out, but he didn't answer it. I don't think he didn't hear it properly as well. But that was a good question. How did the gas get up there?
Yeah.
I was just waiting to present my Journal of Cave and Karst Studies document, but
yeah, that's really good too. That throws them off. Again. Oh, yeah, sorry, Charlie. That throws them off because in their worldview, gas pressure should increase in a cave. And we tell them it doesn't. It can go down or up or be neutral. They're like, I wonder why. If your gravity is pulling things to the core of the earth, a cave should be intense. That should be exponentially more intense.
And then he was sent to get an experiment that can show how gravity makes pressure. I thought that was really funny. And whilst you're looking, what is gravity anyway?
It's so funny that this is a common misperception. And I know for a fact that people have been educated to this extent would have answered these questions honestly and got them correct on the test back in school. It's only because they're here talking to flat earthers that they start going into abject denialism.
Yeah, that's right. A very good point you raised there. See, the psychology there now, because they're talking about flat earthers, they're going hell for leather to protect their position. They'll lie to do it. That's what's being demonstrated.
Just Ross looks familiar. Is he a frequent flyer? Does he have a position?
Yeah. He's a frequent flyer. Some other guy that we probably talked to in the past just on an alt account. I wonder if that's Daza or Prototad. What's going on, Just Ross? Whoever you are.
Hello. I have not encountered you all until 4 weeks ago? I forget. I've lost count how many weeks now it's been. But
okay.
Oh yeah, you were going up to.
This is the only account I've ever interacted with y'all.
Great, I believe you. You sound trustworthy.
Yeah, long distance observations. That's where we left him at. Long distance observations. That's where he was at the last time we all spoke to him, I think.
He and I have been talking about this 2000 24 April eclipse observation. Just Ross, why did you change the perspective when the actual observation didn't?
Okay, so what I was doing, I was demonstrating that the angle can appear different depending on which way you're looking at it. So the image that you showed me. I mean, maybe it can be approximated that way. I guess I'll accept it. But,
I would.
Yeah, I was just showing that depending on which way you look at it, the angle can appear different, and then the drawing of that trajectory, I guess, it was derived from those photos. But those photos look like they weren't looking straight at where the sun, at where the eclipse would be. It was looking at it, off. I don't know how far to the side, but I was just wanting to demonstrate that just changing your angle of where you're looking can change the appearance of that angle. So when they take the photo of the eclipse, right? Yeah, the angle can just shift.
That is a fair point. Now, the observer set up his camera in a fixed location in his backyard, understanding this, and ensured that he was able to, from this fixed position, track the changing trajectory of the sun and the moon over the preceding 2 weeks.
Yeah, actually, I had a question about, because in one of the images, it looked like he had a spreadsheet of the moon's altitude and azimuth in the hours before and after the eclipse, but how could he see it? I don't know how he got that data.
He got it from timeanddate.com because they have a moon.
Oh, okay, tracker. So he wasn't. Okay, so that's why that's why the data was identical. Okay, those weren't his observations. Right. He didn't measure it.
Oh no. Okay. Well, the angle measurements came by time and date, but what was interesting was the visual tracking of this. And this, I got to say is what's really interesting, Ross, is, we read what the model should do on time and date, and it doesn't always match the observation. It happens time and time again. And with eclipses, whether lunar or solar, the errors, I should say the observations don't match the model even worse. And we hear all the time from people coming in that eclipses could only happen under a heliocentric kind of cosmology. And for us, I mean, we just start licking our lips at that because we know from observation that it can't be the case.
Yeah,
I mean, NASA even calls
that argument.
Yeah, NASA calls the Selenelian lunar eclipse the impossible eclipse. They know that there's some very crazy, unexplained geometric complexities at work. Now, of course, they invoke astronomical refraction, but it's not enough to explain how the shadow moves in the opposite direction that it should either. It may affect the placement, but not the direction. So, I mean, it's all this to say that, there's a belief that when we're taught how the universe works, especially as children through high school, that we're taught an idealized system, and it explains almost everything at first glance. But when you start digging into the details, when you start really examining everything, the claims, it starts to fall apart. And it becomes more obvious the more you look that things aren't exactly the way they're supposed to be, the way they're taught. They actually are how they're supposed to be, but the way they're taught to us is how we think they should be, how they're supposed to be. But reality tells us a completely different story. I was discussing earlier how the sun itself is interesting in this regard because, we're told that these objects in the sky, these stellar objects, are of immense size relative to a globe Earth and immense distance. The stars are trillions and trillions of light years or miles away. They're light years away, and the sun is a mere 93 million miles away. And we're told that these things are so big relative to a tiny Earth that the light that they cast off from their surface has rays that are effectively parallel due to the scaling factor differential between the teeny Earth and these large objects. So this means you could treat the sun's surface as flat, where the rays are parallel to each other and perpendicular to the sun's relatively flat surface. And the diverging angles we see to the sun, depending where we are at the same time where the sun is due to our location on a curving Earth. And what's interesting is this is the same claim they have for the stars as the sun, and we're taught that the sun is a nearby star. Well, the funny thing is due to the ecliptic of the sun, which doesn't match the sidereal rotation of the stars, the sun has a different angular velocity depending where you are and its apparent location over time. So on the horizon, it seems to move very slowly at 45 degrees north latitude. And then as it moves overhead, it starts hauling ass. It almost doubles, if not 2.5 times, its angular velocity. Meanwhile, from this location, I could see a star, and the star kind of chugs along at a fairly consistent 15 degrees per hour, but that's not really consistent. The point I can get to later if I remember to come back to it. So how can these lights be producing parallel rays? And how could the Earth be turning, and yet we have completely different trajectories and velocities of these stellar objects? And the moon throws in a bigger monkey wrench into the situation, because the moon is so much closer. And is the light from the moon treated as parallel to the Earth? Of course not. That would be ridiculous. But guess what? There's a moon light that's bright enough to be captured by a moon dial. The moon dial operates under the same principle as a sundial. The same principle being parallel light to a curving Earth. So something to chew on a little bit as you start to explore and grapple with these topics. Yeah, we're a bunch of nerds here, at least in 24/7 Flat Earth. We're not like the TikToker Flat Earthers that you see or the Facebook Flat Earthers out there. We consider ourselves more academic in a sense. We value academic integrity and honesty and empiricism. We uphold empiricism above all. And if we're found to be wrong, I mean, call us out, please do. Those of us who strive to be honest will eat the humble pie best we can and move on.
Yeah, sure. I do appreciate you. That is my impression of you guys, to be honest, is you do have a very strong, I don't know if emphasis is the right word yet, but yeah, you're very much empiricists for the most part, as from what I can tell. Whereas I think Globers, well, at least, I don't know, I've observed many Globers that are not very rigorous in their thinking, but the ones that are, they tend to be more, I guess, rationalists rather than empiricists.
You know, I get along with them just fine. Like, fine, you've not accepted this worldview of flat Earth, but you're striving to be honest, and that's okay. Like, most people in our lives around us, I'm sure all of us can say this 24/7. Most people we know are Globers, and they're people that we know and love and trust with our lives who believe in a globe, and that's okay. You know, we just wish they'd see the Earth the way it was created. So to me, if I could offer some more here, is this entire argument is ancient and goes back to the map preceding the territory problem that's spoken of across multiple disciplines in academia. The globe was absolutely fashioned out of the celestial sphere concept by Pythagoras and others to whom it's attributed. The celestial sphere was a choice and a perception that was idealized and construed to be a coordinate reference system. And in order to topologically match the ground to the sky, to make it a coordinate reference system that's easily used, you know, without crazy freaking topological transformative math, you could just treat the Earth as a sphere too to match the topology of the celestial sphere. So the coordinate systems map 1-to-1, and you basically preserve the angles but scale the distance. So we know the celestial sphere in both accounts, whether you're a glober or flat earther, the celestial sphere is a concept. It's something that humans invented in order to assist with navigation, with predictions, and so on and so forth. But even, whether a globe or flat earther, we know that this is not true. I mean, there are things like proper motion, which I think flat earthers and globers would agree on, just having a difference in perspective on coordinate system. So going back earlier, when I mentioned that stars seem to chug along at a fairly uniform 15 degrees per hour, not even that's true. Depending on your position relative to where they are, and depending on their position relative to where each other these stars are to one another, they actually speed up and slow down. They change velocity. It's not obvious, but when you put very finely tuned measuring devices on it, you can see that these things speed up and slow down through the sky. And this is not exactly neatly globular.
Yeah, so when you say they're not moving at a constant speed, like the fluctuations, we are talking about very small fluctuations, right?
Yeah, but still, when they reset the next night, they do the same pattern of variable fluctuations.
Right. I've definitely heard of this phenomenon, but the explanation I always hear is the I guess the layers of the atmosphere are causing refraction and in these variable ways.
Well, they also vary directly overhead at the zenith, and the variation is actually most noticeable at the zenith. Man, Jedi, I don't know. I think I sent you a graph of this that I charted. I took Nautical Almanac data and I put it in Excel, and I was like, hey guys, this is bonkers. Look at this.
I think you did. I'm going to scroll in our conversation and see if I can find it again.
That'd be great because I don't have it. So I actually use navigation stars, which are supposed to be most reliably fixed in their constellation. That's another thing. Celestial navigation, they say, proves a globe, but the stars they choose are the most predictable. And one of the most interesting things that people don't talk about necessarily, but what is interesting to us is one of the choices has to do with the star's lack of variable angular speed relative to other stars that could be used. And secondly, when that star comes out at night and when it goes away in the early morning. Stars don't necessarily predictably come out the way you think they do and go away the way you think they do. If you notice, after sunset, stars start to come out at various times, this one and that one, and it's almost random. And this leads me to another problem, okay? The magnitude of the sun. The sun's brilliance, its magnitude changes 23,000 times in magnitude from where it is just above the horizon before sunset to where it is at its zenith overhead or relatively overhead. 23,000 time change in magnitude. How much do stars change in magnitude and they're so far away? So we say the atmosphere. Yeah, so we say the atmosphere acts like a fence, a series of fences filtering out all the photons from all the rays of the sunlight. And because it's so low in the sky that the compounding density of this thickness of the atmosphere that we're peering through causes the sun's magnitude to decrease by 23,000 times. Well, how the hell is it that doesn't happen to stars? Right.
I mean, doesn't it happen to stars? Aren't
Not
stars
23,000 times?
20. I was actually doing because I saw your discussion about this in the chat earlier.
Yeah.
And I was kind of working out the math. I think, what was it, 23,000 times is about, what is it, like 11 or 12 magnitudes
Jeez,
of a drop. I forget what the exact number was, but
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. It's a logarithmic scale, you know.
Right. It was like, I think every 5 magnitudes was a 100 factor, a factor of 100 drop.
Yeah, I had links to the astronomer who calculated it and his process. It's sound, and I just remember that part. But I mean, he invoked he invoked Laplace and the extinction theorem of light. I mean, everything seemed to be checking out to me. I'm like, yeah, I mean, this also makes sense. Now, of course, there's a difference in detected emission of electromagnetic radiation, and I may have overstated that as luminosity changing, but it also changes by a considerable amount that is not predicted by a globe. And here's the other thing: like these effects that we're observing, if there was a globe, could not have been predicted ahead of time. Which, if we understand the globe the way it is to be, it should be predicted, but this is yet not predicted. Just like sunrise and sunset solar eclipses can't be predicted on a globe in outer space spinning around the sun. The alignment and syzygy of the sun and moon on the horizon should never produce annular and total eclipses seen by observers the way they are. It's going to be off. I mean, it's going to be off by a little bit, but enough. So the globe is off by a little bit in a lot of places, and it just seems to compound again and again and again. And you're like, what the hell's going on? So you couple that then with like the description of outer space and the technology that's being used. You couple that, like what we're talking about in thermodynamics here, of the behavior of gases, kinetic molecular theory. You couple that with like modern surveying standards, and everything is confusing the map for the territory. Everything is about taking an idealized concept of how the universe should be and shoehorning observations into it with ad hoc and post hoc rescuing devices. Sorry, I'll talk your ear off. I'm going to go silent for a minute.
I posted some of your charts that we had in conversation about the azimuth of stars and what.
Oh, yeah, there.
Are those ones you were talking about, yeah?
Yeah, that's it. Yep. So the globe's supposed to spin, and everything's supposed to kind of stay in place, right? Sidereal motion is about the stars remaining in a fixed reference frame and the globe turning underneath it. And obviously under relativity, you can swap the two and you can say the Earth is stationary and the stars are in motion, and there'd be no way to tell. Einstein was famously describing this, and yet people seem to overlook that. But if that's the case, then there should be some telltale factors over which one is like a true reference frame and which isn't. One of these is going to be more internally consistent for the other, and then so we can evaluate it based off of that. But if we had a chance to leave each other's reference frames and do an external validation, we could, but we don't even need to get that far because we know that the globe and its explanations are internally inconsistent. And we also don't have the technology to leave the reference frames we need in order to externally validate. Because the behavior of gases are internally consistent with what's required for us to leave this world in order to explore it from outer space. I mean, so what does all this mean? Like, is NASA lying? Is the government lying? I mean, there are going to be people that are lying, but I think for the most part, I would dare say that almost everybody in NASA believes Earth is a globe, including the astronauts. even though the Earth is flat. I think they believe the Earth is a globe. I think astronomy assumes Earth is a globe. You know, they're taking their observations of stellar objects and they're shoehorning the data into astronomical units, Keplerian ratios for their orbital periodicity, and they're shoehorning everything that they see from all over the world into a geographic spherical coordinate reference system. It's not just that I think that. I can actually prove by process of what they're doing that that's exactly what's happening. The map is preceding the territory here. The coordinate reference system is seen as the truth, and they are taking observations and shoving it into it. It goes back to Pythagoras. Again, Pythagoras idealizing the stars as taking the shape of a dome, as if we're inside of it and we're on a sphere, and it is watching a sphere around the sphere rotate. And as I said, you and I both know that nobody believes that to be the case, globe or flat. So, you know, so if the celestial sphere itself was an idealized conception that globe Earth proponents will admit is not true, then how come it's being used to create the globe? And there are other ways to conceive of the stars. And there are other ways to conceive the stars that are deemed more accurate. Like if you played with astronomy software, there's one called like CVV2 or something. It's, I think, freeware. And it allows you to pull in different kinds of ephemera, whatever you say in the plural, ephemeris in Greek. But you can pull in different kinds of ways to calculate the motions of the heavens. And one of them is actually called Gaia. And Gaia is a Cartesian-based, 3D vector-based, observer-centric system that works regardless of the topology of Earth being a flat globe or dinosaur nugget-shaped. And the Gaia system is used in star trackers for everything from equatorial mounts to predator drones to freaking satellites. Not even joking. Satelloons, I should say. You know, we can pull up the specs and show that this is what they say they're using. They're using Gaia. Well, what's Gaia? Let's look it up. Oh, wow, look, no celestial sphere involved. So Stellarium, we're going to set you aside for a minute. We're going to look at this instead. So what this means is you can't triangulate the positions of the stars in any fixed 3D space using this system, just like you really can't with Stellarium either. So it treats all rays of light as a vector shooting out, pew, and then depending where you move on Earth, changes your angle to that vector, that ray of light. And this also means that these lights could exist for multiple observers in multiple 3D locations at once. Well, how does that work? You know, well, I don't know. But I'll tell you what, when I measure Earth flat, that seems to be the case, doesn't it? The alternate explanations say Earth is a globe, and guess what? You still can't freaking triangulate these things because under the globe perception, these rays are parallel. You can't triangulate parallel rays. So, Just Ross, what do you think so far? Is some of this starting to click, like our perspective? We don't sound like complete nutters, just trying to ask some tough questions.
Oh, that was my impression from day one, from talking to you all. I think I was here maybe within the first, I don't know, like when y'all first joined the English Hub server here.
Your voice sounds very familiar now.
I joined y'all like either like the first or second day that y'all were on here, I think. And I've been on here frequently since.
Yeah, I know I've spoken to you before, so I just didn't link your voice to the name, probably because was looking.
Yeah, we've also talked about the Sapphire.
Yeah.
I forget the military. Yeah, looking across the Chesapeake Bay.
That's right.
About that too. Which actually, I did mean to mention something to you. Man, this is such a long time ago now. I can't even hardly remember what it was I wanted to point out to you on that document. Because you pointed me to a PDF or actually two different PDFs with, I guess, similar kind of information about. I don't actually remember exactly, but I did see something in one of the charts that interested me, and I wanted your thoughts on it. I wonder if I still have a screenshot of it.
Okay, yeah, it's been a while since I've really dug into it. So I'm admittedly flat with it too, but yeah, if you post it, you can DM me if you want to.
I'm trying to remember what it was exactly your point was with that whole thing. I think, like, I don't remember. You said something about they were looking for curvature and couldn't find it or something. I don't really remember.
Yeah,
I know the whole point was to calibrate their targeting systems or something.
Yeah, so there was a tower on the opposite end of where the observation point is. So in observer point A, they set up infrared telescopes and TV cameras. And then point B, there was a tower. It kind of looks like a Smokey Bear Ranger tower in the woods.
Yeah.
And yeah, so in front of the tower, they erected a tripod at the shoreline with an emitter. And I forgot how tall it was, but they did the curvature math based on WGS84. And they said, if we put this light down here, we should only see it in super refractive conditions above the marine layer. Because this is behind the curvature of the Earth. I double checked that with Earth curvature calculators and everything, and I got like to the decimal the same calculations that they presented. So I'm like, oh, this is funny. It's like they used the Earth curvature calculator in 2007. They probably did. I don't know, but I mean, it's based off WGS84, I think. So whatever the case may be, I mean, it was close enough, right, for me to say, wow, this is exactly what they did, and I see what their frustration is. And I mean, there are several conditions present where there was both super and sub refraction by their claim happening at the same time, effectively splitting the direction of the optical conditions, such that things that were supposedly behind the curve were lifted up and things that were above the curve were supposedly pushed down.
Oh yeah, that sounds funny. I'll have to try to look for that, but I did. Oh gosh, I think I found it here. This is a screenshot from one of those PDFs. I think. Wait, did it send? I think my Discord is bugging out.
Mine does too.
Hang on, let me try.
Oh, I see it.
Closing it and opening it back up. Oh, you see it? Okay, I don't see it on my screen, but okay. Now I don't know how to look at it. Wait, I can't refer to it if I can see it. Wait. Okay, I opened it up in my gallery. Yeah, because they're looking at the tripod light, but I noticed that they often had to look downward from the horizon line to see it, and I would, as much as -1 milliradians.
Yeah, that's 1,000th. Like 1,000th
right.
of it.
So I actually went onto like a curvature calculator and I tried to figure out what was the dip to the horizon, the geometrical horizon of the Earth at that distance from that elevation, and it was a dip of about, I think, 1.2 millirads. And I was like, wow, that's pretty close to what they saw here. And I'm thinking, like, okay, is there an actual geometric horizon they're looking at here? Because like the tripod light would be visible down to about that far and then disappear, which I assume it meant like it went actually behind the geometric horizon at that point. And that's why you can't see it go any further than -1 millirad.
Well, I mean, we know that that there are conditions, meteorological conditions that are present that can alter the ray path of light. So, I mean, I would expect an image to shift around. But, what's interesting to me here is just the variability. When you look at all the orange and all the blacks where they've got the model and the observation, I mean, you could just shove that in a random number generator and get the same correlation, same R squared.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I am mostly focused on the actual measurements, right? The black lines. To make my point, I can just ignore the orange ones. Like the actual measurements, they saw it go below the horizon, right? The 0.0 is where the horizon line should have been. But they saw it go below, and only to an extent that I would assume is where it actually goes behind something, gets obstructed at -1 millirads. And I'm just wondering if there's any other explanation from the flat Earth side that can explain why it seems to go down to that point and then it just ceases to be visible once it goes below.
I mean, I don't really see the issue. They're looking at a tripod light, which they claim to have been able to calibrate to horizontal within millirads over miles. Was it like, forgot how many miles across it was. How did they know that they were that level over that distance in the first place? Especially if your calibration target is doing this.
Yeah, like I don't know how they set where the zero should be. I assume,
right.
Assume you can just drop a plumb line and do something. I don't know. I can't think out the whole process right now, but something.
That's a whole other matter. Like plumb line, right? Let's talk about that plumb line. So I hear all the time from globers, right, who say that they can measure the dip of the Earth using reciprocal zenith angles. Fancy term here, but basically they mean they've got two tripods looking at each other. And the tripods they claim are angled down by a dip amount in millirads, potentially. I mean, if they're in Europe, relative to their plumb line that's extending down towards the center of a ball Earth and out into outer space. This means there must be an angle subtended by the meeting of the two respective plumb lines of observer A and observer B. Here's the fun part. In order for them to get a better dip angle reading, they need to be further away from each other. But when they move further away from each other, in order to minimize the error in their dip angle reading, they're increasing the claim that both of their plumb lines are going to meet at the center of the globe Earth to within a degree of error from which an angle is subtended. So they got a problem. They got a problem that they can't get out of here. They can't have it both ways. So how accurate are their plumb lines over a length of 3959 miles? Well, it's funny. We go into their own literature and they say, well, they can't really claim accuracy because of the uneven distribution of mass throughout the globe, which causes plumb line deflection as well as plumb line curvature. Yeah. So it's
I
like,
can
well,
see how, you can have plumb line deflections. Yeah.
The further away they move from each other, the more that they invite this variability in, right? And we don't even know to what degree accuracy they could claim in the first place of having 3959 miles per leg of an isosceles triangle that meet at the center. How close did they meet at the center? To what degree of accuracy, right? I mean, come on, guys. So, but, and this is necessary for them to establish their horizontal deviation from one another. So, guys, they can't have it both ways, and this is the problem. It's like the claims of the globe sound good. You start interrogating them, and they sound bad. And then you're like, how the hell did everybody believe in this in the first place? It's almost like this is a bad dream. Like we all woke up in some parallel dimension. I don't know, maybe we all freaking died and we woke up in a parallel dimension where everybody's believing in this freaking globe shit and we're the only ones that are wise to it. I mean, what the hell is actually going on? I don't know. But it's really interesting. Why is everybody so committed to this idea? And then why do people lose their freaking minds when they talk to us? Like, I think we have enough to present to the world that we need to really rethink our cosmology from the ground up. And we also need to hold people accountable who might be skirting their academic integrity a little bit. So we talk to academics, we talk to so-called actual scientists and engineers with domain experience in their fields, and we ask them, okay, how did you measure the Earth? And everybody plays hot potato with it. Well, it wasn't me, it was this other kind of engineer in this other department. Yeah, it's not me in this department, it's the other academic department. Well, it's not me, it's somebody else did. We go to them, we go to them, we go to them again and again, and it's always somebody else has the actual measurements. And nobody actually has it. So, I mean, it's just kind of like a nightmare, man. We can really take everything we've learned from astronomy and keep it. That's right. You can keep everything you have from the field of astronomy, folks, if you turn into a flat earther, and I'll tell you how. First, you change the coordinate reference system from being this outer space spherical thing, and you turn it Cartesian. Secondly, you redefine the astronomical unit to something that closely matches. You transform Keplerian orbital elements from what they appear to be with the solar system orbits, and it does something freaking else, you know? I can't exactly explain how, but I know that the math exists to do it. We can keep all of these observations. We can say that, yeah, we're detecting nitrogen and sulfur and all this other shit from all these places in the sky, but we just got to bring it closer. You know, that Crab Nebula that you see, that Horsehead Nebula, that's all there. That still exists on flat Earth.
Okay, yeah, actually, I never actually, I think I meant to ask one day about what was the view on, like, all these astronomical, like, deep space astronomical observations, and I never actually got around to asking all about that.
Yeah, ask away. I mean, I'm going to tell you that we see the same thing that people who believe in a globe do. The difference is how we funnel or how we filter that information. Do we filter it through a Big Bang heliocentric globe cosmology or not? We can keep those observations, folks. I tell you, I've got something called a planisphere. For those of you who don't know, it's a piece of cardboard with all the constellations on it and a little window on a top paper, and I rotate it. I rotate this window and it shows me a different view of the sky, the constellations, depending on the time of year and the time of night. It works on a flat Earth. It works on a globe. You can keep your planisphere. You get it for different locations, different latitudes. That's how far away you are from Polaris.
It's kind of funny how it's a flat disc.
Yeah.
I used to have one too. I used to love it. I think I got it out of a National Geographic magazine, special edition or something. And cool. I treasured it, and then it expired, and it was no good anymore. And I was like, damn.
It expired.
Yeah, they said it was only good up until 2000.
Oh,
something.
I see why.
And then, yeah, because of the.
Depends how accurate you want to get with it.
Yeah.
I mean, there's going to be like precession, nutation, and all that. That's going to.
Right.
But They might be tracking other things on there.
I probably still have it somewhere. You know what? I probably should get it out and see just how inaccurate it is still. I don't know. Maybe it got thrown out.
I bet it's pretty accurate. What's interesting too is Spanish and Portuguese sailors used something like this back in the rum line days. So this is before they really used a globe, where they were using rum lines. They had something called a Portolano chart. Portolano. And it was basically a star chart that they had on these paddles. And depending on where they were and what time it was, they'd hold it up over their head and they'd try to match the stars to it to get their reckoning on the map that they had below. So they'd take these things, they'd hold them overhead and they'd match the stars to them. And then they'd bring it down onto the table and they would chart their waypoints on it. I mean, they kind of use something similar today with nautical charts. Nautical charts don't have land masses on them. They have stars on them with the latitude and longitude lines. It feels like you're playing fucking Wing Commander or TIE Fighter. You got the star chart with all the stars on there, and you got your freaking protractor and compass, and you're drawing waypoints from star to star to star to star, noting the times.
Right. You could essentially just name the stars by what location they're above, like cities, even.
Yeah, like their zenith.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, like certain stars at their zenith are above cities, and you can be like, that's where that is. You don't need a globe for that. What do you think of that, Ross? You don't need a globe for what I just said.
Yeah, I agree. I think, I don't know, I haven't thought too much about all the math that runs behind it, but right at the moment, I don't think, I think you're right. You don't need a globe for that.
At this time of year, Altair is going to be above freaking, I don't know, where is that? Auckland or some shit. At its zenith. And at that particular time, this other star is going to be above Cairo. So the other thing, too, is besides the stars having different relative angular velocities to each other, not just relative to the horizon, the stars don't really move like a sphere around us. They actually move in a helical fashion, breathing in and out, going from north to south to north to south to north to south, spiraling. So if you watch a star, it's going to blip in, it's going to blink into existence after the sun sets at one location in the sky. And then the next night, it'll be a bit further to the north, and the next night it'll be a bit further to the north, and it'll be higher in elevation, mind you. And then as the year wears on, it's going to reverse course in the opposite direction. This happens with every star except for Polaris, not to a measurable degree. Right. So all of these issues, these inconsistencies we find and document again and again, we're kind of like hackers. So hackers go on these bug hunting expeditions. I mean, consider like the white hat hacker, the good guy hacker, the consulting group that was hired by a bank to go test its banking security software, right? So they start penetrating testing. They start doing all this shit, and they're finding all these bugs, and they just document them. They share them all with their customer and say, okay, we spent the last 3 months doing this. Here's some of the problems we found, and here's what we propose to fix it. You can hire us to fix it. So amongst the white hats might be a few black hats, okay? This would be somebody in that team that may have found an exploit and didn't report it to anybody, decided to keep it for himself. Why? Because on the black market, he could fetch a shitload of money for selling this as a 0-day exploit. So we flat earthers, right? We've got we're like white hat hackers. I mean, we're testing the world. We're finding all these problems. We're documenting them and sharing them with the public. But I'll tell you what, you better be damn sure many of us are kind of black hats in this regard. I can tell you, I've got a bunch of little findings that I have not shared with anybody. And I'm sure many others amongst our community have held them back too.
And let me guess, they don't prove the globe.
You got that right. Damn Skippy. Damn Skippy, I've got stuff I will not share with anybody. Basically, it's a fire extinguisher, break in case of problem. So if they start patching up all the holes, and we watch them do this almost in real time, they start fixing these problems. They start fixing Stellarium. They patch timeanddate.com and other things when freaking flat earthers find problems with their shit, right? But they haven't found all of them, I can guarantee that. Because I can log in right now and I can find a few that I know almost nobody except a couple of us know about. And it's still there.
How the Earth is flat? How the Earth is flat? Please explain.
Great, it measures flat. Water doesn't curve over vast distances with the globe. It's flat.
How the water, the waves, move by the gravitational pull from the moon?
No, but what we're saying is that you can go. What we're saying is that you can, like, for example, you can go to a 20-mile lake and be on one side and see straight across to the other side, or reflect light or emit light towards the other side and hit a target on the other side, showing that there's no deviation in the surface curving down and away from you, as it should if it was a globe.
I see. Thank you. Thank you so much.
You kind of have to know a little bit about what they claim about the globe, like how big it is and what sort of curvature it should display and measure to have, right? So if they say it's 3,959 mile radius, that dictates that over a distance of 20 miles, there must be at least 220 feet of drop, of curvature.
That's a big drop.
Yeah. It also dictates that there would be a horizon based on your observer height of one, and the formula is 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's eye height in feet. Right, so, and if you don't see that, then no ball.
And he left.
Sorry about that. Dang.
You'll get used to it. Don't worry, T-Dub. It's just the accent.
I might have inundated him with a little too much the details. I should have just kept it simple.
Yeah.
I think it's right to say that there are more foreign speakers of English than native speakers of English at this point.
Yeah, well, you can't class me and T-Dub as speakers of English.
No, I wasn't including you guys. You're Australian. You speak like some Southern Hemispheric Cockney shit. What the hell's that?
I know you've got a list of all the funny speaking people.
Oh, yeah, I got lists for everything. I could probably sell it to BuzzFeed. Just Ross, you still there, man?
24%.
Temperature
yes,
check.
Not for much longer.
Okay. The hardest thing about flat Earth is telling your wife.
I can imagine that.
Don't do it. Don't tell anyone, actually. Don't freaking do it. If you're tempted to, don't freaking do it. Just keep it to yourself.
I think I've already come to that conclusion that if I was convinced, I would probably not tell anyone I was close to in real life.
I would advise against it. We get a lot of people that'll say, oh, it doesn't affect anything in my life. What does it matter if it's round or flat or any other shape? And you want to see how much it matters? Go and tell your family members. Sit down at Christmas dinner or a large gathering of some description and just sit there and go, oh, by the way, guys, the Earth's flat. I've checked it out. And I can guarantee you, for the next 20 seconds, you will hear a pin drop. And then it'll start.
Oh, dude, I have a personal experience with that. I was at my uncle's house once, and I mentioned it. I said the Earth's flat. Like there's no curvature whatsoever. And my uncle, he immediately started saying, he said, just you wait, Rob. The aliens are gonna come. They're gonna bring the technology. And he started fucking going crazy.
What is the topic right now? Hello, guys.
Flat Earth.
Okay, wait a second. This Russian guy, bro, is this Evgeny Prigozhin?
I don't know, what makes you Russian?
No, this guy with the... Is this Evgeny Prigozhin? Yeah, is this Evgeny? Are you Russian, my friend?
My family
Are you
is.
Russian? Oh, okay, nice to meet you. Привет.
Okay, dude.
Spasiba.
Do you know what that means?
Oh,
it means thank you. It means thank you in Russian.
Or are you from Kazakhstan, Omar?
I'm Turkish, my friend.
You're Turkish?
Turkish.
You understand Russian?
Yes.
All right.
I know 5 Russian sentences.
Oh, so
you might know more when the Russians come down and retake Istanbul.
No, brother. No, brother. We will make sure that the Russians get Implev and destroyed, bro.
You guys can keep the rest of Turkey, man. Just, hand over Istanbul. Let's make it Constantinople. Everything's cool.
No, bro.
Oh, come on, man. Hagia Sophia, that belongs to the West, dude.
No, bro. That is Turkish territory, bro.
No, man. I mean, why is there an icon? Why is there an icon of Jesus and Mary in the top of Hagia Sophia?
Bro, like I said,
yeah. You didn't do that.
This is a former church, but like I said, it is returned into a mosque, but, Christians are also welcome to visit this place. There are touristic places there where you can buy there. I mean, for me as a Muslim, I just said to the authorities, bro, I'm Muslim, and they let me in, bro, and I prayed there. I was 2 times there. I mean, it's good. I mean, I love that place. It's my ancestors who got the place. I have no issues with Christians. Like I said, in Turkey, there are Christian villages. Up to 200,000 Christians live in Turkey. They can build their churches under the condition that in this village where they live, there are approximately among a number of believers. And if this is the criteria, then they can build the churches.
Yep, Omar, I have no problem with you, my friend. Listen, I'm an Orthodox Christian. I have many Muslim friends. It's okay.
Yeah.
Yep, we can live in peace together.
Yeah, do the first Christian kingdom who accepted the people who fled from Mecca was the kingdom of Abyssinia. Fun fact.
Yeah, that's true.
And he accepted Islam. The Prophet Muhammad even made a prayer for him, a funeral prayer to this king.
Not necessitate that person understands the Earth isn't a globe, right? You could easily do that and still think that the Earth is a globe, right? Well, I think the Earth is a globe, but I'm still going to pretend to go away far from it and take pictures of it, right? That's conceivable, right? Right. So when you say about a conspiracy and people with intent to lie about the shape and all that, right? It isn't something that you can really definitively say is true for certain, right? Like there is documentation, government documentation, which talks about, them building aircraft and using models, which account for the Earth being a non-rotating flat Earth, right? Does that necessarily mean that they understand the Earth is that? No.
A non-moving planet.
Yeah. NASA and CIA and other military institutions, have declassified documents, right, that state that they've treated the Earth and used modeling, right, to perform operations, considering the Earth to be a flat, non-rotating Earth, right? So, but does that mean that they understand that it is that? Not necessarily, because
it's a theory or a hypothesis. I mean, unfortunately, we don't have like Elon Musk's SpaceX, exosuit or whatever, so we can't just like go and fly up into the stratosphere and have a look down.
Oh, you wouldn't even see it from there anyway. That's not high enough.
But you wouldn't. So you would have to be in the outer orbit of something like that.
T-Dub, did you get to hear DJ's special that he did over there at the English Hub yesterday?
You mean Sporadic?
Discussion. Yeah, listen to well, he had that event, and then Sporadic what came on there and did did his presentation. Did you get to hear that?
I caught some of it. Yeah, I caught some of it, yeah.
Yeah, it was a brilliant layout of basically a lot of the declassified documents that were released that imply that the founding of NASA was done by the CIA, and it was more of a psychological thing than an actual. So,
right, to give the impression to the rest of the world, right, that they have more power than they actually do, right? Yeah. I mean, that's always been the aim, hasn't it, of authorities?
I would say so, and I mean it all makes a lot more sense when you look at it under that light and through that lens. I just feel like a lot of people believe that it was done by people they have a love for science and a love for expanding horizons, but when you look back on the documents and the conversations that were had at the time, it couldn't be further from the noble reasons that most people think that all of these endeavors and
the Earth is around. Just take a fucking look at the fucking science pictures and look at the shit that they show, bro.
Just watch the TV, bro. Just watch the TV, bro. You can see it on TV.
Exactly, bro. It's literally a sphere. I don't know why it's even a debate that the Earth is flat. If the Earth was flat, then
the came in this conversation. We were actually talking to somebody else, bro.
That was pretty rude. But anyway,
pretty fucking rude. Pipe the fuck down.
Bro, with that sort of attitude, you're gonna find yourself on mute pretty quick.
You have to treat people with respect, even if they have a different viewpoint from you.
But you can so you can ask that question, right? But that's really the sort of it's only the sort of question you'd want to ask once you understand that the Earth is not a globe, right? You wouldn't want to use it as a standard by which to determine whether the Earth is a globe or not. Well, I don't like that reason, so I'm going to decide that they're not lying and that they are telling the truth and that they have been to space and the Earth is a globe. That's not a very good standard, man. I wouldn't use it like that. So ask the question once you understand the nature of the surface of the Earth, and then it'll be more honest question that you're asking out of one from pure curiosity. Well, I understand the Earth is flat now and it's not a globe, so why are they doing this? Why are they trying to show us imagery that portrays it as something that it's not? That is an interesting question. You'd want to ponder about that, whether that answer is achievable, right? And a true answer to that is achievable. Like, we can speculate at the moment. We can talk about why, like what was being pointed out. One potential possibility is to hide the true nature of reality and your existence and your meaning and purpose in life, right? That this place is most definitely created. There is no dichotomy. Well, either nature created the Big Bang and we formed out of that, or it was designed. No, they're pretty much, you're going to have a hard time trying to explain how a motionless enclosed realm popped into existence naturally without the intervention of an intelligent designer, right? So it pretty much eliminates the potential for that to have occurred, right, where it just popped into existence naturally. So yeah, you could look at that, hiding a creator. You could look at the potential for monetary gain, where they exploit a commonly held belief system, one which existed prior to any space exploration was claimed to have been done, right? So the people already thought that. We're going to exploit that, for monetary gain. We're going to tell them that we're investing money into this certain project when really we're investing it into other more shadow and operations, clandestine things, right? Or things we just simply don't want them to know about, right? It could be just like was presented the other day to us in the other server, for the simple reason to give the impression to your own people and the rest of the world, your enemies particularly, that you hold a higher position of power than what you really have. Don't mess with us, because we can do this and that. We'll just obliterate you, right? Until you can demonstrate that you have achieved this capability, you are no threat to us. We are a threat to you. That sort of impression, right? What else? Like, I'm sure that you can try and think of a lot of other different reasons. Look at the industry it's created. I mean, in Hollywood and fiction, There's that. I don't know if you could think of any of your own reasons why.
Yeah, I mean, you hit on some good points there. I think the fact that so many people think this is just like 100% fact with no firsthand knowledge, no verifiable experiments that they could do on their own that would prove it to themselves, right? When people say, no, you got to go out and measure flat, you could see all of these long distance observations that disprove the radius that is given to us by all of the different space agencies as well, right? So they didn't refute any of that data when they allegedly went to space. They didn't say, oh yeah, the Earth is it's a different radius. No, they were like, no, Aristophanes was pretty close in his estimation based on the Sticks and Shadows experiment. So, I mean, we're still at this same level of understanding when it comes to what they believe and what they're proposing as reality. Now, you could claim, like it's been claimed many times before, magical bendy light, right? That can just appear to be completely flat and horizontal, but no, that's just your eyes playing tricks with you because of the nature of light. Okay, which still can't be repeatedly verified due to all the constantly changing variables in both temperature and conditions from every square foot from the observer to what's being observed in the distance. So it's a losing battle there, trying to quantify all of the variables. So they could just hide behind calculations and all this stuff. Meanwhile, what we observe time and time again is there is no curvature, even with a 110-mile bridge.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Once you come to that understanding, you really don't need to concern yourself with the things that you fell for before. Okay, yeah, that's a good question. Why are they doing that? Well, just can only speculate. They're never going to tell me the truth anyway, even if I asked them. What sort of investigation could I do to even find out the truth? I'll just accept this reality that I've discovered is actually true, the one that I always observed and experienced, right? And what they're showing me in imagery on TV and in books and all that, that's, that astrophysicists are talking about, that's all just pure imagination anyway, right? What they're talking about. They believe it, but it's just imagination. They can't prove any of it to be true, right? So the reality that you can confirm that the reality that you experience is real, you might as well just get on with it. You can talk about, come into places like this and talk about it with people. But really, you don't have to concern yourself about, these folk that are pretending to do things that they're not really, right? That power is lost on you now. That doesn't apply to you anymore. You don't have to worry about it. Yeah, that influence isn't upon you. You aren't affected now by the fakery.
The other thing I think that the fakery shines light upon is the obvious fact that was a concern of the different three-letter agencies before the founding of NASA, right? This optic of superiority and technological, just superiority, right? So, how much of those expeditions to the north and the south were more of like a flex, you know what I mean, rather than legitimate, even there. And like they were talking about the different treaties there, how like it was almost like blackmail between the nations, right? Well, if you lose your power, then we all lose our power, right? Which was interesting. There was a treasure trove of documentation that Sporadic linked in the side chat that I hope some people had the opportunity to copy. Because I was working the whole day, so I didn't get a chance to get that data. But I've seen a lot of those documents myself. And I was doing my research like probably 20 years ago. So yeah, there's a lot to this. At the end of the day, the data that we do have from people at that time that were doing these expeditions is that the bottom of the world, quote unquote, so to speak, is some of the harshest terrain and weather conditions to deal with. Not to mention just temperature wise, but wind speed wise. And the higher up you go in elevation, the more ferocious the wind speeds, and the temperatures. So, yeah, any idea of doing some amateur expedition out there, or even sending any amateur craft out there is, I think, foolhardy at best, based on the data that we have. I mean, shoot, it could be different, but with the lack of freedom to go beyond the 60th degree parallel south is it's pretty, leaves us kind of handcuffed in that regard. And I think to speculate about it is a fruitless endeavor. So, yeah.
Right, and if it, yeah, like that's something that doesn't make sense to me, right? It's like if it's such a difficult area to navigate, and it's so hostile, why such the effort to, like, with the treaty and to make sure that, you know, nobody goes there and all this stuff? Like, this. It just doesn't make any sense. Like, it's just a naturally guarded place anyway. I mean, it's just so inhospitable and and forbidding. I mean, it's, you know, like, why would you need to, like, make sure that nobody can get there? Anybody that can get there and go there and do stuff, well, fucking good luck to them, man. They must be fucking doing something that not many other people can do. I mean,
yeah, nature would sort them out. You know what I mean? If it was, if they were worried about it,
right?
I think the average temperature was proposed to be like under, you know, it's like negative 20 degrees Fahrenheit in the winter or something like that. Like, pretty nuts.
What are they so worried about? Like, I think, like, they do say, you know, like, that they don't want it militarized, right? Like, so I guess they don't want enemy states being able to set up camp there and operate military operations from there, right? I guess. But is that even really a viable option, considering the climate and harsh conditions? Like, it takes a long time to get there.
Vehicles wouldn't even be able to start. I mean, fuel would freeze. It's like kind of insane. Just like all of it.
Right. Yeah, or is there something else about the place that, you know, that's what even some globers are like saying, what is it about that place that, you know, they're asking that same question, you know, thinking that it is the bottom of a ball, right? They're like thinking that there's alien bases there, hidden history like pyramids and all this sort of stuff, right? That there is an ulterior motive to wanting to keep people out, right?
Well, so I mentioned the Flat Earth interview that the Flat Earth Dave interview that he did with the guys from Kiribati, but they weren't from Kiribati. They were from Fiji, and they were talking about, you know, because he talked about how where they were looking at the ship tracking website that they found ships that were well into the interior of the continent, right, Antarctica, and they were registered to the Isle of Kiribati, right, or pronounced Kiribati by the people who are local or native to that area. And what you find is that those ships that are registered to Kiribati, they buy those registrations from the government of Kiribati, right? So it's like a wash for, like, if you don't want anyone to know where your ship is actually registered to, you could go and pay to have the flag of Kiribati as your vessel's flag. So that's how, if you wanted to remain anonymous of where you're coming from, that would be the way to do it. You would just fly that flag instead of your country's flag.
Right. There you go.
It's just like all flat earthers have been saying this shit for as long as they've been saying this. Is like, you know, we should be able to measure curvature, and it shouldn't be that difficult. We have water being flat, so any, you know, 110-mile bridge in China should have laid this baby to rest, right? Like, we don't have any curvature being factored in any of these large civil engineering projects, and I mean, I think that's the largest one. It's got to be. I mean, you got the Panama Canal too. I mean, come on, you got tons of things where you could say, oh,
the thing with the Panama Canal is that you can't really, well, you can use it for curvature measurements, but it's more indicative. It's way more beneficial to use the Suez Canal, because Suez Canal is a level canal. It's like they just dug and dug and dug and that's it. Panama Canal was way more complicated, right? They have these docks that they have to pull the boats up and down because of the lakes and stuff. Yeah, you can make a measurement there. It's just that you have to take into consideration a bunch of other stuff, and you'll be just wasting time when you have the Suez Canal. And actually, for the construction of the Suez Canal, the British government said, okay, so we're not going to take into consideration the curve of the Earth. There's a document on that. I don't have a picture of yesterday I asked. But that picture got lost in my archives, so I'll try to find it again for you guys. But it's very interesting because they built this canal in Suez, right? With, I think it's like 20 miles that they dug in the desert. And yeah, zero curvature.
Thanks for that, Corvo. If you find it, that'd be great.
Yeah, I had it, dude. I think I posted it here in this server, but since they just delete every single message each 24 hours, it's just like, I'll try to find it. Actually, it's like 2 or 3 pictures, but yeah, no, it wasn't the British government. Sorry, I think it was the French government. Wait, I don't really remember, because it was this French guy whose name was Ferdinand de Lesseps that made it. He was the one in charge of initiating the construction of the Panama Canal in the 1880s. But yeah, he didn't succeed because he wanted to do the same thing that he did at Suez at Panama, and Panama's not a desert; it's a fucking jungle. So he got like thousands of workers killed due to tropical illnesses and stuff like that, and it was chaos. And then the United States came in and built it with the docks and stuff like that now has. And it's a very interesting engineering feature too. It's wonderful.
Yeah, is that a conspiracy, Kane? Kane's like flipping out in the spiraling in the side chat.
Oh. I don't understand people who, just come in and to type in the side chat like this is a
how are they protecting the Matrix? They're defining what the Matrix is. The mainstream discourse is that the Earth is round. How are they defining the Matrix? Can you explain that to me?
Well, how do they that sounds like a loaded question.
Yeah,
what Matrix?
The school Zionist imbued system they're thrusted into throughout life, that's their Matrix.
The Jews want the world to be round, not flat.
Yeah. Nah, bro. Like, for the most part, it's just a belief. People believe it to be true. They hold fast to it like a tradition or a religion, right? It's a religion. Meanwhile, like it's just pointed out from Corvo, everybody's practically using the Earth as a flat and motionless plane. Nobody's accounting for any rotation of the Earth. Nobody's accounting for any curvature of the Earth during navigation, construction, or any of it. Surveying, determining changes in elevation. It's all in respect to horizontal. But it's like Santa Claus, right? There's some kids, like, they learn that Santa Claus is not real, right? But they enjoy the sentiment so much that they continue to pretend. They don't let on that they know that he's not real. They want the tradition to continue. So they just play along for a while, Yeah, I know he's not real. I still like, the idea, getting presents and stuff and all that.
One of the things about for example, like Santa Claus, I find it well positive and negative at the same time because like one day you'll have to tell your kids, or your kids will find out that it's not real, and they will be like, oh, so you lied to me this whole time, right? It like creates this kind of sick starting point. You know, it is. I don't find it correct to just categorically lie to children because, like, when you're growing up, you don't really have the capacity of discerning what a soft lie and a hard lie is, you know, stuff like that, and you just start growing up in that kind of stuff, and yeah, I don't find it healthy. That's just my opinion.
What's saying in the side chat? Yeah, then all the math that you take into consideration. Some sort of NASA post. A linear aircraft model for a rigid aircraft. I'm not too sure what this is trying to say. A screenshot.
Well, yeah, there's that. But even if they are claiming to use some sort of math, right, to achieve something, like, well, for start, what are they claiming to achieve with this globe Earth math, right? And then, but the more important part of it is, does this math involve dimensions of the Earth? Because if that hasn't been established to be true, anything they're claiming to do with those values can't be true either, right? Like if the radius value isn't true, then anything that someone's claiming to do with the value of the radius, then it isn't true either. Like orbits and, you know, all that. Escape velocity, orbital mechanics. Sorry, it's not real.
People that are being in side chat, they may as well just talk in the DC instead of.
Right, so the Suez Canal is actually 193 kilometers long. But I'm still searching for this this thing, dude. There were these pictures that it was written, right? It was a law that you couldn't. I think it was Great Britain that did it because in that time when the Suez Canal was done, I think.
Egypt 1920s, or the independence of Egypt was basically, hey, we'll let you be independent, but we need the Suez Canal for like the next 20 years. Basically, it was something like that.
It was basically the same thing with the Panama Canal, but I think it was the British government. Dude, I had these pictures, which is wonderful evidence, but I don't have it anymore. I'm searching on my PC, but I don't see it. Oh, god damn it. Well, but yeah, you can look it up on Google. They didn't account for it. They didn't account for the curvature in the Suez Canal.
Also, because there isn't any.
Yeah, because it says here, like, according to the Earth's curvature, it should be like a 6,669 feet drop. Like, just pathetic, right?
studying it. But Kane says in the side chat, if you only read any of the study material, you'd know perfectly well that this is BS. No, Kane, if you only go out into reality and take notice of your experience of it, you'd know perfectly well that the globe is bullshit. Many of us have read much material on what is claimed to be about the globe model and the heliocentric paradigm, right?
Incorrect.
That's a big reason.
Incorrect. Bullshit is something that you can find in nature and you can use it. It has certain uses. You know, the bullshit, it comes from the grass that the bull was eating, and you can utilize it and do real things with it. But the globe is a fantasy.
Yes, so colloquially speaking, as in lies.
The bullshit is not fantasy, the globe is fantasy. There you go, correct.
Yeah, but bullshit being a colloquial term for lies, garbage, right? Not real. Useless material, even though, like you pointed out, that it is useful for fertilizing things. But a lot of us, have read the material, and it's a big reason why we have come to understand that the Earth isn't a globe, because we've analysed the material, challenged it, and found it to be lacking in any authenticity or validity, right?
Kane, do you have any measurement or observation made by yourself that proves a curve?
Who's that? Who are you talking to?
Kane. I'm asking Kane.
Kane, right, yeah. Yeah, mic up, Kane, mic up.
Just those text warriors, right? Love them. Absolutely love them. Good thing we have our own text warriors.
Kane will tell you that we have black holes somewhere in the fantasy of the nonsensical claim of the globe. And there's black holes, therefore it's a globe. We have black holes somewhere.
I talk all the time. Oh. But do take into consideration, right, that I asked for observation or measurement. Because an observation, it is something that you can certainly say, this and that, but it is not a mathematical thing, right? When you have a measurement, you actually have the evidence to back it up and the data of your study and what you measured and what you found out, right? And that is actually what we would be looking into in order to say, yes, there is a curve, or no, there is no curve, right? Because I have made observations, but I didn't do measurements because I don't have a telescope. I don't have the necessary equipment to do so. Not many people can afford to do those things. But yeah, sure.
Here's a response. He gave you a response.
Yeah, the measurement will be an extra step to verify and to check if the thing in question is there, if the curvature is there. You will have to measure for it or the lack of it. Of the long distance observations, you can do it with established distances. I mean, if you are on a landmark that is in this position and you are observing another landmark that is in a different position, across water or the land, and the measurements between those 2 points are very well established. So if you can determine that there should be a drop over distance between those two positions, and it's not there, and you can observe the said object, that other landmark, that's
no. All you have to do, according to Kane, all you have to do is look at the moon phases
Yeah, it's the same thing with the Globers the whole time, dude. You ask them about the shape of the Earth, and they just start saying, "Oh, but the sun, but the moon, but the stars, but the I don't know what, the asteroid." And dude, we're talking about Earth. Like, if you can't do a measurement on Earth,
the luminaries debunk the globe. The luminaries debunk the globe because the luminaries moving like in a clock, like clockwise. They move in cycles, and there is established GPS, ground positions, on the positions of the luminaries, and they're used for celestial navigation. And if the ground was curving and spinning, well, like they claim, those positions will be changing. Like they will never be the same. If the Earth was curving, spinning in its axis, moving across the solar system as they claim, and those other objects were also moving and spinning and doing all of these different movements, that will take out of whack the actual positions that we observe the luminaries to be at, day after day, week after week, month after month, year after year, and the ground positions in reference that are used as references, and the alignment of landmarks to the luminaries is also, debunking the claim that the ground is in motion.
Kane, you are trying to explain and try to make things explain something that you cannot even measure yourself being on the surface of the planet, right? Here's the problem with your logic. How can I use something that I cannot know exactly what it is, where it is, and other things to describe something that I'm on right now, that's the Earth? How can you use the sun to tell the shape of the Earth? How can you use the moon to tell the shape of the Earth? You can't. You cannot. Because it's speculation.
There's another issue, because when they say sun, moon, they mean those misrepresentations that they make on the globe cartoon. When they say sun and moon, they don't mean the actual observations that everybody observed from the realist level with our God-given senses, or the actual phenomena that we call the sun and the moon. That stuff debunks the globe. But what they do is that they misrepresent, and they replace the actual observation, and they draw cartoons about the sun and the moon, and then they draw you a diagram about this is how the sun and the moon works in this cartoon, and this is what it is. And they change the whole perspective from reality that debunks the globe, and they give you another version, a misrepresentation of what the sun and the moon are, and how they try to tell you how they work and how they move and all of these things, which is total fantasy. So when they say sun and moon, they mean cartoons on the globe cartoon, on the cartoon of outer space, globe, sun and moon cartoons. They don't mean the actual phenomena that we observe.
So Kane, you've got it wrong, bro. You said, right, moon phases work like this. When the Earth intercepts the sunlight, it creates shadows on the moon. No, bro, that's not moon phases. That's an eclipse. Moon phases aren't caused by the Earth's shadow. I'm sorry. You're wrong. In your paradigm, that's not how they claim phases work. Get it right next time.
The Earth is shadowing to the moon. What is that logic?
He says when the Earth intercepts the sunlight, it creates shadows on the moon, and you get the moon phases. Incorrect. That's not what your paradigm says. That's not what your so-called model claims.
Yeah, that's not what the cartoon says. That's not what the globe cartoon says, bro. Come on, get it right. Get the correct pseudoscience correct.
Kane, you don't even understand the heliocentric model, and you're trying to debunk the flat Earth? Oh my God.
Exactly. And expects us to be able to explain it with a flat Earth, when he can't even explain it with his own belief system.
They claim things, right? And they do not back it up with evidence. They back it up with pseudo evidence that they make up. And these fucking fake forces of magic, of gravity, and and it was, when you mention observations behind the horizon, they say, oh, refraction, the magic word. And they just claim something without backing it up, and then they say, oh, well, now you disprove it. You haven't even proven it yet. How am I supposed to disprove something that you didn't even prove? Sure, I can, but it's your work to prove something. It's not mine. You're claiming it, not me. Yeah, Kane, sounds to me you're just mad you don't live in a ball. Sorry. Sorry to tell you. I'm sorry to tell you, we're not monkeys skyrocketing through space on a spinning ball. No, we're not.
Is he even in the VC when you speak to him? Because Kane, I think if it's the same Kane, many times he gets in the chat and he's not even in the VC. He's just chat skanking. We don't even.
There's many like this. There's many people like this. There's
He's in here.
Okay, good. So if it's gonna be chat skanking, at least address one of the points in the VC.
All right, Kane, come up.
Yeah, I admit I can't explain it. I could give you an explanation. Can I prove it? No. Just like you. You can give an explanation, but you can't prove it. Right? So I can't explain it. I can't explain it. I can't prove it. I don't know. And I'm not claiming it has any relationship to the geometry of the surface that we live on. You are. So you stand by your claim alone. Right? You don't need to pull anybody else onto your sinking ship. Hey, come and join me on my sinking ship, bro. No, sorry. It's sinking. Why would I want to get on your boat? No, I can't. I admit it. I can't explain moon phases. They're just something I observe. There's going to be a reason why you observe it, period. Right? You're going to say that it has something to do with the geometric shape of the Earth. Go ahead and stand by that then and prove it. That's your claim. That's not my claim. You don't have to put that standard onto me. Right? You prove your claim.
There is a difference between the description on an observable phenomena, describing the observed, and then the claim of the causal mechanism that he's making. I know this is happening because this is the mechanism, and you demonstrate that mechanism. Can you go from the syllogism of step 1, 2, and then demonstrating the cause of the effect? Like, okay, the Earth is a globe because I measure the curvature, and it's spinning because I detect, prove the spin, and it is in a vacuum of space. And now the sun is this and a certain distance. I prove that as well. The moon is a certain distance and a certain size. I prove that as well. And now I can tell that with all of those variables together, that I already established in place, that you demonstrated, that you showed they're true, then you can say the cause of the effect of the faces is this and this and that, whatever. But you don't have you haven't made, you haven't even have the materials to build the bridge, and you're already saying you crossed the bridge. You haven't built the bridge, made it to the bridge. You don't even have the schematics, the plans, the materials to build the bridge. But you're saying you already crossed it.
Kane, our worldview explains the world. Your worldview doesn't even explain the world and tries to explain stuff we don't even know. Well, we know they exist, right? But we don't know what they are, and they just try to explain stuff we don't know what they are. Like, can you stick to Earth, please? Because as far as I know, you haven't been to the moon or to the sun to prove the geometrical shape relation with the Earth. Can you prove the curve, yes or not? I did this morning. You have proven the curve?
Yeah, step one, the curve. Earth is a globe, right? Okay. Step
All
one.
right, go on then. Explain to us. How have you proven?
Well, step one will be the ABCs, but I don't know if he made it there with the ABCs. Maybe he did because he's texting in the chat, so you can come to the conclusion that he does know the ABCs. But then page 2, curvature of the Earth. Can you show it? Can you demonstrate it? Do you have measurements of that? No, you don't. Okay, so you're gonna have to come with something else. Whatever is after, whatever claim you have after that is in relation to the curvature of
Oh
the
my
Earth.
god, not a fucking McToon shit again.
It's not there.
Oh my god.
Just an academic source. Don't rely on fucking YouTube numpties. For fuck's sake.
How many times has it been McToon? Oh my god, they have a fetish with this McToon guy. God damn it.
Bro. There's something that's actually done in reality.
I asked you if you have, and you showed me something that you haven't done. You just copy-pasted a link. You haven't done any observation. You haven't done any measurement by yourself. You're just listing stuff that I think you didn't even read, and you don't even know what you're listing right there. Have you read what you sent? Or heard? I don't know if that's a video or some other stuff. Wait, let me see.
I told you they were gonna post cartoons, and McToon, is a character. Is just playing a character, like he is in the cartoon, in the Globe cartoon. So whenever he's drawing these strawmans that misrepresent reality, he's the character McToon, and he's speaking and presenting his character version of the fantasy cartoon Earth, and the character McToon is right there to tell you the story. And this guy is believing the story, or trying to sell it as well. Selling a cartoon, a character in a fictional scenario. The cartoon globe, cartoon sun, cartoon moon, fantasy outer space. It's all fantasy. That's why you need characters like McToon, another cartoon.
What is this thing Berserker posted? I am too unintelligent to understand this. It's just math. The fuck does any of this mean? Spherical geometry of the sphere with 3,959 miles. What the fuck does any of this mean? I can't decipher this geometric construction. Like, what the fuck?
So Kane sent this UC San Diego thing. Wait. About topography of the Salar de Uyuni, Bolivia from kinematic GPS. Sent this. Let's look. So I'm searching for the word curvature in this PDF document, right? And I don't see it. Doesn't even mention it once. Curvature.
May I ask a question?
Go on.
Well, let me form my question a little bit more. Hold on. Okay, I have a way of forming my question. Okay. So, I'm an atheist. I am convinced that the moon landing is fake. And I've been on this Discord server for maybe like 3 years, and I remember like the first time I've entered this room, I remember thinking there's no way the fucking moon landing is fake, but I mean, having thought about it long enough, working through that cognitive dissonance, I'm willing to like tell my own family members that the moon landing is fake. I'm starting to realize now that this sort of perspective is very similar to, and I know you guys call it a religion, but it is very similar to becoming an atheist. Becoming an atheist was weird when my parents were, well, my mom was Christian. Most of my family's Christian. So it was really weird, like saying, hey, I don't believe in God anymore. And it's like a way of stepping back. And it was a very uncomfortable, like, epistemological obstacle to overcome. I personally, like I said, I'm convinced that the moon landing is fake, but I haven't crossed that like same epistemological obstacle about the shape of the Earth. And the main reason for that, I think, is more to do with, I guess the fear of the unknown, if that makes sense.
Okay. So what you're saying basically is you do not know what the shape of the Earth is, right?
Correct.
Okay. So, my advice, right, for you to start getting into the topic would be making your own observations and starting to comprehend, first off, what the heliocentric model proposes. Because in order to debug something, you have to understand what it represents, right?
Or what it misrepresents.
What?
You're saying that you have to understand what the globe represents. You also have to comprehend what it misrepresents. It's misrepresenting the realist level, like water, gas pressure, the Earth itself, the surface of it. The globe is a misrepresentation of the actual realist level out there that you can check, verify, explore, experience, test.
Yes.
The globe is a complete misrepresentation. So go ahead.
Yes. So, having that said, thank you very much. You have to get in of what you can observe, right? So, you understand that the main argument for the shape of the Earth, right? There's these two different groups of people that one of them says it's flat and another of them says it's a globe, right? The main argument to say whether it's one or another
No,
is...
gotta stop you right there. Flat is not a shape. The globe will be the shape claim. Flat is an aspect of a surface. It's an aspect. It's not a shape.
Yeah.
There's no two groups of people claiming different shapes. There is one group of people claiming the Earth is a shape called the globe that has a certain radius, certain circumference, and it's very specific on their claim about that. When they write it on the paper and they give you the numbers, that is the shape claim. The flat that people describe and use to describe the surface of the Earth, that's an aspect of the surface that everybody's standing, that is not curving. It's a horizontal frame of reference. The water lays flat. That's a description of an aspect that we find ourselves looking across. Go ahead.
All right. For the gentleman, can we have somebody from 24/7 actually pick up the point? Because when it comes to this, we want somebody that's pretty much on par with what we say in here. So no slight to you, Vlad. I mean, you do a good job. It's just, I think there's somebody that represent like DJ or perhaps Roots. This is a very opportune moment. So if you guys are there.
Mathematician, he's been here for a while, and I don't remember his specific arguments, but I remember him, going against what was being said. But now he sounds even different than before. So he's
I do appreciate Corvo saying that, like, I have to really trust my observations. That's something that, like, I've learned not only in this room but also other rooms. There's another room, it's a guest room. It's not really common anymore, but for years it was on what was it? Truth being relative. And there was a person who was claiming that when it comes to knowing, like, the models of even, like, quantum physics, for example, like even how an atom is structured, the model that we have for that is certainly not exactly how it is. It's just a model. But at the end of the day, like when a laser hits the golden foil in the what was it, the Rutherford experiment or whatever, what we observe is the laser reflecting off of the gold, and we don't observe the nucleus. And so the model that we have of the nucleus is not something that we observe, and that's something that I've thought about a lot.
So math guy, I know Corvo is fine. He can say anything he wants, and hopefully we can address whatever points we might have to adjust. But when you speak like that about the models, that is exactly the problem, because the globe, it's speaking from an outside perspective that nobody has, right? They're speaking from the outside of the cosmos, the billions of light years away, and the black holes, the outside perspective of the globe that you and I, or anybody we know, anybody you know, can give you firsthand knowledge that is the case. So that's why they have to present models that misrepresent what we actually observe in reality. So when you turn that back from your actual perspective, the perspective that you can confirm, experience, observe, verify, when you come back to your senses and look across the earth and utilize your senses and use devices that you can utilize to test and confirm certain things, you can operate from that perspective, from the realist level. That's what we're talking about. Reality.
I get that. I think what's the huge epistemological, because like for me it's so easy for me to apply that mentality to any other scientific discipline outside of flat earth versus round earth. It's super easy for me to like be convinced that the atomic structure is only a model and not something I observe. But for the shape of the earth, what's weird to me is that if you guys are right, then I think that there are a lot of implications involving people who are atheists, because this I think is a widely held view amongst the atheist community. I mean, I think atheists kind of like, what's the word? They die on the hill, on the same hill.
So the atheist will be like you lack the belief on a deity, right? You don't believe there is a mind behind the art. The art created itself,
and that's because I don't have evidence. I don't have evidence.
So if you follow logically, if you let's say, I mean, I can give you like a broad conclusion based on my own comprehension and I could say belief or knowledge about it. I could mix those words a little bit there. But if I could describe the design of the world to be in place as a construct, right? Because when you follow chronologically or based on the laws of nature, you're going to find out that your God-given senses, the way I describe it, right, will let you operate in reality because they're designed for you to be able to operate in reality. So when you confirm what you observe with tests and measurements, you know that when you're gonna cross the street, right? You're gonna cross the street. Your senses are working, right? But let's go beyond that. We have water in reality. Water requires a pressurized system. You agree? The liquid water requires a certain pressure to be in the liquid state, right?
Yes.
Yes. So water lays flat or horizontal. Everywhere you go, we utilize water. Like in the building that you're in, you establish a horizontal to put the first brick. So when you put the last brick, you can put a table on top of that and a cup of water that is not spilling all over the place, right?
Okay.
You get that point? So that horizontal frame of reference, it's parallel to the next horizontal that you establish to put the TV on the wall, right? You establish another.
If I may pause you, are you like trying to convince me of flat Earth?
No, I'm just saying that the reference that flat Earth is a description, a term, 2 words. These places, there's way more than just a description. Flat Earth is an introduction, a window for you to describe what we observe. The table is flat and round, but the table is not made out of flatness and roundness.
Right. I guess I feel like this doesn't address though like my concerns about
the atheism, right? So I'm gonna tell you, we have gas pressure. We know that gas pressure is the force that the gases exert on the walls of its container. There has to be a container because that will cause the gases to push against it, causing the pressure. I mean, the gases are pushing against the walls, and that causes the pressure. This is demonstrable. This is a law. This always happens. And the antecedent of the gas pressure is a container, and you can put in place that the antecedent to the container will be a designer, a creator. You can make that argument. That's one leader. There's way more ways there's many ways to actually come in place. You have to come to a conclusion. There is a design in place, and that design has to be by a designer. A construct in place that requires someone to construct it.
This is where I think I'm lost with the theory, right? is because
no, this is not flat Earth, bro. I'm trying to tell you, there's the ground that we're standing on, and the description that people talk about. The description of the surface is flat Earth, right? And the lack of curvature that they claim for the globe, the counter argument for the globe claim will be what we observe: flat, non-curving. Now, when you go beyond that and the antecedent relationships between what we observe, gas pressure, gas is not Earth, right? Gas is not, but we find ourselves breathing air, right? And a container is required for that air to be pressurized. The container wouldn't be the flat Earth that you're standing on. You see, there is a bunch of pieces in place for you to be able to breathe air in the first place. And if you follow a bunch of, because the creator and heaven above and the luminaries and the sun and his design, that's not flat Earth. That's not the flat Earth that you're standing and you're looking across.
Right. And I guess my point though is that this obviously sounds like you believe in a designer. I don't. And even if even if there was a different geometry to the Earth, I don't think that would imply a design or anything. I went to.
You will need a mind before matter, before any design. There has to be a mind behind it. For the laws in place, for the code in place, for the cause and effect relationships that you can come to a conclusion. I wouldn't say it's just a belief. It's based on the antecedents of what we have in place already. You're gonna have to follow to come to a conclusion. It's in relation to reality.
I unironically think that you're kind of doing the same thing that a lot of atheists do with flat Earth, is kind of jumping to a conclusion that we don't observe, which would be the designer itself.
Well, you can argue about proteins and enzymes and this design of the body and a bunch of different things. It's like you're saying, when we look at the luminary, when we look at a sweet swatch, right? That all of those pieces that make the sweet swatch, you can grab all the pieces and put it in a box and shake the box, and it will never give you the sweet swatch that is built to give you the correct time, right? You require a watchmaker to put the pieces together and to set it to a point that it will give you the correct time. This is what I'm saying is correct, right?
But the quantum field has always existed.
Hello. So the sweet swatch, even if you have all the pieces, that require someone to build the pieces, right? A designer to build the pieces. You will still need the guy that build the pieces to put them precisely together.
Logic.
Okay. So the watch itself, even though it was designed to be and put in place, the gears were put in place to give you a specific time in a timely manner, it will be off, and guess what? You're gonna have to adjust it to the movement of the luminaries, and the luminaries move in patterns that reset like a clock, like a great clock up in the sky. And when you actually look at when you see the adjustment of the watch that you have in your hand and requires a designer, and you move it to the movement of the luminaries and the way they move like clockwise in like a clock, it requires a design. You can take this so many different ways.
This is where I'm definitely lost. And
hey, I put in the chat, that's the watchmaker's fallacy.
Yeah, I think it's the teleological argument.
All right, let's just get to mathematician, dude. Like, what did you want to ask about? Like, can you restate your question, perhaps? Maybe somebody else can go in a different direction. I mean, Jimsy gave his best to you, but I mean, if you feel like that's not answering, what was your question?
Yeah, so my question is more in regards to how to compatibilize, or how to make compatible atheism and flat Earth.
Right. You're trying to see how you can think of it from a perspective that you have right now. Well, I mean, You think about it like this. So the idea that the Earth is a globe is like a cultist idea. It's a religious idea based on people thinking that it's a foregone conclusion, right? So in that way, the belief system that props up the idea that the Earth is a globe is only a construct of the mind. It's nowhere found in reality. So in that way, you can relate it to a religious person, right? Like if you're trying to relate it to your way of thinking. Does that make sense?
It does, absolutely. In fact, I kind of felt like that was what the last guy was, or Gemsy was.
And hey, real quick about what I was saying. I told you, flat Earth is not. You don't require to believe in a deity. There's people that say Earth is flat, and they don't believe in deities here. They're atheists. So
everything evolved from the quantum field.
About the description of the surface that we observe and measure and describe it as flat, right? That and then going to, is there a God or not a God? Those are separated issues. Even though the concept in place requires a designer.
If I may,
yeah, go ahead, man.
I debunked you to another flat earther who was also religious, and I happened to I've noticed that like every flat earther I meet is like religious or like
This is not religious. Yeah, that's not uncommon though. What you're saying is not uncommon. But if you're trying to, like I said, work it from your angle of perspective, like how you see it. So if based on what Jesse just finished telling you, you could base it just on empiricism, right? You could say that I'm just going to look at what the physical world is showing me. Yeah, just based on that, it doesn't describe the Earth being an oblate spheroid. I mean, you could at least respect that much, because the idea that the Earth is a globe is based on like an old teaching that the Earth is a globe, based on like these esoteric teachings, like Pythagoras, they had a cult and they believed that all the universe was made of perfect spheres. So their cult believed that and propagated that into, their religion. So in that kind of way, yeah, I can see like why you wouldn't disagree on that point. Like it's like a religious idea.
But yeah, the thing though is that I was talking to another flat earther who was also religious. But he told me, he said, being a flat earther, he thinks that flat earth is the most compatible, or should be the most compatible with atheism. And I've thought about that a while, because like to some extent it kind of makes sense. Actually, it might have been Flat Lloyd. I don't know if maybe it was maybe I don't know. Maybe it was a different flat earther, but it was a long time ago, to be fair. But the problem I see is that I don't think it is so easy to compatibilize the two, because when you have atheism as a group standing behind, what you would refer to as a religion, which would be the round earth in this case, it makes you wonder why that epistemological obstacle exists so prevalently for people.
Because I can tell you why. It appeals to your imagination. So what else? Like, it appeals to curiosity and imagination. So the idea, yeah, I know. But what I'm saying is, atheism fell into the same propaganda that the religious people did. So you have on both camps are falling into the same pit.
But that,
let me give you an example. So we have hard-nosed Christians, right? The idea that there is a God and such, and then you got the hard-nosed atheist who believes there is no God. On the both sides, they both are believing in these, cultist ideas that were propagated from these old pagan religions. Like I gave you an example, Pythagoras and his cult. So these ideas were propagated into the mainstream understanding. So we have people believing in occult ideas. Okay, I'll give you one prime example: heliocentric solar system. So we're talking about the sun god Helios, right? We got the mythological gods following after the names of the planets, right? Jupiter, Mars, Venus, Neptune. Yeah, you hear the names of these mythological gods being named after the things we call planets. And if that doesn't ring any bells, then you just got to look at the archives, right? Look at the history. See what that says. So all this stems from an occult pagan religion, and it's been adopted by the religious people, Christians and so forth, and they all think that it's nothing more than scientific endeavor. And so do the atheists. They want to claim the same. Everybody's wanted to put a stake into the claim of, where did this come from? Did this come from scientific endeavors and reason, or did this come from actual, pagan, religious ideas? So you have to. Go ahead.
Yeah. So
go ahead.
This is. So for when I first thought about how the moon landing is fake, it led me to take a step back and think about, okay, well, what else is fake? The thing about that, though, is that I would imagine, being an atheist, that atheists would be the most likely to make that epistemological jump. But unironically, I see Christians believing the flat earth and atheists believing the flat earth. Or no, sorry, the round earth. I'm sorry. Christians believing the round earth and atheists believing the round earth. But I would expect flat earth to be primarily atheist because it's so evidence-based. But I don't see that. And that's the anomaly that just...
Yeah, I know, but you're going by consensus, mathematician. You can't do that. Every individual is their own thinking person, so you can't base it on consensus.
No,
that's a logical fallacy.
No, I'm not. I'm basing it off of the fact that I know that atheists can overcome certain epistemological obstacles. In order to become an atheist, I think you have... Well, certain atheists...
That's your point of view, though. That's your point of view. You're giving us your point of view. That's okay. But we have to take in consideration everybody's their own thinking person. So some people have just jumped on the bandwagon because it sounds cool to be a rebel, right? So that's what they like. So you can't speak for the voice of people who are claiming to be atheists. You are one person who individually thinks about atheism in your own perspective. So we're actually addressing your point of view and not everybody else that you think you're lumping everybody else into.
But I am, because I do think that my personal experience is something that I think a lot of atheists.
That's your fallacy. That's your fallacy right there. What you're describing. It's your fallacy.
I understand. I've talked to a lot of atheists, though. And
so what? Is it the whole group of everybody on Earth that declares themselves as atheists? Dude, you got to really, I hear you, man, but it doesn't describe everybody who says they're an atheist. It's not. They're not going to walk the same path that you have or 10 of your other friends. It's not the way, dude.
Right.
That's a logical fallacy in and of itself, bro.
I'm simply making observations. I'm not drawing an argument or anything.
You are drawing a conclusion. You're saying, well, I would assume that because me and my 10 other friends are saying the same thing I am, that means that everybody who's an atheist would walk the same path that I did.
That's not what I'm saying.
Bro, that's exactly what you're saying.
Here's another.
No, I'll repeat if I may.
The atheists that you're talking about, do they believe in the globe? Do they believe in the globe? Because the globe is a religious idea. So if they believe in the globe, there is a creation story there for them. So if they believe in the globe, they're not atheists. Then you may be talking about people that don't even know what they're claiming.
Okay, Gemzy, I agree with you. Let me just say something. I want to build off of what you just said. If that's true, then I still have I would imagine that the real atheists out there, the quote unquote real atheists, the ones that are really true,
I don't think there's such a
hold on. The ones that are actually true to their own experience. They almost don't exist. I feel very isolated.
I think they don't exist.
But the irony is, I think that if the round Earth is like a religion, and it's completely made up, then the people who came up with that religion successfully managed to brainwash the very people that I think.
Exactly.
Hold on, real quick. Hold on.
Yeah, we get it, dude. We know what you're gonna say. That's exactly what we're talking about. The whole world.
Hold on, dude, bro. Yeah, there's still a huge anomaly, in my opinion, that needs to be addressed. That isn't addressed, and to me, it's the anomaly that when I engage with flat earthers, an overwhelming majority of them are religious too. And there just aren't any. I just never meet anyone.
So what? What does that mean? But what does that mean?
Dude, if I want to be someone who wants to follow your advice, because you're the flat Earth room, you want me.
No, don't follow his advice.
Yeah, here's what we're doing, man.
Hold on, dude, guys. Please, I'm almost done.
But no, I think there's a mischaracterization, dude. We're not trying to make everybody somebody who thinks of the Earth as flat and then also says that they have to think about a creator. What we're telling people is that they have to critically think about the world around them individually. We cannot think for the person who's actually looking into this. You have to individually think for yourself. And that's where that starts. We don't ever tell somebody, you have to believe like this guy. Look at Gen Z. Believe like he does. You know, that's not what we're doing. If you think that's what we're doing, that's a misconception, bro. We're actually telling people to think for themselves critically. And then you will come to the conclusion.
I don't think you're understanding my point. I would argue that you're trying to get people to cross a certain epistemological obstacle, correct?
That's for them to figure the topic. Let's say the topic that we see.
One of this room is to get people to cross that a certain epistemological obstacle, correct?
I mean the topic of the VC, right? Flat Earth. There is no globe. There is one thing that is the conversation, but there is other topics that we can talk about, like you said, religion, or you can have the foundation that the Earth is not a spinning globe, nonsensical fantasy, and at least come back to reality, to maybe come to certain realizations and come to an actual real conclusions about other stuff. It's just a foundational conversation about the realist level, about the place that we're in.
Okay, so when I talk,
you don't have to come to a conclusion about there is a God and this is how he looks like and this is his name. You don't necessarily have to, unless God give you a revelation of all that.
That's weird, because like if I don't, then I seem to be like the only fucking guy I've ever talked to. The only person I know is myself, the one that actually seems to rely on evidence. The thing that I don't like is how frequent flat earthers are religious, and just again, my opinion is that if you're willing to cross the epistemological obstacle that you need evidence to believe in something, then I find it ironic that a majority of flat earthers are religious, because I think that's making the same epistemological failure that you're trying to have other people overcome in this room. And that's like the anomaly that I can't get over in my head.
Well, here's another thought for you, right? If the Earth is flat or stationary, it kind of proves Creator must be present, because there's no natural processes by which to arrive at human on Earth.
I don't agree with that. I think that like there maybe
really.
I'll just make a third position. What if the Earth is flat and all of the religions are completely wrong about how we got here? And that is the position that I see nobody take. I've never seen, if I may, I've never seen anyone take that position. And that is what's annoying to me, because I think that's the most honest.
Right.
There's a lot of people in our group that have done that, dude. I think you're wrong.
Right. Creator or somebody,
I don't agree with that.
Being.
The very people I've been talking to in this conversation seem to be religious.
Yeah, creator or intelligent being, right, would have to have somehow inserted us into said Earth.
I think again, as someone who relies on my observations, I've never observed a creator, I've never observed a designer, and so I'm not going to make that.
Right, but there's again no natural processes. There's no Big Bang. There's none of that garbage in the flat Earth version, right? So
I agree.
That's why I think a lot of people are religious.
I went to, if I may, I went to an island once, and it was in like the U.S. Virgin. It was in the U.S. Virgin Islands, and I can see 40 miles away from one island to another island, 40 miles away over the ocean.
Yeah, I've been there too. Dope.
And and it was weird because like you're not supposed to see that around Earth or whatever. You're not supposed to see like the beaches or whatever. And that was the anomaly for me that I just like, I can't get that over my head. But if I may, real quick to finish this, I talked to a guy who lived on that island. He said he doesn't believe anything that NASA says. I asked him, like if there is a firmament, if there is like a flat Earth and everything, then like what, how did we get here? And he said, I don't think we have any fucking idea how we got here or what led to this moment. And so his default position is that he's a Christian. But to me, he was doing exactly what I think a lot of flat earthers do, which is falling into an explanation for why or how something is that's not based on observation.
So wait, you gotta make a separation right there. You said, how did we get here? That's a different question of what the surface of the Earth is.
No, it's
what is question is not a how is question.
Can I prove
how? Listen, the how is. The how is will entail that you're gonna have to have special knowledge about God's work and how He did this and that.
I agree.
And then listen. Then if you find yourself inside a construct and you can describe what that construct is, like is flat at the surface, you can describe certain things, you're not going to come to the conclusion of how God did everything. How the how question and the what is question are two different those are two different questions.
I agree. If I may, I totally agree. It's the people who believe in the round earth who claim that that there was a Big Bang and that's the creation story, right? Which comes from a weird Catholic scientist who thought that we started from like some primordial atom, and I think
those are not scientists. The Big Bang didn't come from scientists.
If I may, I agree. But the thing is though, is that the shape of the Earth absolutely does have to. If the Earth is round, then that religion has its own creation
story.
Yeah.
Yeah, we get it. We know evolution.
What we observe,
Big Bang. Dope. We got it. We all learned it. We all went to school.
What we observe is not that. We don't observe that religion across the realist level.
Right.
We don't observe the globe.
What I'm saying is, when you abandon the round Earth, you have to also abandon that creation story.
Yeah, but no. Hold on, dude. Like, I think it sounds like an all or nothing fallacy. So, in other words, if you escape from the globe,
they're so intermixed. Yes, it's not a fallacy though.
Yeah, it is, because if you're saying that if you escape from the globe cultist religion, I'm going to explain. All right. So if you escape from the globe cultist religion, the idea that we live on a globe and stuff, then automatically by default that makes you a skeptic to if you even were put here by a supernatural being. So you're thinking, like, how can anybody that reasons with himself, who's an empiricist, is going to look at that and say, okay, we know that the globe idea is incorrect. Why would you still follow a deity idea if you're being an empiricist, how you can't prove the deity? So then how are you going to say that you've went to logic and reason from like leaving a position of where you were entrenched in the idea that logic and reason doesn't exist to now something that, okay, well, the Earth is flat, but we have a creator. So you're trying to square the circle, man. I get what you're saying, right? So I get it, man. A lot of people here already understand your position because it's been what people have been saying. I'm going to guarantee you one thing. People are sitting in this chat right now who will say they know that there is a creator. They just won't ascribe to who the creator is or based on any religious idea or interpretation from any holy book. So they won't say it that way. They'll say there's a designer, there's a creator. But it's like as far as following any Abrahamic religion, they wouldn't say that would be the case. So
even that position, I think, is like I think there's I take issue with that epistemology. Like I feel like that's still like an incomplete.
Yeah, but that's your cross to bear. Pardon the pun.
Yeah.
Like, you're trying to make it sound like
I agree.
That burden, that burden that you carry is something that you have to relinquish other people of, because you said, okay, I've been set free from this religious notion. Now I'm going to set other people free from the idea of even clinging to the religious notion if you're logical and reasonable, right? So you're trying to come at it from a perspective of, I'm just trying to give you my vantage point, because how can you be an empiricist and still believe in a deity after the fact that you've debunked the globe? That's what you're trying to tell us, dude. And I understand your position. I know what you're saying. So it's not lost on us that people have that mindset. But I'm coming at you with logic and reason, right? So on the one hand, you think atheism is a more proper way to be a skeptic. I would say that your idea of being an atheist is not actually logical or reasonable, because now you've abandoned any process of like an overmind. You've given nature the ability to just be a random, whatever it is.
No,
you know what I mean? Or
hold on real quick. I'll just pause. I think it's super easy to fall into this idea of randomness, or the idea that something comes from nothing, if you appeal to the Big Bang Theory. I think that's like the whole purpose.
That came from the quantum void.
So what's your philosophical interpretation?
You never proved they're supernatural.
Everybody has a philosophical interpretation of the beginning, right? Or perhaps you think everything always existed. So what's your interpretation? Because it doesn't just go from, not thinking, because, if you're skeptical as an atheist, then how would you explain things? Would you just say
the islander I talked to, the guy on the island who was a flat earther, I think his response was, for a moment, was like honest, which was, his response was, I have no idea what is above the firmament. Like, I have no idea.
Okay, yeah, but he's making another claim that there's a firmament, dude. Like, you know what I'm like? There's a lot of things that are being said that cannot be validated in the sense of empiricism.
I put it in the chat.
Empiricism. So we go by what we can test, what we can verify, right? And things have.
Flat earthers don't believe in firmaments?
Yeah, firmament is a term derived from a biblical context.
I disagree with that.
Dude, you can disagree with it all you want.
This conversation really hijacks the entire point of the room, right? And we can go, I actually do believe in the firmament.
All right, you're muted. I'm not going to listen to somebody just stepping over the moderation in this room and then just do what you want to do. We're having this conversation with this gentleman because he seriously wants to ask these questions that nobody probably has answered. We're giving him the space. Hold on a minute. Hold on, mathematician. We have the ability to speak to him at the moment in time that he's actually inquiring. We're not going to squander it with somebody saying that we got to change the topic because there's some guy on the sideline. You can just leave the chat if that's what you want. We took the time to answer his questions because this was important to him. Yeah? Go ahead, mathematician.
I was just going to say, I'm leaning towards flat Earth still, much more than round Earth, of course. But the weird thing is that you said that you don't believe in a firmament, or that the firmament is not. You think the firmament is biblical. I think that's completely wrong.
Yeah. So where did firmament? Where was it? The term? Where was it derived?
Firmament's referenced. The actual firmament itself is referenced, I think, in many, many ancient religions. I can pull up a ChatGPT response if you want.
Yeah, but what does it mean in the biblical context? Because it was even mentioned in the King James version.
Right.
And it has its roots in other. Yeah, it has its roots in, when you study the word, where it actually was derived from. So to say that it's not, I think that's maybe you need to just go search it up. So there's a bit of things that you have to look up too, man, when you're having this discussion, and it's how people perceive the world around them. So it's not just.
What is he putting arrow?
So it's not just. Yeah, it's not just the fact that we discuss the physical world, but sometimes we get into philosophy. Rarely, right? We don't like to do that because people go into the mindset of like, oh, we're just talking about God or no God, like. But it's people don't have the realization that we're human beings, bro. Sometimes we have these questions. We want to talk about it a little bit. So we're answering your question that seems to be specific to your atheist understanding.
I hear your answer. Don't get me wrong. I've heard your answers. It's just there is still this huge anomaly in my head that like doesn't make sense to me. You know,
you need to prove the supernatural to answer.
Yeah, well, there's also the idea that somebody who thinks that there is no creator and rational thinking people should just be atheist is a fallacy. You can't
everything's from the quantum void. It's eternal.
That you can't just think that's the case, man. You can't just
I'm the founder of religion,
bro. You can't just draw a line in the sand and say that's the way it goes.
No, I just realized reality. If you want to disprove reality, then go ahead and try.
All right, so when you talk about the questions, though, is there a God or maybe not? Like that's philosophy, but we're describing the earth as it is. So if somebody has their own religious interpretation, then that's their walk, right? They can do that because in any case, you can prove that God doesn't exist or does exist based on the way you see the world. The things you can prove is what we talk about in this room. Things you can prove, yeah.
I agree how you I mean, with all due respect, I think that you don't think they're related because of your religious views. It's just my like honest opinion. And just add it I'm okay if there's no answer to this, but I'm just wondering if there are any atheist flat earthers in this room.
There used to be one. There used to be the guy who used to be atheist, but every time we would have the conversation of like, let's say the dichotomy of creation and so forth, the idea that people, the story of creation, right? Either was nature that just made everything by itself for no apparent reason, or that there was a creator that intentionally put everything here, right? So when it went to that realm, he was just like really upset about that. He didn't want to have that conversation. So what we do here is we allow people to have whatever philosophical interpretation you think it is, but the empirical information that we gather from the earth around us displays itself as just what it is. There's no cultist idea about what the earth is displaying itself as. It's just that's the way it is. So no one can negate that fact. But as far as what you believe in your faith is, you're an atheist, you're a religious person, whatever it is, that's on you. That's your philosophy, yeah. But it doesn't go over into the idea that we see things in reality. That's the physical world. No, it doesn't, dude. Your philosophical interpretation of there not being a God does not leach into the physical world. You testing something to be true, like water boiling at 100 degrees at sea level, that doesn't negate the fact that you say one day you thought God existed, one day you thought he didn't exist. That test will still be the same. Their philosophical interpretation of the world based on what you think it is not going to change that fact, dude. These are the facts of nature. And nature displays itself as a horizontal plane. Sorry to tell you. And so all of these things can be still intact. It doesn't impede anything of what you think philosophically. However, there will be debates about it, right?
I strongly disagree with you.
That's fine. You can strongly disagree, but it will be a debate. It won't be something like that would be obvious truth. It's not obvious truth. It would be a debate, as you so said. That's where that ends. It just ends as this huge debate. Well, is there a God? Is there not a God? And we can show you, of course, we have our side. We can point out to how that information is transferred only by somebody who's actually giving it and the receiver. But that won't make any sense to you because you won't. You know what I mean? It's your philosophical interpretation that there is no transmitter or receiver. So. And that's where it ends. It's, the physical world is determined by people who can empirically test and verify, falsify. And the philosophical interpretations, that's up to you, man. You can't tell somebody, well, you've got to be an atheist in order for you to realize that the earth is flat. It's not, you
I'm not trying to. I'm pointing out an anomaly.
It's not an anomaly. It's your wrong. Anomaly. It's your wrong interpretation. You can't force somebody to think like you. Yeah, everyone can think of whatever they want, and that's their own walk. They can do whatever they want. That's whatever philosophically they think however we got here, that's what they think. You can't say, "Wow, you guys have to be atheists if you're skeptical on the Earth being flat." It being a globe. Yeah, sorry, that's just not going to work out for you. If that's your mindset, I would say if that's what's holding you back, then I would say you just relinquish that, man, because it's going to be a debate from here on till the end of time.
Well, I'm not trying to engage in that debate.
Well, you're making your point to say that it's not logical for that to be that people who are investigating that the Earth is flat and come to the conclusion are all just like these religious people that believe in a deity. Well, how can that be? How can that stand? That's talk to your atheist friends. Talk to your atheist friends, dude. Talk to your atheist friends. Tell them why they believe in a cultist idea. That's maybe a conversation you need to talk to them about, not us. We're telling you our perspective. It has the physical world and the philosophy that you think of how everything came about to be are two separate things. It's been said to you many times.
I'm not trying to change anyone's mind. I'm trying to work out why there is an anomaly.
It's not an anomaly.
I know you think that. I understand why you would think that too.
I did. Going over it again and just belaboring the point, to be honest.
I agree.
So, perhaps we should move on. Okay.
I do think that the people who are most gung-ho about the shape of the Earth and about the Big Bang are atheists.
Yeah, I know. Because like I said, they fell into the same pit as the religious. Well, that's your point of view. We see
it. No. I would argue that they die on that hill more than religious people.
No, I don't think so, bro. Have you ever heard of a hard-nosed globalist that's a religious person? You haven't seen the videos that I've seen. I've seen preachers wagging their finger at the camera saying, "Flat Earth, if you think flat Earth is from God, you guys are heretics. You're stupid." Like a preacher. Yeah?
Right. Yeah, but that proves my point.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't prove your point.
Yes, it does, because what I'm trying to say to you is that the Bible that they're reading. Hold on.
No, wait, dude. Hold on. Nope. The preacher that was wagging his finger at that camera was indeed reading from the Bible, which is a flat Earth book. So how did he get the interpretation it was a globe? Is beyond anyone in this room.
No, the anomaly that I'm trying to bring up, that in my own head, if I understand everything, I'm totally honest with myself, I would argue and I would expect that more flat earthers would be atheists. Considering that the creation event behind the Big Bang is something we don't have evidence for. That's the anomaly. That is the anomaly that
you're wrong. You're wrong because that creation story didn't come from biblical context. What I'm telling you is, here's the thing. No, you don't. You just finished telling me that idea came from the Bible. No, it didn't come from the Bible. That interpretation.
Alpha, if he's saying that you guys don't believe in the cartoon globe, if you don't believe in that, therefore. I don't know, like he's trying to take us to outer space and the religion and say, if you don't believe in that, there's something wrong here. I don't get it.
No, he's okay. I'll tell you, Jemsy. So basically, the way I'm interpreting what he's saying. Basically, if you're a skeptic, right, for things that NASA was saying and showing you pictures of the globe, if you're skeptical about that, then you've only been your diet woke. You're only halfway there. Actually, the completion of being a complete skeptic would be an atheist who doubts everything, even the creator. So he's saying, I can't square the circle that we got people that believe that know that the Earth is flat and still believe in a creator. It doesn't make sense.
Well, it's overwhelmingly religious.
I know. I'm telling Jemsy that though, so he can see your point. That's what he's basically saying, Jemsy. He's saying that he can't square the circle why someone who's a hard skeptic is now saying, well, the Earth is flat because we have all the empirical information, is then turn around and saying that they believe in a creator. That doesn't make any sense. So that's what he's saying.
Yeah, that's a very good steel man.
I don't know, Jamesy, did you get that?
Yeah, I get that. It's complete nonsense.
Well, dude, I know, but like that mathematician feels like it's an anomaly in his point of view. But we went over this so that other people can hear too. Like the reason why sometimes people who like him, who was atheists, have that point of view. And that, I think it was a good exposition for the part that people haven't heard, like, well, never heard at this point. So for those who haven't heard, this is I've known about it actually. So it wasn't like not new to me, but anyway.
Hey, is there? I'm just saying. Do you believe in the genetic code? Mathematics.
I believe we have DNA.
Okay, DNA, a code, information. Information code requires a coder, an informer.
This is sorry, you're doing the thing again. Like
no, there's not doing anything. There's no other way around it, bro.
Conversation. I thought this was not a philosophical conversation about whether God exists. I thought this room was.
Well, I'm just telling you that to come to the conclusion that all the information that you're looking at doesn't require a designer. It's complete nonsensical,
here's the
non-logical, illogical fantasy belief. Listen, the atheist that you're trying to portray is like a character that is speaking from a fantasy place, from a cartoon, and saying that the cartoon version of reality that they believe in, it has to be that, and you're just a character in a fantasy place.
Okay, I genuinely think that you're doing the same thing that round earthers do.
No, not the same. Doesn't spell the same when you write it on paper. Doesn't spell the same when you speak it with your mouth. Doesn't look the same. Doesn't sound the same. It's not the same. Not the same thing.
I think you're running into a very similar epistemological.
Hey, but you said it was the same, but it is not. It's not the same.
I let you talk. If I may
say correct things.
Corvo, you're hot micing. Corvo, you're hot micing.
You know that round and flat are not mutually exclusive, so you're even wrong about that premise.
Okay. So hold on, I gotta rethink about what I was about to say.
Acknowledge round and flat are not mutually exclusive.
Okay, Gemzy, notice how like in order to first of all, I didn't ask you to convince me of there being a creator.
I'm not trying to convince you.
Well, you're providing the teleological argument, which is a conviction mechanism, and I would argue that that I would expect you as a flat earther, because I know you're a flat earther.
I'm an above the ground, in the medium, under the heavens earther.
You gotta let me bring up the anomaly.
Yeah, you're making a how do you say?
You gotta let me talk.
That fallacy is.
You gotta let me talk, dude.
You think I think the same as the other guy?
Dude, you gotta let me talk. I was in the. I still can't finish the thing I'm saying. I'm just trying to say that, like, Gemzy, you didn't come up to me and say, "Hey, look, if you look to your left and you look to your right and you look up and you look down, you can easily find your creator," right? But you'll do that to me when I'm trying to look at the flat Earth. I have to look to my left. I have to look to my right, right? And hold on.
That's not how you find the creator.
Hold on. Well, that's the fucking problem I have. That's the anomaly that's in my head.
Because you think that the creator and the creation of his is the same thing.
No, I'm giving you irony, dude. The irony is that you did not.
You think that if I show you a Swiss watch, that Swiss watch is the clockmaker, the designer of the clock.
Well, you can show me the clockmaker too, right?
Okay, but if you see the Swiss watch, you know there has to be a clockmaker, don't you?
No, that's a fallacy.
No?
That's a fallacy. I don't.
So I think this is. I go back again. You're playing a character that ignores all logic, and you're playing like you're a clueless guy that doesn't use his senses and cannot come to a logical conclusion about how to reason with reality. And you just some type of character that say, I'm skeptic about everything and information, design, creation. You're skeptic about everything.
in my head, what you're doing right now is exactly the same. Like it's the same epistemological obstacle as someone else saying, "Look at the stars in the sky, therefore the shape is round." That's what you're doing.
No, that's wrong. You're completely wrong about that.
That is what you're doing in my head. In my head.
No, looking at a watch. Looking. Oh, the conclusion that you can look at the stars. Listen, the conclusion that you can look at the stars and come to a certain conclusion about Earth is a globe. That's a fallacy.
The fallacy of you can look at a watch and figure out that there's a watchmaker is also
not the same. Not the same thing.
Not the same fallacy. I agree, but
it's not the same.
I never said it's the same. I said it's a very similar epistemological obstacle.
Okay, so not the same. Not the same thing.
Not exactly the same, but a very similar epistemological obstacle.
Because you gotta remember, though, when you look at the stars and you come to a conclusion, or you make an idea, Earth is a globe, then you go to the step of checking. Okay, my idea is that Earth is a globe because I saw the stars in the sky. Now I'm gonna check the Earth, the thing in question. I'm gonna check if my idea is correct, and then when you check, you know that it's not correct.
This is exactly what I'm talking about. I hope everyone's listening. I hope everyone understands my anomaly.
When you look at the stars and you just see one star in the sky without any other information, you cannot come to the conclusion that you're standing on a globe. You can't do that.
I can't believe you're making that argument, dude. At the same time as making the other argument. Like, those two arguments, I think, are like... it's weird to me, man.
Have you reached the end
similar in fallacy?
Have you reached the end of your conclusion of like what you think the anomaly is? Because I think at this point there's an impasse because you feel very certain on your idea.
Well, to be fair, I genuinely think that there's an impasse because I believe I'm talking to a lot of religious flat earthers, and I think
that's fine. It's
unfortunate that there's not a lot of. It's unfortunate that you can't find a single flat earther who's an atheist. That's super weird to me, man.
Well, what I'm telling you, though, is that because we can divorce the fact that what the physical world is demonstrating is not the same as a philosophical interpretation. Yeah, I've told you that already in the past.
I agree.
I don't think you do. You think they're married, dude. You think they're married. And so you're like, well, if you think that the physical world and how all this is here, then, okay, well, you have to put the creator involved. But you could be like you, thinking that, well, perhaps there isn't one. But then what you have to wrestle with at some point, if you don't, it's up to you. But if you have to wrestle with, like what Jemsy's talking about, things have a specific pattern, right? There's things that we have on this earth are cyclical in nature, right?
You're doing the same thing. Holy
No. I'm telling you, this is the thing that you don't have to do this, right? You could look at nature being cyclical and then say, well, there's no rhyme or reason to it being cyclical. Of course, it's cyclical, but, I'm going to say that there's no rhyme or reason to the cyclicalness of all of creation. Whatever. Like, that's up to you. That right there doesn't need to be introduced. You can still see the same things that Jemsy's seeing that I'm seeing. I could see information that's encoded in all things that are living, right? All animate matter. All of it. It's encoded with information. Well, so that to me, is showing me that information is only given by someone, the information who's giving the information, and then the one receiving it, right? I'm looking at it that way. You can look at information or code as something that it's just no rhyme or reason to it. It's just code. That's you. That's what you do, right? I don't have to look at your worldview as being that. I can think about it the way I think about it. Yeah, I'm my own person. You're your own person. Information and code that's received in all of nature, right? Because everything does have code. So you can't get away from that fact. You know that the same thing I do, right? DNA. We can look at the protein structures.
You're doing the same shit, dude.
Yeah. You can be upset about it and chew on the fact that
I'm gonna be upset about it, dude. It is.
Yeah, that's just a fact. That's just a fact. I'm telling you the facts. We know things have information. We know things have information. I didn't talk about a creator. However, the philosophical interpretation of that is how that information got there. That's where we say, yeah, there is a creator. And you say, well, I don't think so. That's the division right there.
That's not my problem.
Yeah,
well, no, your problem is you don't accept that there are standards that we are following. You've got your standards. We have ours.
I don't think you. No. I don't think flat earthers abide by their own standards.
I haven't said much, so allow me to finish. Okay, thank you. And it's this: we've established a standard which is following the scientific method, where it's applicable, and the standards of integrity. That's what we're doing. We're not.
I disagree.
Just pointing fingers and don't keep interrupting when I'm speaking. Don't be an arsehole, yeah? Can I just finish? Right? You have your standards, and your standards is not the standard that we would be adhering to. You're not the barometer of what goes on, okay? Bear that in mind. Thanks.
That's a good way to put it, actually.
I don't think that flat earthers completely abide by their standard, especially when they...
You are not the barometer. I'm going to just point to what he just finished saying. So you're not the standard, yeah? You don't set the standard, bro. You're not that guy. You're not going to say, I don't think this is you're doing it incorrectly. Sorry, but you have your philosophical interpretation. We have ours. That's where that divide is. So, like I said, we all agree that there's information in things that are living. All of us agree on that. And if you don't, you're just denying the facts of reality, yeah?
Well,
the things that we know. Yeah, okay, so now you're saying that there is no such thing as DNA? You're denying even that?
No, I think there is DNA. What do you mean?
Okay, so is that not information that's been coded into?
That's information. I don't think it's... Hold on. The word coded into, that's where I take issue for sure.
Well, that's what we say, the philosophical interpretation of there being someone who designed that code, right? Who put it there. Yeah, and you're saying...
I would ask you, I would ask you how you draw that conclusion.
Because we see nature happen in a very cyclical way.
Oh, right? I thought you were going to say the scientific method. This is my issue. Is that Hold on. Jin, hold on real quick. Jin said earlier that you guys have standards, right? And I like some of those standards, especially the standard where you simply rely on your observation and you take everything else with a grain of salt. But I just do not see consistently. I do not see flat earthers abide by that standard. And I think you're not abiding by that.
No, because you want everybody to believe like you do in the case of how things actually, like, we're here. So if we have information, everybody knows there has to be an information giver. You don't think that way. You think there doesn't need to be an information giver. Information can just exist out of no apparent reason. It could just be there. That's you. We don't think that way. Philosophically, we're going to say no. We think that there has to be someone who gave that information to the thing we see, whether it be a plant or a bird, a human. However, the information was put in place or set in motion, there has to be an information giver. That's why we're looking at. You're not.
But if you think that way, I would expect you to be a round earther, just like all the other round earthers.
No, that's an absurd thing to say. Let me just get in there. That's an absurd thing today, because God gave us our senses and the right to think for ourselves. So if the earth is a globe, we can go out and measure that. We have the tools and technologies.
How do you measure God?
Shut up. Don't interrupt me when I'm talking, you fool. Let me finish what I'm saying. We have the tools and equipment to go out there and check that. We've been given the numbers, the specification. Let's go verify that. We're finding extended horizontality. Okay? Thank you.
So...
He's mathematician. You skipping a bunch of different things. You're saying that in the moment, as a character in the idea of your mind, you can just say something, and therefore it has to be, because you're skipping laws of nature, you're skipping our senses, you're skipping realist level, you're skipping measurements. You're skipping all of the processes, all of the cause and effect relationship things that are in place that can give us a conclusion about something, like there is a design in place, or the surface measures is not curving. All of those things, you're skipping that and just staying in your bubble and say, from my bubble, I don't believe what you guys are saying, because whatever ideas you have in your mind.
Let me propose a possibility, okay? And this is just hear me out.
But stop operating like a character in a cartoon. Operating the realist level. Come on.
Okay, if I may, I just want to give you my perspective. It's just a general response, because I think I've responded to that.
God, dude. I've been listening to you for like hours, man. Jesus, what are you talking about? What are you trying to get at here? that flat earthers
Yeah, he's going
don't
to answer
believe-
that one. Go ahead, mathematicians. Finish the question. What you're going to say, and then answer John about whatever.
Yeah, please.
I think that it is important to rely on our senses. I do have an expectation on atheists, and I know you guys don't understand this. Not the atheist room or anything, but I do have an expectation on atheists. Atheists tend to rely on evidence. That's like one of the strongest virtues of atheism is to rely on evidence. And that seems to be a virtue that is shared among flat earthers as well, because in order to observe the flat earth, we have to rely on our senses. In order to the expectation I have, again, is that atheists should be the flat earthers. And it's just not that way. And here's my proposal as to why that is, if I may. And you can disagree with that all you want. I'm just going to give you my perspective as to why. I think that whoever's pushing this round earth, whoever came up with this, cult, and whoever's pushing this and whatever their purpose is, I think their primary motivation is to convert atheists to round earth. I think that's their goal. I think their goal is to convince atheists of the Big Bang Theory, and their target is atheists, I think. That's just my opinion. I think it happens to be the case that a lot of Christians and Catholics have been pulled into that religion, the round earth religion or whatever. And as a result, that's kind of muddied the waters for the round earthers. But the ultimate motivation is to, I think, prevent atheists from being able to think for themselves.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
flat earthers are not atheists. Sorry again there. Flat earthers are not atheists.
Yeah, let John come through, Jen, because he
Sorry, John. Yeah, my mistake there, John. Go ahead.
Okay, so that's been your entire point, mathematician, is to is to bridge those 2 points. Okay.
Yeah.
So you're saying that if you're saying if it is a conspiracy, it's a conspiracy against the atheistic community?
I think it's largely targeted the atheistic community because, number one, most atheists are round earthers. It's like overwhelming. I've never met an atheist that's a round earther.
So are most Christians too, actually.
Well, I think that, like I said, I think that a lot of Christians, as they struggle with their, modern material conditions, they have to adapt to a new moral compass that's more compatible with the modern era. And I think a lot of them also reflect on.
I'll just mute you. You're just useless.
That's probably for the best.
It's not even mildly entertaining, troll.
I know. You'd think they'd at least do better. Hey there, and Martin K are here. Do we know those people? They seem new to me.
No, I don't know them.
Hey there, and Martin. Welcome to the Flat Earth channel.
What does that mean exactly? Flat Earth?
Really?
Well, I'm just trying to figure out what flat means. Like, definitely, because the beach is like a change in elevation from sea level, so that part's not flat. So I'm just wondering, overarching term, what do you mean?
Well, it means a flat horizontal topographical plane. Obviously, it doesn't mean flat in the absolute ideal sense, because these ideal geometric forms don't actually exist. Nothing is actually flat, nothing is actually spherical. There is no actual cube, or any of these objects don't exist. We make things in the real world that approximate these forms, but they're not exactly identical. But for the purpose of just human conversation and conception, we use them interchangeably as analogous equal forms.
I got you.
So, like,
So
we
the
say,
same, like,
my kitchen, it's like, yeah, your kitchen table's flat, right? But it's not actually flat. If you zoom in on it, then you'll see bumps and ridges. And if you look really close, it's probably got a slight warp in it.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. So if you're saying if we like zoom out to the position of God and act like we're God, we'd say flat. And kind of similar to how like the sphere,
No, you don't gotta go
like
that
it's
far.
not an actual sphere, right? They're like it's not.
No, you don't have to go that far. Like, basically, if you take the vertical axis versus the horizontal axis, the ratio of those is so large, the difference is that it's effectively flat for all practical purposes.
Well, in the area you check locally in reality, right? We can't make a claim to the entirety
from
just local measurements. Really,
Yeah,
what?
because it's water.
That's not a fallacious reasoning. You don't think that you could just make
No,
a
because
claim
the water,
to the
no, because phenomenologically connected water does the same thing at the surface.
Yeah, I agree. Like still water does, but I go fishing and I have a fishing spot in 85 feet of water, and depending on the tide, it'll be around 81 or 88.
But you still, that ratio is still maintained, and even if you had freaking tides 1 mile high, because the surface area of the Earth is at least in excess of 100 million miles as far as the water is concerned, that ratio of 100 million square miles versus some bump that's a mile high, that's a 150 it's 150 million to 1 ratio.
Okay, yeah, no, I hear you. I hear you. And so, is the equator a circle still, or
there's no equator?
There's no equator.
So the equator would have certain phenomena that we observe to even determine where the equator is. Like, hey, I want to know where the equator is. Okay, how do I find it? How do you find the equator? But okay, we're going to go to the place where, like, what equator means, the equality of day and night. So let's go find that place where day and night are equal. Well, that's nowhere on Earth. Nowhere on Earth is the day and nighttime length equal.
I gotcha. No, I agree. I thought some people define it as like a 0 degree latitude, meaning that Polaris disappears at the equator, kind of.
First of all, it doesn't. And in the globe model, it wouldn't, because according to the globe model, refraction lifts it up over the horizon. So at the equator, you would still see Polaris. But that coordinate system is based upon what's called the celestial sphere, and the equator is in the sky. It's not on the ground. So this is like, speaking of fallacious reasoning, the latitude system, latitude and longitude are not on the ground, because you can't find latitude, longitude, equator, tropic of Capricorn, tropic of fucking Cancer using just the ground. You would need to look in the sky to find all those things.
Yeah, that's where it seems to be the reification occurs. I see what you're saying. That was why my question was, is the equator a circle?
Well, in old books, like in books that they published in the 19th century, they would say you're under the equator. They wouldn't say you're on the equator. They would say you're under the Tropic of Capricorn. They wouldn't say you're on it.
Yeah, no, that makes sense for sure. And so since they took it from the celestial sphere, they would have it mapped as a circle, but like it could be a straight line.
Coordinates, it's not like, this is what, it's a coordinate system. Okay, so a coordinate system is different than some territory, right? You can choose any arbitrary coordinate system, Cartesian, polar, dual polar, like there's just like there's an infinite amount of coordinate systems, a literal infinite amount. You could choose, choose a skewed grid where you're using diamonds. You could use frickin' spirals as your coordinates. You could use frickin' anything.
Yep, yeah, that makes sense. No, and that's what I was thinking. I thought the interesting part was like how we say, we use this geometry on Earth, right? And it's Euclidean. But then once they try to involve this coordinate system using the sky, it becomes non-Euclidean, which is like, that's where their contradiction is. They do everything using Euclid's principles on the Earth, even though they're declaring that the surface is non-Euclidean. It's crazy.
Well, I would say that even the spherical geometry of things in the sky is pseudo-Euclidean. So they're using it Euclidean, kind of, but to even use it that way, because they have to assume parallel rays, it becomes Euclidean as soon as you say, hey, we're using parallel rays of light. Now all the starlight and all the sunlight and the moonlight and all this light is hitting parallel. That can only be modeled in a Euclidean geometry, right? So you would take a slice and use a circle and rays that extend from the circle. You couldn't do that in any type of spherical geometry. It'd just be impossible. You couldn't, like, if you took a 3D model, like in some 3D graphics program, and tried to draw parallel fucking rays to the surface of a sphere, it's not possible.
Yeah, I hear you.
It's almost like a mixed system. So when they actually do like predictions of the sky, they just assume that you're at the center, right? That you're at the center of the origin of coordinates, and there's a big ball moving around you, but it's not even a full ball; it's half a ball. So, and then that's partially the truth, because you can't do observations below 30 degrees and pretty much above 20. So 20 degrees from zenith and 30 degrees above the horizon, you can't do any observations because A, you can't accurately measure the angles directly overhead because it's just hard, and at the horizon, because of, according to them, refraction displaces the objects. You can't do it there either. So like the measurements fall apart if you look in the sky in these areas. So technically, it's just like a ring, a donut in the sky where it actually appears to be natural, like some sort of spherical system. It's way more complicated than people think. It's not like the simplified shit they teach. It's not the way it actually is. Not in practice or in math.
Yeah, no, I hear you. So yeah, there's like a 30-degree discrepancy there that you're saying. But I think they came to the conclusion non-Euclidean is because when you do like the 69 miles per degree, they get a number that makes pi equal 2, right, from 0 to 90. So that's 69
miles per degree. Where did that come from?
69 miles per degree. So what we do is we take an angle measurement to Polaris, and then we can just travel upon the Earth in a linear fashion, right? And go 69 miles, and it'll change 1 degree. I'm testing it, actually. I'm doing the test myself. No, not right this second, but I do plan on 69ing the globe, and I was wondering if you would want to join in.
69ing the globe?
Yeah, like what we'll do is we'll take angle measurements. How come
it always goes to degeneracy?
That's
I don't understand. Why wouldn't we Eiffel Tower?
Why did I join? I joined during Homo Erotica right now. What's going on?
No, I'm talking about 69 miles per degree.
I want an Eiffel Tower.
No, I'm talking about 69 miles per degree. Let's test this fact.
I'm talking about two people on either side of it and fucking it from both sides.
I wasn't trying to get weird or anything. So
better try harder not to get weird, because you're getting pretty weird there, sir.
Okay, yeah, I mean, it's an arbitrary stance weirdness anyways, but yeah. So 69 miles per degree, if I stay on the same longitude and I travel.
It's a fact before you did the test.
Yeah. I'm not claiming it to be a fact, but it is the case that navigators have been using this for a long time. So I would say that it's a possibility that it does exist.
If you look in navigation, how accurate it is, typically they're off like 15 miles per day.
Yeah, they don't even claim it's this perfectly accurate.
Only you guys do. Do you know why?
So have you ever taken an angle measurement to Polaris? Have you ever taken an angle measurement? Did it match your latitude?
That's circular logic. Latitude is defined by the angle measurement.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, and is there 69 miles? Is there 69 linear miles between you and one other degree? No,
I don't know.
How do you know that?
How would I know?
You said no.
How would I know? Well, I have no evidence that
you could go and test it. You're saying you can't drive 69 miles? Yeah, we all can do it together. So that way we can learn and prove things in reality.
Dude,
you don't want to learn and prove things in reality?
No, I'm just not doing shit with you.
Why? I don't understand. You don't have to do it with me.
You're a
I'm saying you
degenerate.
can do it with yourself. I'll do it over here by myself, and then all of us in the community can come together and verify this information. Are you saying we shouldn't be testing
You're not
things
in any
reality?
community, dude. You're a fucking one-man army, bro.
A one-man army that
aren't you
wants
one
to
of the
test a claim?
Bevites? Are you in that community?
No, what?
Are you one
That's
of the
what he
Bevites?
sounds like. Yeah, he
Are you
totally
guys
sounds
scared?
like one
Are
of
you
them.
guys scared to do a measurement in
So
reality?
you're going to talk about me. I'm asking, are you one of these Bevites that
Are you scared to do a measurement in reality, Indio?
No.
What's the matter? Are you
No,
getting scared, my friend?
Why would I be scared?
I don't know. So why not test this actual claim in reality to find out if it is the case or not?
Because that is a reversal of the burden of proof, Pinhead.
A reversal of the burden of proof.
Yes,
It's
it
not
isn't
an
for me to
nobody made an argument.
It isn't
Nobody's
for me
making
to
an
go,
argument.
It isn't for me to go out and test everybody else's claims, dude. It's up to them.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. So you don't want to know if it's 69 miles per degree or not.
Dude, I don't care. Because it wouldn't prove your
Okay,
flat or not.
you're done.
It wouldn't,
You're
it
done.
wouldn't
You don't
prove
care.
it.
Why are you even
I'll
here
tell you-
telling people the
well,
earth
you
is
let me,
flat? You don't want to go
why don't I
check it?
care? Why don't I care?
Yeah, because you don't want to tell. You don't want to check
Because
it.
it won't curve. Because it won't curve the surface.
What does that matter? It'll make pi
What do you
equal
mean? What
2
is
if
that?
it is
That is the
correct.
whole. That is the whole point. This
It
is
doesn't
a
matter.
flat Earth Discord. And if the surface is not curved, it's not a ball. And no
Okay, that's
observation
fine.
of the
Nobody
sky.
thinks it's a
And
ball,
no
dude.
observation of the sky can turn the Earth into a ball or make
Nobody
it flat.
thinks it's a ball, dude. No one thinks it's a ball. People, when they claim that it's a globe, they're saying like it's a blade, it's a spheroid. They're saying all different things. They're not saying it's a ball. Everyone knows what the water level does.
A sphere is a 2D surface only. It's a ball. They're claiming it's a ball.
Flat is a surface description only.
Is a sphere a 2D surface? Yes or no?
Yeah. Is it flat a surface description? Yes or no? Is flat a surface description? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So locally, when you check things out, it's flat locally. Now, can you make a claim to the whole from the parts, or is that called
we
a
already
whole
covered
fallacy?
Yeah, we already covered this.
Okay, so you can use fallacious reasoning in your
It's not
logic to
fallacious.
come to a conclusion.
Okay, I already did the logic, and you didn't point out any point in that logic that was fallacious.
It's called a parts of the whole fallacy.
Okay. No.
Yeah, if you just measure one part of something, you can't make a claim to the entirety. And all you can do is measure locally in reality. And if you're going to take measurements out of reality, then I don't know what you're doing.
It's not a part. It's not a part.
Okay, the ground you measured is not a part of the earth. Okay, got it.
The water.
The water is not a part of the earth.
Right?
Okay, yeah.
If I measure the ocean.
Yeah, how'd you do that? Go ahead and give us the way you measured the ocean.
Okay, I went to the beach, dude, and I observed a container ship sail from 6 miles out to 30 miles, never disappearing over any curvature or anything like that. Even though
how did you verify the 30 miles?
Okay, radar.
With radar, you shot radar to the ship?
No, there's a radar. There's a radar. There's a radar station in Gloucester, Massachusetts that tracks the position of ships using radar.
Okay. And so we have to trust that information. Oh, that's cool. I'm okay with trusting that information. So in your area, things take a long time to disappear into the horizon. Therefore, you can make a claim to the entirety of the earth.
No, it never disappeared into the horizon. Ever.
Okay, it never disappeared into the horizon. Therefore, that occurs everywhere, right? That's your claim?
No. No. Why are you straw manning me?
Why are you saying it's flat then everywhere if you only have... Because you have one local... You have one local...
Why are you straw manning me, though?
Yeah, you don't have any other observation. You have one local observation.
That the ship is on. It is a whole observation because that water, even though I can only see locally, that water is connected to the entire Atlantic Ocean.
Okay, and
is it not?
Yeah, I agree with you.
Atlantic Ocean, it's the same Atlantic Ocean that's in South America.
Okay, so if someone else sees the boat disappear earlier in another part of the world and they claim that it's a globe, isn't that fallacious?
Well, that's a fallacious claim because that.
Yeah, just like your claim is fallacious.
Dude, you interrupt me one more time, you're going to get muted. Okay? You ask me a question and then answer it. You guys do this all the time. That shit is not going to fly. Okay? I'm telling you right now. If you ask me a question, you need to let me answer it. Okay? Someone saying ships over the horizon is curvature of the Earth is fallacious in the first place because that assumes that it's impossible to make that type of observation on a flat surface. It's not. We've demonstrated it's not. We can demonstrate this is the way it also appears on a flat surface. Okay, so that inference that they've made is wrong. Okay, period. So though we call it the Atlantic Ocean, that water is connected worldwide. There's no break in it. So the Atlantic Ocean is connected to the Indian Ocean, which is connected to the Pacific Ocean, which is connected to the Southern Ocean, which is connected to the Arctic Ocean. They're all connected. It's only saying this is different by convention because we came up with different names. But it's the same thing. It's the same water. So because this water phenomenologically behaves uniformly at the surface, we can say the vertical compared to the horizontal, that the surface of the water is flat for all practical purposes.
Okay, yeah, no problem. That's definitely using inductive reasoning to make a confident claim, but you didn't reach 100% certainty or knowledge at this point because you didn't do anything deductive.
Yeah, and that's just a baseless assertion.
Okay, tell me that how you determined your argument is deductive and not inductive.
Okay, do you want the syllogism?
Sure.
Okay. Syllogism goes like this. If A equals B, B equals C, A also equals C. So in the place of A, B, and C, we use a laser, we use the surface of the water, and we use the term flat. So lasers travel in a straight line and are effectively flat, except they're in special cases. Okay, there's no observation of this special case.
There's no beam spread, you're saying?
There's beam divergence, so what? You can control that. So you can control that variable. So you control that variable. No, it is flat, because you rely on the centroid of the beam. The beam centroid. You know what that is?
Okay, what's the beam spread and how long is the beam?
Do you know what a beam centroid is? Because there's no point continuing further if you don't know how beam divergence actually works.
You win, dude.
You don't.
You won. You won, India.
If you don't, you'd have no idea what a beam. I'm not trying to win.
And you have a fallacious
You don't know what you're talking about. Nothing that. Yeah, you're just asserting the same thing that you just asked me to demonstrate, and I am, and you say you won, but it's still fallacious.
You think a laser is flat?
It's not going to work. Lasers are flat.
Say it again.
Lasers are flat. The vertical change of its direction, okay, which would
there's parallel rays.
In physics, it would be called. In physics, we call the Poynting vector. So the Poynting vector of the laser does not change vertically. Okay.
Do you have any evidence of light being parallel?
Not good. What do you mean light being parallel to the surface of the Earth?
Yeah, that's what your claim is at this point. You're saying light is traveling parallel when you shoot out the laser. There's no beam divergence. It's straight. So you could set two lasers up.
You don't know
one above the other. And
you don't know what beam divergence is. What is beam divergence?
Yeah, when the beam comes out, it spreads. So you have beam spread.
So how do you stop that from happening?
I don't think you can at certain distances, like the distances
you can use a collimator. In the collimator,
that doesn't correct it completely. Culmination errors cannot be removed fully.
Okay. No, dude, you're just mixing and matching terms. Collimation errors happen in a theodolite. Collimation errors don't happen in a laser. Collimating a laser means having the beam come through a lens and come out parallel. Okay? So the laser comes out parallel, so you can measure what the beam divergence is. And you can control it. So if the beam divergence at some distance, like say I have the beam divergence and at 41 kilometers, it equals a 2-meter spread. But the curve of the Earth is supposed to be 127 meters. That spread does not change the result because the spread is 2 orders of magnitude smaller than the measurement. So there is no like measurement error, uncertainty, lack of precision, it doesn't matter because what the prediction is 2 orders of magnitude different than the measurement. Even if you say, hey, we're going to take the uppermost point of the beam divergence and see if that part, right? So you got to think of it like a triangle. So from the center of the laser to a point of it, and it spreads out like a triangle, diverges, right? If you take the top point of this triangle, that top point is still 125 meters under where the fucking under the level of the eye.
Okay, so not flat.
And 8. Does flat exist?
Does flat exist? Yeah, there's things that's a surface description, or if you want to describe uncarbonated water, or if you wanted to describe paint, yeah, there's flat exists.
You are an utter fucking retard.
Oh, is that not true? What I just said is not true. Is that correct?
For some reason, I thought, Tora, were you a flat earther before and then you switched?
No.
I'm not taking any position. I'm not going to get trapped into what you guys were sold called a bad deal. It's not Batman versus Superman, Jets versus Giants, in my opinion. But if you'd like to hold that position, good luck. You'll be trapped forever.
Yeah.
He's a glossy earther. I got it because he says flat applies to paint. Yeah, there you go. He's a glossy earther. It's a new one.
Okay, so flat doesn't apply to paint. Flat doesn't apply to paint. Is that your argument?
You're a joke.
What is a glossy? What is a glossy earther?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, if
we have people in here now that doesn't think flat applies to paint. This is what happens when you get stuck in this model. I'm sorry, guys.
I think flat applies. Yeah, I think flat. Yeah, flat applies to paint. Yeah, I was gonna say that too. Shoot, somebody beat me to it.
Flat applies to paint, but that's a word context fallacy. So congratulations.
The first definition I gave was surface description. Did you miss that?
Okay.
And then I gave other things. You asked me if flat exists in reality. Yeah, it does. It exists in reality in these 3 ways, and I gave them to you.
So, if matter is made of discrete elements, how can it be flat unless those discrete elements are also flat?
How do you know that?
Well, I mean, you can determine that. Well, we could do the.
You know what matter is made out of? Were you there when it was all made? So you're the creator. Are you God again?
No, that has nothing to do with it. We can do the photoelectric effect and determine that everything's made of discrete matter.
Okay, and that's reasonable. That's a deductive experiment. You're saying?
Yeah, you shoot fucking light at a metal plate and particles fucking fly off of it.
Particles? What's your evidence for this?
That's right. Because they have a ballistic.
Can you see them?
Because they have. No, you don't need to see them. Not everything is known with sight, so it has a ballistic trajectory, and you can deflect them with a magnetic field. Okay.
Okay, so measure the theory confirmed.
It's not atomic theory. Well, I mean, you could call it atomic theory to a degree.
Okay, so it's
not really
confirmed. It's not a theory, right? It's confirmed. It's 100% the truth of the matter.
You get an experiment. This is what will happen. That the matter will come off in discrete particles, and it will have a set momentum, right? You can measure the momentum. You can measure the impact of the particle. And you can see
that every single time and from here into the future, all the time, it'll be that way.
Oh, don't try to make the uniformitarianism argument, dude. It's fucking so gay, dude. You're just a sophist. I'm just muting you. Pathetic.
India.
Yeah, they got this new script. That's what this pi is 2 thing. Somebody said that yesterday too. They got a new script they're rolling in.
Elderbear.
It's not, yeah. It's an Elderbear acolyte. Somebody's got a question for you, Indio.
Oh, what's up, bro?
It's okay. Yeah. I just wanted to ask: is he glober or concave?
I don't know what the hell he is.
I think he said he doesn't want to be trapped or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, he already is, man. Until he figures out how to get out of that straitjacket, he's trapped.
Yeah, he sounds pretty trapped to me. He sounds pretty trapped.
Straitjacket. That was nice.
I mean, maybe he's a Houdini earther and he can get out. I don't know.
And bro, sorry for not knowing what is a level earther. I just heard it today, I think.
Dude, this is like a thing they've been doing for years now, right? They tried to like water down or obfuscate or make a flat Earth appear ridiculous by coming out with like these iterations of like, it isn't flat Earth, it's true Earth. It isn't flat Earth, it's level Earth. It isn't flat Earth, it's horizontal Earth. It isn't.
I get it.
You know, it's silly.
They want to introduce. So they want to introduce. Sorry for interrupting. So they want to introduce infinite options, so that they can water it down.
Yeah. Mostly level. Remember that one, Indio? Mostly level.
The
mostly okay. Sorry.
That was sheeple, right? The mostly level Earth.
Yeah, that was totally sheeple. Yeah. The most flat.
Why wasn't he the mostly flat?
I know he should have been the mostly flat, right? That would have been more consistent. Yeah,
yeah, that should have been the mostly flat. Yeah, that's what he should have been. In truth in advertising. So I'm sure if you're listening, I still haven't talked to Alan and Shane or those guys. I mean, their shit's really not that important to me. But you know, I'll get to them eventually when I have a chance.
I hear ya. I'm kind of over it myself, but they're still trotting it out like it's the best thing.
Well, I mean, there was something there that would have already. Well, I can't say that because there's some pretty good experiments that people don't know about. But there would be. I think there'd be more there.
Oh, there's nothing there, to be honest.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, if that dog could hunt, then it would have caught something by now. Like I said, I'm gonna look at it with like fresh eyes. But I think it doesn't mean I don't think like what they've done is actually useful. I think it has the potential of revealing something in the mathematics that, I mean, you kind of like alluded on that, like when you said that they're using hyperdimensional origins of coordinates. Man, that's freaking, that's the next level. Like, what the hell are you doing? And like mathematically, yeah, sure, it works, but it's like, I mean, if you want to, like, I don't know how they could ever say that this is reality and we're not just reifying something using hyperdimensional spaces. But then again, there's millions of dollars and billions of dollars going to string theory, which is, 200-dimensional frickin' space that, of strings that terminate on a frickin', on you, me, and everybody around here and everything else. Get real, like if you're real into it, you can do loop string theory. So now they're rings or circles or vibrating freaking loops. How can you be a sophist like that guy and hold your head up high? Right? I don't get it. Like, you should be walking around with your head bowed down in shame.
What was crazy to me is, for some reason, I thought he was a flat earther at some point because I recognized his voice, but it was weird. It almost had like a Jaren vibe where he's just like refusing to acknowledge all of the empirical evidence for a plane.
Yeah, I recognized his voice too. Yeah, I can't remember if he used to have a different name or, but yeah, he's been around.
Yeah, he had a different name. I think he was in here the other day under a different name. But no, that could be a different guy. Like, there's like the Bev crew or the I think he must be part of the BEP crew, or he's freaking borrowing some of their arguments, if that's what you want to call them, or tactics, really.
Yeah, he's parroting them.
Guys.
Yeah.
Yeah. But he might not be part of the crew. Like, he's just like trying to take the piss, rage bait, whatever. It's like a game to them. The uniformitarianism argument is just silly, dude. I mean, yes, it's like everything in the past is going to be the way it is now, and everything now is the way it is in the future. You have to have some like level of belief or faith in that, because you don't actually know that the future is going to be just like now, or that the past.
Excuses here, and you're not making sense. When the boat disappears from bottom up, there's no zooming effect going on. Yeah? All he does is he lowers the camera and my video from 3 inches above the ground to the ground, and then within a few seconds, you get a miraging effect at the bottom of the boat. Do you not understand how refraction works? Due to temperature distortion. Right. Well, this is something you can do you can do this in your bedroom. If you manipulate the temperature in your bedroom, you can put some objects on a surface, put the camera quite low at the same level, and you'll see the surface rise up once you manipulate the temperature in the room. Now you can see the heat distortion all around.
I get your argument. I get your argument, but if you compare the video that we are just talking about, where the boat is really distorted at the bottom, to actual photos of ships disappearing or being obstructed bottom first above the horizon, there are actually pictures where the ship is not distorted at all. It's just the bottom being not visible because it's behind the waterline. If I compare it to the video or the GIF that you just posted in chat, it's a completely different effect. So the ship,
no, it's not. It's
the car
just
floor
it's the
park
same
is
effect.
completely wiggling and
no. I'm sorry, you're wrong. It's the exact same effect, but it's at a much closer distance. So the distortion you're seeing is a lot clearer. You are seeing the actual flickering of the distortion. That's because it's a very close observation.
Yeah, but why don't you try to repeat the same observation on a longer distance? Where you have a clear, visible object being obstructed bottom first.
Okay, I'm going to give you another observation where you can't make these silly excuses, because you're making these excuses, but it doesn't make sense and it's not logically consistent.
It's not excuses. I'm just asking questions.
We are. So I'm going to share. Yeah, but you're not getting it. So I'm sharing another video in the chat. This is from a still camera, okay, and it's recording the shoreline. It's recording the shoreline rising above the bottoms of the buildings of a small town across the ocean, a small opening in the ocean. Okay, so why? I'm going to ask you a question. Why is the water not flooding the land when the sea level rises in this image?
It's refraction, of course.
There we go.
The water doesn't change in that video.
Yes, correct. So now you got that one correct. So why do you find it so hard to believe that this effect where the horizon rises due to heat distortion, why do you find it so hard to believe that this can happen with objects on the horizon, like a boat?
So I think what I just explained is the same argument that I said before. When you look at the coastline and this GIF, the object behind the coastline stretch and shrink vertically. Do you agree?
Objects behind the coastline. What do you mean behind the coastline? Behind the horizon? What are you talking about?
Well, just ignore the dotted lines on the GIF. Just check the coastline of the land in the middle of the GIF. And you see the coastline sometimes is hiding the buildings in the middle and sometimes they don't. So that the height of the buildings on the land is just shrinking and
that's bottom-up disappearance. Yeah, bottom-up disappearance due to refraction. This is the same effect you're seeing with the... Now go back to the toy boat, my friend. Go back to the toy boat.
Just let me finish my argument. When you look at the buildings...
You will see...
They are distorted, definitely.
Wait a minute. You are seeing the distortion with the toy boat. You are seeing that. That's what I call the miraging effect. When I said it's giving a miraging effect... That's what we're talking about. So what you've identified with the buildings is what we're seeing with the toy boat as it disappears from bottom up. Yes, correct. That's due to so the boat is disappearing bottom up due to atmospheric refraction.
But what I'm talking about is photos that I took myself actually of ships being obstructed bottom first above the sea or on the sea, where the top of the boat, which is still visible, is completely, at least from my point of view, not distorted in any way. And that's completely different from your two examples.
It's not proving curvature, is it? It's not actually proving the curvature.
But there's also, and there is also more than one reason for bottom-up disappearance.
Yeah.
Like we said, things will shrink on the horizon due to angular size. So as things go away, they tend to shrink. Now, you can have something called atmospheric lensing, where things on the horizon look bigger than they should be. So as they start to merge into the horizon, you're starting to get a lensing effect where things are actually further away than they appear to be. So you can have a combination of atmospheric refraction going on with a lensing effect in the atmosphere as things are going towards the horizon, towards the vanishing point. So that gives you a multitude of different observations.
So what I learned and what I also experienced, what perspective actually means is that when we are talking about vanishing points, an object that is further away shrinks completely. Not only the bottom of the object, but the complete object is just getting smaller. The bottom, the top, left and right. So perspective alone, just to make it clear what my opinion is.
That doesn't always happen with boats. That doesn't always happen with boats, right? So most of the time that is what happened, what you just said. The boat will just get smaller, and even if it's a giant boat, by the way, it will just get smaller and smaller and smaller until you can't resolve it anymore because it got below 0.02 degrees.
Yeah.
That's what happens most of the time.
But this is my personal experience is what happens to the whole boat that we see. The whole boat,
right? But my
if you film it, then the number of pixels that the boat completely is covering in the image is getting lower and lower.
Okay, so I grew up on the ocean, and I literally grew up on the east coast of Australia, like just near the beach, and we have a lot of cruise ships and big fishing boats there. I would watch boats go out all the time when I was surfing or fishing, and most of the time what happens is it just gets smaller and it kind of fades off into the atmosphere, right?
Yeah.
Or if it's a clear day, and okay, so it only disappears bottom up. Some days you'll have waves, right? Some days bigger than others, and obviously if there's waves, it's going to disappear bottom up. And then sometimes you can have rare, they're not that rare, right? Sometimes you can have miraging effects, one of which is called sinking, which it's defined as something that would normally be visible on the horizon apparently sinks beneath it. Okay, so that can absolutely happen. And then the lensing effect, like Roots was talking about, is a real thing as well. So I've never seen a single observation presented by the Globe side or in my research that negates those possible reasons why the boat would appear to disappear bottom up. I've never seen one. There's always choppy ocean conditions, big ocean swells, or obvious miraging effects when anyone presents evidence of these boats disappearing bottom up. I'll put some examples in the side chat where we don't have big waves, right? We don't have any waves. We don't have any noticeable miraging effects. And you'll see that in these images or these videos, right, the ship doesn't disappear bottom up, and you can't see it when the camera's zoomed out at all. It's not until you zoom in you can see the entire boat again. I'll put the examples in the side chat now. Also, last thing quickly, and then I'll let you respond. We can replicate all of these things on a small scale on a flat surface. That's proof that it's not like Earth curvature.
A single cause fallacy.
I've seen a lot of flat Earth videos where people using a table and pointing the camera close to the table surface and filming a coin which is moving backwards.
I'm not talking about the coin. I'm not talking about the coin.
I'm just making sure we are not talking about this, because this is obviously...
Yeah, we're not. Yeah, cancel the coin argument. Yeah, we're not talking about the coin. Don't worry about that one. Yeah, we're not talking about the coin one. But the coin one, the rebuttal to the coin one is still nonsense as well. But we don't need to get into the coin one at the moment.
Can you give me 1 minute? I need to disappear for 1 minute.
Yeah, just quickly look at the observation in the side chat quickly, and then come back.
Yeah, I see some perspective drawings.
No. What I just posted. Am I in the? Oh shit! I'm in the wrong. I'm posting it in politics and religion there. Okay, look, go away and come back. There'll be. Yeah, that'll trigger some people in 1 minute.
Just give me.
Okay. Yeah, they're going to go mad now. What's he doing in the politics here? What's he setting this for?
Oh, nice. Sporadic posted some nice images. Good stuff.
Yeah. Awesome. Keep an eye on the side chat. Sporadic.
Yep, Sporadic's always got the technical side covered.
Yeah, well done, T-Dap, as well. Keeping it straight and narrow. Yep, and then welcome Jedi.
What up?
Just sitting on the sidelines, ready to get stuck in.
I mean, it's not enough anyway to just go, well, I can't see the bottom of that thing. The Earth must be a globe.
Yeah, it's just stupid, really? Ridiculous, desperate.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just desperate. And then
how people figured it out.
The worst one I heard today, the worst one I've heard so far is, why doesn't the sun fall on the flat Earth and land on the Earth? You know? Why doesn't the fact that the sun fall from its position and land on the Earth? Oh.
They just have no concept of perspective at all.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
When you see that, right? You see, you posit an idea. You go, well, I might not be able to see the bottom of that thing, maybe because the Earth is curving. So then you'd have to go ahead and validate that to be true. And then you can say, yep, I was right. You can't see the bottom of that thing because the Earth is curving. But you can't just say, because I can't see the bottom of it, the Earth is curving. That's just, no, that's affirming the consequence.
Exactly. It's affirming the consequence. You're not proving anything. So you need to prove that. See, that's what I said all the while, whilst we're talking about the curvature and that, and we're showing them where this explains to them our methodology. All the while, ladies and gentlemen, they're not showing you how they measured the curvature. They're looking to, we explained to them how we've measured this flat Earth whilst looking for the curvature. And they're not doing the same thing, are they? They're looking to the shadows on the stars. They're looking to the sun and the moon and the shadow on the moon, and et cetera, et cetera. Ladies and gentlemen, and the guy did agree that the number one gold standard is obviously to measure the surface. So why won't he go and do that? I don't understand. Still looking to the stars. Why won't the sun?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So they'll use other affirming the consequent logical fallacies in order to substantiate their first one. I mean, you can't do that.
It's silly.
You can't stack fallacy upon fallacy and then say you proved something. It's ridiculous.
There was another Indian guy who came 2 weeks ago, yeah, and all they were doing is modelling, showing all these models. Yes, but now can you go out and confirm, not compare, can you go and confirm your models is actually accurate in nature now? Can we go out? Let's take your model, let's go and confirm it. He didn't want to do that. Oh, I don't have the time to do that, blah, blah, blah. Well, you can't live by models alone, because the models are not the truth, are they?
I don't have the time.
Now, I'm not talking about you. I'm not referring to you, Eliminator. I'm not referring to you at all. So you're a little bit guilty though, eh? There you go, look, a little bit of guilt coming up now. Yes, we got him. I hooked one. Yes, Team CBR1, the exposure of the dishonest Globers.
So when you can point out the dishonesty, feel free. But I think we're talking about ships disappearing.
I am waiting for you to show the world how you measured the curvature, so I can copy it and do it myself as well. Okay, Mr. Honest Glober.
So again, I have an argument, but I think the topic was ships on the horizon.
This is the one you picked up.
So how do you know? Yeah. How do you know that the reason you can't see the bottom of an object at distance over water is because the surface of the Earth is curving? How do you know that?
My thought is not the reason that the Earth is curving. My reason is what I experience in my daily life is that whenever a part of the object which I can see clearly.
Yeah, what causes that? What causes that phenomenon?
Part is hidden by another object.
Yeah, what causes that phenomena?
Obstruction.
Okay, so you're saying that the only cause. So you're saying that the only cause for this phenomena could be obstruction. That's literally the definition of an affirming a consequent formal logical fallacy. No. That's why T-Dub is asking how you verified this. Being as you can demonstrate things on flat surfaces disappear from the bottom up.
I'm just saying that's my daily experience. Whenever I hide an object partly, I see only a part of the object, the non-hidden part, and that's why I
help me please with these people. I know you explained your experience, then you shoehorned that it can only be obstruction. That's what I meant by affirming the consequence. Do you know what affirming the consequence is?
Actually, yes, but I don't say anything because you wouldn't be happy for that.
No, just tell me what affirming the consequence is, and when you've done so, you should be able to realise that you're doing so.
Affirming consequence means you are assuming a certain situation and then you try to explain everything with that.
Yeah, so
and that's what
your assumption is the only reason. Your assumption is the only reason why things can appear to disappear from the bottom up is because of obstruction.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Sorry, is there another reason?
That's what I experience in my.
I know what your experience is. You keep saying it's your experience. We know we have the same experience.
Okay, then we are on the same line.
So I'm asking you how you validated it. Otherwise, it is just affirming the consequent.
I think. Do you ever heard of something called Occam's razor? Just find the simplest explanation for something that you see.
Yeah, I understand the simplest explanation, but you're still affirming the consequent because you haven't explored all avenues. Like everyone's trying to point out to you earlier, you can make things disappear from the bottom up on the flat surface, especially if they've gone beyond the angular resolution of the surface you're looking across. That's the horizon. So if they've gone beyond the horizon and you can't see the bottom of the object, well, that's no surprise. That fits snugly into the laws of perspective. You can do that on flat surfaces.
I did that and I never came to the conclusion that...
So you created a horizon on a flat surface, did you?
I can see the edge of my flat surface, yeah.
Okay, so you didn't create a horizon on your flat surface. A horizon is the limitation of view for the observer. Why are you talking? A horizon is the limitation of view. Why are you talking?
Because you asked me a question and I answered that.
Are you? All right, get it out, mate. Come on. Come on, hurry up, speak. You've interrupted me like 2-3 times. I've shut up now for you to speak, so speak.
You asked me a question
and I answered. Now if you're going to continue to talk through me. Do you know what an optical horizon is?
Yep.
Okay, what is it?
It's a line of... That's where a surface seems to have an edge.
Seems to have an edge. Is that actually edge? Or is it the optical angular resolution limit for an observer? As in, they can't see any more of the surface that's beyond the horizon because the angle is too small for the eye or optic to resolve. Understand this, right?
That's not.
No, that's not what a horizon is based on the angular resolution limit of the human eye.
So the horizon
phenomenon.
has nothing to do with optical resolution.
Sorry, but what are you talking about?
Optical resolution is how detailed you see a certain thing.
Yeah, we're talking about observation. Angular resolution. How much of an object we can resolve depending on its angle that's viewable. When you look across a horizontal surface, the angles diminish in size with distance, eventually becoming too small for the eye to resolve. The surface still exists horizontally beyond the horizon, but the eye can't see it. The angle is too small. You think this is bullshit?
Yeah, actually, I do.
Okay, so do you agree that things reduce in angular size with distance?
I know that objects in the distance become smaller and smaller, and eventually you will not be able to see the object when it's
a surface with distance is going to get smaller, isn't it? Just by that very simple definition that includes distance. When you're looking across a surface,
to all objects, not only the surface.
Yeah, all objects. Thank you. So it does exist. So I am correct. So now you're agreeing with me. All objects. The surface is an object. Hello?
Yes, completely, even if it's not on the surface.
What are you talking about? We're talking about the surface and what a horizon is. Can you stay on top of it?
Resolution. That's your topic.
Yeah, and you don't think that it exists or is involved when you're making an observation of an object. That object being the surface that you're standing on. Do you think this isn't an object? Do you think it's not going to appear to reduce in angular size with distance?
I'm standing on. I'm observing an object.
It's really big. Can you resolve all of it, do you think? Yeah. Do you think you can resolve all of it if you're a 6-foot observer? Excuse me. Do you think you can resolve all of it? For example, if it's 24,000 miles across and you're 6 foot above that surface, do you think, based on the angular resolution limit of the human eye, you're going to see the edge of that surface at 12,000 miles away?
I'm not sure why you're talking about the surface.
Because we're talking about what a horizon is. And why you can't see things at the bottom beyond the horizon. We're talking about what you brought up. I can't see the bottom of that boat because it can only be physical obstruction. I'm pointing out the angular resolution limit of the human eye, which gives you a horizon by definition. You're arguing why you can't see things beyond that horizon. I'm trying to point it out to you, but you're too ignorant to listen.
I do listen all the time, so keep going.
No, you don't. Otherwise, you would understand why I'm talking about this, you stupid man.
Oh, now back to insults. So let me explain what I'm saying. When an object...
You're saying the only reason why things can disappear from the bottom up is because of obstruction.
I'm not saying that.
You did. That's what the argument is. I can't see the bottom of that boat, you said.
That's my experience.
Yes, we know. What's the cause of this experience? It's like we're going around in fucking circles.
So what I experience is when an object is going further and further away from me, then the object as a whole becomes smaller and smaller, and eventually the object is too small for my eyes to resolve.
Yeah, that's based on the angular resolution limit of the human eye. That's perspective. What we've been talking about for the last 10 minutes. We should most definitely include the laws of perspective.
You're talking about the horizon.
We're talking about observations. Are we talking about observations, dude? Yes,
right.
And your query is, why can't I see the bottom of that boat? Which I've explained to you perfectly, but you still want to talk through me and cling on to your ball like it exists. It's pathetic.
So my experience is that the bottom.
We know what your experience is, dude. You're just not listening. Why are you respawning?
You are complaining that I interrupt you when you constantly interrupt me.
Because what you're talking about is irrelevant. You're right back at the beginning. You're respawning like nothing's happened.
Perspective is irrelevant.
What, when you're making observations?
Daily observations,
Excuse me. You think perspective is irrelevant? The angular resolution limit of the human eye when we're making observations with the human eye or any optic. You think it's irrelevant, do you?
I just explained to you how I experience the world.
No, you said it was irrelevant.
My eyes.
Do you think perspective is relevant when we're talking about observations?
I'm just trying to explain to you what my experience is.
Do you think perspective would be relevant when we're talking about observations?
Of course.
Then why did you say it was relevant? Wait, excuse me, wanker. I do apologise for swearing at you, but you're now contradicting yourself. You said it wasn't important. Now you're telling me that it is, you liar. Just go away, dude. Go lie to someone else.
Aren't you the one that is
saying and lie to someone else? Sorry, what is the horizon?
The horizon is what I see. The surface meets the sky.
Based upon what? Do you think it's when you see it's going to be based on perspective?
What the horizon is?
Yeah. Do you think it's going to be based upon perspective? And things appear based on the human eye?
Of course it does.
Okay, so why did you say it was irrelevant?
You said it's irrelevant.
No, you did, you fucking prick. Just go away. Just go away.
That's what happens when you lie, Alminator.
Yeah, this dude's been squirming around, not answering questions. He can't understand that he's contradicting himself. We're asking what the cause is of the horizon, and he's all over the place. It's been over an hour now.
It's extremely frustrating. So I'm going to take a back seat. I'm going to mute myself. If somebody else wants to unmute and have that conversation, then I'll mute up. I might even have to leave the bloody room, but please feel free to talk to me if you feel that you can reason with this man.
I'll try to explain it one more time to this guy. Like, okay, Alminator, angular resolution matters when you're looking across a surface, right? Picture it like this. Like, when you're looking across a surface, say you're looking out towards the horizon, say the first 100 meters, it looks like a really long distance. And then the second 100 meters, due to perspective, looks like it's a much shorter distance. And then the third 100 meters gets smaller. And they keep getting smaller and smaller and smaller until 100 meter distance will basically not be resolvable because it will be too small for the human eye to resolve. It will get past that angular resolution limitation, the same as when a boat breaches that angular resolution limitation, and that can make things appear to disappear bottom up. Yeah, and then we've got to take into consideration sometimes there's ocean swells, sometimes there's miraging effects as well, like an inferior mirage or sinking, which is a less extreme version of an inferior mirage. I've never seen a single observation of a ship disappearing bottom up that has accounted for all of those factors that I just mentioned. Not one, ever. I bet you can't provide me with one either. Now, I showed you an example in the side chat of a giant ship, right? You can't see it when the guy's zoomed out. Okay, there's no waves. He zooms in on the ship. You can see the entire ship again. There's no miraging effects, right? Why don't we have observations like that from the globe side of ships disappearing bottom up? Now, I've firstly witnessed this firsthand, my whole life growing up at the beach, fishing, surfing, watching cruise ships go out. It doesn't happen. It only happens if those factors that I just mentioned are present. Oh, he's muted. Oh, at least he could hear it. But maybe I'll mute him. Did you get that? Were you listening? Alminator? All right, fuck it. Back on mute.
What about Peace Warrior? Can't Peace
Peace Warrior's been chat skanking all day, but he's been kind of okay. But just chat skanking, he won't join VC. But he's made like so many terrible arguments today. It's been funny.
Because we can talk about the geometric horizon. We can talk about the limitation of your view due to the curvature of the Earth, if you like. Because that's what was being posited before. That's the only reason why you can't see the bottom of. So that means it begins at a specific distance. Because if this is geometric and we're not accounting for any other variables, we're going to show you observations that smash that.
Yeah.
Splurg out again.
I don't know. I explained a bunch of stuff to him, and then I noticed he was on mute, and then I unmuted him, and he refused to answer, so I put him back on mute.
That's fair enough.
He's whining in the side chat now.
How many times can you explain bottom-up disappearance while he blindly denies it, but then 3 seconds later agrees it is a phenomenon we would expect to see?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. And not only can they not show a single demonstration of a ship disappearing bottom up that accounts for the obvious reasons that it could happen that I mentioned, they can't even provide a geometric horizon for us to work with, right? So they don't even have the foundation for the argument at all in the first place.
Yeah, we're actually helping them along because, like, only one person today asked that question: how did you measure it? Okay, how did you measure the Earth flat? I said that was the best question today. Okay, let's go. So, and then what's his name? Widowmaker's here, Eliminator's there, and we try to explain to them our methodology perfectly. We don't get it wrong. Okay, and all the while they don't want to go and measure it themselves because it's the same thing would apply to them. How did you know that the Earth is a curve? And you can't be looking at shadows on the moon. That's a flawed methodology. Because you did agree that the gold standard, ladies and gentlemen, in measuring the surface of the Earth is to measure the surface of the Earth, isn't it? Of course, if you want to know if it's curving or not. You measure the surface of the Earth that you're on. That's the gold standard. You don't go to the moon, to the stars. Well, what about the ground you're standing on? Which one is going to be more accurate? No engineer is going to look to the stars. He's going to look to the ground and think, okay, let's go. Get the tape measure out. Let's go, lads. Ready? Let's go. And that's what they're going to do, okay? They don't want to do that for some reason. Why don't they want to measure the surface of the Earth, ladies and gentlemen? That should be your first question, because that's how they are. And now they're wriggling. They said that ships going over the horizon is proof of curvature. We're proving them that that's incorrect, right? And then when you ask them the pinpoint, clean, simple question, they don't want to answer. They have to go on mute. You'd think they'd be eager to answer the question, but they don't. They're on mute now. Silly they are. They're on mute. And one of them's got the gore to say Occam's razor. That's how we operate under, ladies and gentlemen. That's our methodology, in that the simplest explanation is what's going to be the one that you would really trust. Once it starts to get convoluted, you could be bamboozled here. but you still check both. But normally, it's the simplest explanation that makes the most sense. And here he is, you know.
You can just point out that the thing that they think is the boat's going over isn't curved; it's flat. So the horizon is flat, and they'll say that's an illusion, right? That's an illusion, right? So why are you choosing to apply Occam's razor to the one thing and not the other thing? Because you have because it's not Occam's razor; it's confirmation bias.
It really is. Because one hand, the ship is going over the horizon, ladies and gentlemen. It's apparent then. It's important then. And then the other thing, my colleague here, what's his name, Roots, showed them the ship disappearing on a level surface in a car park. Now, we all know that when they lay out a car park tarmac, when it's brand new, it's laid out level. You've seen them. They've got their leveling tools out there. They're making sure. And especially, they have to leave a little bit of runoff near the edge so that the rain doesn't sit on it, runs off down the drains. So they do it perfectly. Now, over the years, the car park might get a little bit inundated here and there because of car parks stopping, and the heat of the sun may soften it eventually. So it may lose its levelness, okay, but where they were and where that image was being showed, that was level there. Definitely level there. But Eliminator wants to bring up, are you sure that surface is level? Do you know? I mean, that's just desperate, isn't it? There you go. So you can understand the frustration of my colleague Jedi when he said, just go away. Because at the end of the day, obviously, exasperation leads to that. Because Jedi feels that he's just wasted all that time. You've been listening. He's going through methodically, but the guy is slipping and sliding, ducking and diving, and not actually addressing the point head on. Okay, you get frustrated by that. Lock him up. If you don't unlock the door, or I'll leave here. He says, I can understand that level of frustration. That's why it comes out of me as a loud voice. Neighbors are saying, "Shut up." You know what I mean? What happens to me, man? I know what it's like. So I just want to clear up there a little bit there on the psychologies of what's going on. We're not monsters here. We obviously get exasperated from time to time. But we are actually trying to address this thing perfectly. And we do. And then you see the deceptive shenanigans that go on with the Globers. And what's his name? Eliminator gave himself away. Because I was talking about some other Globers who are ignoring the facts. And then he said, well, I wasn't ignoring. Well, I wasn't talking about you, Eliminator. But you grasped yourself up. Obviously, you must fall into that bracket, I'm sure. That's why you're on mute now. If you have integrity, ladies and gentlemen, you're just going to get on with it. It's the globe. Here's my proof. And he would use you as part of the audience. He'll bring it to you. You're listening. He knows you're there. Right? So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm a Glober. This is how we actually prove the Earth is a globe. You've never heard a Glober say that to you. Not one Glober. That should make you think. So says in CBR1.
Instead, we get this bullshit, long-winded, nuh-uh. But it just sounds ridiculous because he understands fully well that we would expect to see these things in the atmosphere. We would expect to see these things due to perspective. But then on the other hand, he wants to nuh-uh hand wave it because, of course, the Earth isn't flat due to fallacious reasoning. It's a joke.
Yeah. Thing is, we can back up every single thing we say with practical real-world demonstrations. He can't do that. He didn't provide anything.
I'd say take him back off mute.
It's been thousands.
No, I booted him for an hour. He's gone. He was whining in the side chat a whole bunch and saying that, a whole bunch of things. You can read it if you want. But yeah, he's gone for an hour.
Okay.
It's been thousands of years. The globe Earth's still just a claim. We are waiting for the evidence.
All they've got is old wives' tales. Things like boats over the horizon, thinks water turns in the opposite direction of the northern and southern hemisphere and you sink. You know, just bullshit claims.
I'll check if we can start an event, get some more people in here. Yes, we can.
Maybe, I don't know if anyone has a better one, but maybe the event name or the room name could be What is the Cause of the Horizon? Seems pretty fitting.
Ooh, topical, relevant. I like it.
Might make it easier for people like the last guy to stay on topic.
I swear they know the answer to that question. They already know the answer, but they like to add something that is not there. The curvature. So they tell you that it's due to this and due to this, and also curvature.
And also refraction, and also angular resolution. You know, they have to hold both positions, two positions.
I don't take any more that refraction excuse. If they want to claim refraction, they have to show me a demonstration where they can stretch a curvature. In a lab, outside, an outdoor, they can take a hill, can choose a hill and show me how with refraction they can stretch the curvature of the hill. Okay, they can do it in a lab. They can choose any type of balls they want, any type of curvature they want, and show me that refraction can stretch the curvature. So the edge of that curvature will be farther than it was. It's because that curvature stretched.
These boys have been stretching balls for a long time, mate. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, they even got their false radius baked into the calculation.
Hello, flat earthers. How are you?
Hello,
Hello.
how are you?
Hello, Bertha.
Hello, flat earthers.
Oh my god. Hi. How can we help?
I think we should coin a new term. It should be Atmos flat, not atmosphere.
Or Atmos plane, how about that one?
Yeah, that one is far better. Atmos plane. Not atmosphere is wrong, I think.
It is wrong.
Both are stupid.
Yeah.
I was trying to be funny, but that was a great
No,
point.
Atmos flat would be good enough for flat earthers, right?
No. Both are stupid. And if you add the third shape or description to the shape, it will be also stupid. You can say just
I believe Earth is spherical. I believe Earth is spherical. Okay, I'm talking to those who don't believe Earth is spherical.
Why?
So you can
You don't understand the concept then, do you? You know what? Gases don't take shapes, right? They only take the shape of their container. So to say atmosphere is oxymoronic.
Atmos anything
Oh.
would probably be stupid, but Atmos plane, I can go with that.
Yeah. Then you should coin a new term, na? Atmos plane.
No, let's just call it the Atmos. Atmos is fine.
I call it air. I call it
Atmos
air.
flat is
I'm
best.
breathing air.
Atmos
I'd
flat.
like to point out something. We don't make a.
Atmos
so in
flat.
fluid. So 1 sec, right? So in fluid statics, they teach you that, and this is including gases and liquids, right? Fluid statics. They teach you.
Your voice is not audible. T-dub. Sorry.
Are you going to listen to me?
Yes.
I think you're a bit quiet.
really low.
Sorry. Okay. How's this? Better?
Much better.
Along a horizontal line within a. Okay. So along a horizontal line or a horizontal plane within a body of fluid at rest, including gases, at any point on that horizontal plane, pressure will be equal. That's a horizontal plane.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, you could say in that respect, Atmo flat.
Gases don't form layers, though, on their own.
Yeah.
That's
So
right.
you have,
We have a lot of gases. We have a lot of
somebody
different
might
gases.
think, yeah, like more massive gases.
Okay, but we all agree that atmosphere is just stupid. Yep. Globers and flat earthers, yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's completely stupid. You can call it atmos or just air. Because if I ask, you will never respond by telling me that you breathe atmos, atmosphere or atmos flat. You just breathe in air. So you want to give it another name when you are talking about Earth. Why it's not just
I don't
air.
let it be a
And air
conversation
doesn't-
stopper, and I think it's ridiculous to stop a conversation as a result of a disagreement over the term.
Just really quickly, I just started the event. Roots, great idea for the name. So hopefully some more people just join up now. What is the cause of the horizon?
Well, let's ask the guy we're talking to. Are you there, brother? What's the cause of the horizon? I don't have my phone. I don't know his name. Does anyone know his name? Sounds like an Indian guy.
Widowmaker.
Widowmaker.
Yeah.
What's the cause of the horizon?
The line where the earth and sky appear to meet.
I said, what's the cause of it? Not what is it. I agree with you, that's what it is, but what's the cause?
Because there is a limit, a range of our outlook or experience. Like, that's why it meet. How do I explain this?
Yeah.
That there is a limit or range of our outlook or experience. Like when we see something. That's why it appears we see horizon. Sorry for my bad English.
Yeah, great.
So do you understand?
Great answer. Yeah, great answer. But it's just partial. Is there something else other than the range of how you see, the range of your eyes, how far you can see? Or can call that? Or
we can see something when any light falls on the object and come to our eyes. Then only we can see something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was correct. Your answer, it was partially correct, but it's not complete. So you said that the horizon is due to the range of our vision. So our eyes have limit to how far they can see. So yeah, that's a cause of horizon, but it's not the only one. There is other things that can fluctuate the distance to that horizon when you are doing observation in the natural realm.
Yeah, I'd say that's the foundation of the cause. And then, like you said correctly, yes, then other things can affect that, but that is the foundation of the cause.
Well, on a globe, you have to have a geometric horizon. It must be there if the Earth's a globe, right? And that's the horizon that you guys claim, right? Because you guys claim ships go over the horizon and blah, blah, blah. Okay, so you guys are claiming that the horizon is actually the leading edge of the sphere, essentially. Right? Because if the ship goes over the horizon, what's blocking the bottom of the ship? You guys say it's the Earth, right? So that means it's a geometric horizon that you guys are claiming. We all know, the flat earthers all know the horizon's an apparent location. But the globe has to have the geometric horizon. You have to have it to have a globe.
So what do you want to say? Is it flat or spherical? In conclusion,
The horizon is horizontal, but on the globe, right, you would have to have a geometric horizon at a certain distance, depending on the height of the observer. If the observer did not move, that horizon would have to be at an exact distance. The actual physical geometric horizon without taking atmospheric conditions into account. Okay, just the actual physical horizon that must be there.
so you mean to say that Earth is flat?
Yeah.
No.
Hello.
Well, that's not my argument. Earth is flat. That's a different, right? That wasn't the claim I made. I'm saying that you guys claim a geometric horizon. That's my claim. I'm challenging your claim.
No.
In
I
other
always
words,
say the Earth is not flat. I gave them some example they didn't able to answer. Like I said, why the shadow on the moon is curved. They don't able to answer.
No. We're not looking at the sky and making assumptions about the sky. You're not moving off the topic of the horizon because we're having an event and the topic is the horizon. So do you think that there's a geometric horizon?
So, to be honest, I'm not sure about this. The reason.
Okay. Do you think that things disappear over the horizon?
Does he know what a geometric horizon is?
Yeah. Do you know?
I know what is horizon.
Geometric horizon. Do you know what that is?
Geometric.
Like if you think about this, right? If I go onto Google and I type in Earth curvature calculator and I put in a height, say 6 foot, I put in, it will tell me the distance to the horizon is 3 miles. Okay, so that's a geometric horizon. So according to the globe side, anything that goes beyond that geometric horizon that's at 3 miles will start to disappear bottom up behind the horizon. Do you agree? If the Earth was a globe, that is what would happen.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so according to the globe Earth, right, and the Earth curvature calculators and, universities and basically everyone that believes in a globe, right, you have to have a geometric horizon. Should be at a certain distance, depending on the height of the observer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that doesn't exist. We have a horizon, which is like you explained earlier. You were correct before when you said the horizon is the apparent location.
I have a little idea about geometric horizon, so I'm not able to answer this because.
Hold on, let me help you. So, if you have a ball, imagine you have a ball in front of you.
Mm.
Hello. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now imagine you put a pencil on top of the ball, or let's say a toy boat. You put a toy boat on top of the ball. Yeah. And you pretend to sail the boat away from you. Okay?
Okay.
As that boat sails away from you, it's going to go around a curve, correct?
Yeah.
So as the boat disappears behind that ball, what's that due to?
Since the Earth is spherical, the lower part will disappear.
No.
Flat will be visible.
The ball.
The ball is on the top of the ship, right?
The ship is on the ball. You pretend to sail the ship away from you, and then the ship will eventually start to disappear from bottom up, correct?
Yeah.
That's a physical obstruction. Do you agree? The ball is obstructing the bottom of the boat as it sails around the curve. Do you understand?
See, I know this much that Earth is spherical. That's why the bottom first disappeared first. Then
Forget
the
the
flat.
Earth for a minute. Forget the Earth for a minute. The ball,
Yeah.
with the ship on, yeah, the toy ship on the ball, imaginary ball in front of you, imaginary toy boat. As that boat sails away from you, it's going to follow the curvature of the ball. Do you agree? Forget the Earth. We're talking about. Okay, we have an imaginary ball. Make a ball with your fist in front of you. Put your finger on top of your fist. Then move the fist round. Move the finger on top of the fist round 90 degrees to the side of the fist. Now that you can't see your finger anymore, correct?
Okay.
You've moved it forwards around a spherical object. Now the finger is hidden behind your fist. Do you agree?
Yeah. Opposite to me. Yeah.
Right. That is a physical obstruction.
Okay.
Yeah? That would be a geometric position. So a horizon that is geometric is just a physical location or the leading edge of that ball or your fist, the spherical nature of your fist, and things that travel around it like a ball will disappear due to obstruction of your fist or the ball. Do you get it now? That would be your geometric horizon.
Okay.
The part where the leading edge of the sphere, where things disappear behind as they travel around the ball.
Okay.
So do you understand that you would need one of those, a physical location where things disappear physically behind it? To have a ball, you will have a geometric location that happens. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Okay, DJ, I apologize. I just really wanted to make sure he understood that point. If you want to jump back in.
No, you're
His
good.
answer-
Yeah, if you can keep talking. I got some stuff to do anyway, so please do, Roots, continue.
Okay, so the point DJ was making was if we live on a ball, if the Earth is a sphere, then where is the geometric horizon? Do you know where it should be?
Roots, can I tell you something?
I just want to see where he's at first. If you just let him respond, what do you know where that is?
Because of the water, it gets hidden. Water.
How does it get hidden by the water? How?
Because Earth is curved. So the
Okay.
water is like it is rounded. So it is hidden. We're
Right,
not able to
so-
see that side.
So what about that apparent horizon you were talking about, the limits of your perspective? Did you forget about that horizon?
That is for some distance, right? Not for too long.
That's the
Because we are
horizon
very
we see every day.
yeah.
How far?
Yeah.
How far?
Because we
How
are
far?
very small. We are very small compared to
far?
Earth. Very, very small compared to Earth. Like an ant.
Tell us how far we should be able to see. What's the optical limitation?
That's why we are not able to see that curvature part. Since we are very, very small.
So
So you don't see you don't see boats going over the Earth due to.
No,
curvature.
that's we say we are able to see on sea beach, like because on sea there is no obstruction, but on land we'll find trees and lot of homes and all, so we're not able to see that curvature part. But on sea,
But
it is
what's
clear.
the horizon? So what's the horizon? Is
So-
the horizon the leading edge of the sphere? Is the horizon the result of the Earth curving, or is it due to optical limitations of the human eye? Which one?
Earth is round. That's why.
Is your
Oh my
is the optics of your human eye capable of being able to see the leading edge of a sphere, which would be at about 3 miles for the average human height?
Yeah,
Standing at the
we
beach.
can see we can see the
Can you
sun.
see that
Then why can't we see? If we can see the sun, then why can't we see that ship? Right. Sun is far much distance away. Moon is far much
Yeah,
distant
why are
away
you
as
avoiding
compared
the question? Why are you avoiding the question?
No, I'm not avoiding. You asking me that
It's a
can I able
dichotomy.
to see?
It's a
Am I able to
I'm
see?
providing. I'm presenting to you a dichotomy. I'm asking you which one is true. The horizon is the result of the human eye's limited capabilities, or it's due to the Earth being a sphere. Which one?
Second one is true.
The second one is true. Okay, that
Yeah.
implies that it must be at a specific distance because it's going to rely on the observer's height and the radius of the Earth.
Yeah.
Do you know the radius of the Earth? What's the radius
It's
of the
like
Earth?
approximately 6,000 kilometers. I don't remember.
Where
Approximately.
did that come from? How did we get that value? Where'd that come from? Before we're going to use it to determine how far we're seeing across the surface of the Earth.
There may be some calculation. I don't remember exactly.
Well, you don't have one then. You don't have a radius value in order to be able to calculate just how far you're seeing across the surface of the Earth. Therefore, you can't determine that the horizon is the result of the Earth being a sphere and not the result of the human eye's capability to see.
Yeah, he's also holding two positions as well. He said the horizon was the limitation of perspective, and now he's saying it's the curvature of the Earth.
So no, he didn't do that by intention. So at first, he gave us the real definition, the real cause by definition of the horizon. He didn't think about that shit because when you say it's due to the limits of your eyes, you can't say after that it is due to the curvature. Because if the horizon is due to the leading edge of the curving ball, you can't see the horizon farther than that. Because if you say that it is due to the limit of your eyes, the first horizon that is due to the limit to the leading edge of the ball, and you could see after that when you claim refraction, like when we present the black swan observation, you claim refraction. So the horizon moved away from that limitation of your eyes. So no, your first answer was correct, following the definition of the horizon. You didn't think about that because if you think about the definition of the horizon as a globe earther, you would say the horizon is due to the curvature of the Earth. And you can't say the other one. It's just one of two. Limitation of your eyes or the leading edge of the curving ball where you live.
Well, he doesn't have a radius value, so that he's substantiated. So he can't use that. He can't use that to determine, how far he's seeing across the surface of the Earth, and whether it's the result of the human eye's limited capability, or the result of it being a sphere, or a combination of the both. Even don't know. You cannot use that argument.
So far, he's got a contradictory premise for a radius that he hasn't got any evidence for. It's a great start.
Your instinct rather gave you a definition, a cause by definition for the horizon. You said it first time. It's due to the limitation of your eyes. It's how far your eyes can see. So you can't correct it now. You gave us the flat earth definition of the cause of the horizon. Now you want to jump to the ball cause, which is the curvature.
Well, he appealed to not being able to see the bottom of something at distance, which is then invoking geometry, consequence of geometry.
And the consequences of that is there are rules that apply, ladies and gentlemen, and that is the geometric horizon would be the horizon that you would see if you are on a globe ball, depending on your observer height. That's what this geometric horizon means. So if you take the case of the Black Swan that we've been mentioning, basically it's a couple of oil rigs off the coast of, is it Sacramento, California, somewhere there? Santa Barbara? Okay, right. You've got 2 oil rigs. One's at 6 miles. The other one is at 10 miles. And the camera height is at 1 foot, 12 inches. Now, a geometric horizon with the Earth ball being 24,901 miles circumference, with the radius of that being 3,959 miles, it means that from that height, your geometric horizon can be no more than 1.22 miles. That's as far as your horizon should be if the Earth ball they're given us that size. When you're looking out at 12 inches only, you should only see 1.22 miles. But we are seeing objects beyond that, 6 miles, 10 miles. And from that location, there's an island 29 miles away, ladies and gentlemen, we are seeing. So clearly, that's not the geometric horizon of a globe ball that we've been given. We're seeing beyond that geometric horizon. Let's say we increase the height to 8 feet. Okay, so now I'm 8 feet tall. My geometric horizon, because of my height, should be no more than 3.4. If I'm 8 foot tall on a globe that is 24,901 miles in circumference, the radius of which is 3,959, it means that my geometric horizon should be no more than 3.46 miles. But yet we are seeing again the oil rigs at 6 miles, the oil rigs at 10 miles, and the island at 29 miles. So can you see that there is something wrong with the globe, isn't there? We're seeing well beyond the curvature would allow. There is no curvature. You understand? That's what this geometric horizon is referring to. The very horizon that you would see on an Earth ball. That's for those who are listening in the YouTube live stream, the Rumble, the Ruskin, because I know you're listening, you might be a little bit confused. I thought I might just clarify that for you, okay? Thank you very much. Thanks for listening. Carry on, ladies and gentlemen, carry on.
Thanks, Jim. Is there anybody else that's here that wants to attempt to answer the question? What causes the horizon? What is the horizon that we see? The result of anybody? Any takers? Any new people that have just joined us? Or been listening in? Please attempt to answer that. That's the topic of the discussion at the moment.
Jagurian, you seem to have a lot to say inside chat.
We're not debating at the moment, Jagurian. We're just asking a simple question. What is the horizon the result of? What causes us to be able to see it the way we see it?
That would be atmospheric conditions, of course, the weather on the day, the fitness of your eyeballs. Make sure you're fit and you've got good eyeballs you can see, and then the distance and the object you're looking at. Okay? And the phenomena known as the vanishing point, of course. Angular resolution from your perspective. These are things that apply for you to look at the wonderful phenomena known as the horizon. The place where the sky appears to meet the land. And you know fully well that the sky is up there and the land is under your feet. So that you know they can never meet. But the way we observe things, as far as we can see, it will always go into the vanishing point where everything merges to a point where you can no longer see. That's perfect. That's how the Creator created our eyeballs to see, you see. And sometimes fog, mist, and dew can bring the horizon closer to you because you can't see that far. Now you've got an obstruction, bad weather. So the horizon is brought closer to you. And then on a clear day, it goes right to the vanishing point And if you're lucky, you can see an island 29 miles away, even further. Ah, there you go. Optical illusions.
I see Widowmaker left after his boats over the horizon argument got squashed to pieces. That's awesome. At least he learned something today.
Well, mic up then, Popeye. Popeye.
Yeah, you're up, Popeye. Your turn. Or are you chicken? You're working on your chicken skills. More like it, Popeye.
He just wants to listen to people monologue, apparently. Anybody want to monologue about the fact that there's no curvature?
Necros, you're up.
Funny thing, he's asking why texting more than talking, and he don't want to talk. You can give us the answer why you are texting, not talking. Working on listening skills. Okay, we are not talking because there is no Glober that has the courage to talk. So I guess that they are all practicing their listening skills.
Yeah, we all have to work on our monologuing skills. we have to work on our monologuing skills, or we have to continually ask each other questions that we all know the answers to, and listen to each other answer questions that we all know the answers to. There we go. That's a good idea.
If only it's fruitful for Globetrotters. Yeah, it's fruitful for us. Every one of us is gaining more information, is acquiring more knowledge when we are sharing information with each other. But they don't give a fuck about that. They will just keep believing the same thing. They don't even have a simple answer to a simple question. Their fellow John himself by giving us the correct codes to the horizon. And then he wanted to flip side and say, instead of limits of your eyes, he wanted to say curvature. It's opposite to each other. It doesn't work. Try to jump on the mic. To help you as a Globetard, you should say that the codes of the horizon is the curvature of the Earth. You should say that. It's the only correct answer as a Globetard. You can add something to that. that thing that you would add, you won't have any possibility to replicate that shit that is possible to do those things like refraction added to the curvature of the Earth. So you can say that it's caused by the curvature. I'm giving you just a hint to start a discussion. It's not the correct answer. Is that Jay Tolan? Sporadic? Yeah, I guess it's Jay Tolan. I remember this one. The green one. Yeah. Yeah.
So do we have anyone that has anything more than a contradiction and a faulty premise? Or is that the best we've got from the Globus perspective?
Well, I think that's the best we've got. But welcome to the channel, Jesse.
What's up, Jesse?
I never expected more than what we got till this moment from the Globetrotters.
Well, I was hoping for better, in all honesty.
What I'm expecting is that the Globetrotters would be able to see how limited they are into defending or argumenting the globe. So I want them to see that. I want them to see their limitation. Maybe it will help them to start critically think about that globe shit.
Well, when your best argument is why would they lie, you start to realize they didn't get to their position through critical thinking. Fallacious reasoning, yes. Critical thinking, no.
No, at all. Critical thinking, they would be flat earthers. They have that.
They love to measure the stars. Yes. Measure the ground under your feet. Very convenient place. No. It's convoluted logic,
That's a good
ladies
one.
and gentlemen. You know? Yeah. And when you actually put it to them, the gold standard is to measure the ground under your feet. Do you agree? And they say, yes, they agree. Okay, so why don't you go and measure it then? Why are you always looking to the sky, the stars, the moon, the sun? What's going on? Measure the ground under your feet. What are you doing? Why are you missing the obvious? You know why? They don't have the courage. Because they know that when they don't find that curvature, they're flat earthers. And they have to go and tell the family. I just measured the curvature. I just measured the surface, Dad. There's no curvature there. Oh, you foolish flat earther, you there. You turn like flat earther. Slap, slap, slap. Yeah, they're scared.
If that's what you get pretty lucky. Most people will get pushed as the black sheep of the family. But you'll learn to live with it. Don't worry.
Oh yeah,
you
you
know
learn
you're
to
right.
own it, right?
Yeah, you've got to own it because you know you're right. And then you get to see the humanity for what it's really like. And that includes your family because you're all part of it. Yeah.
I never wanted to be a sheep anyway.
No, but neither did I.
Nice.
I've watched my brother changing. I've seen him showcasing his cognitive dissonance. First, he heard about flat Earth when I told him about flat Earth, and I saw also him changing his tone and his answer turned to, "Oh, you can't trust anything people say. Oh, it wasn't your answer first when you were defending the globe, and now he's completely a flat earther." By himself, I couldn't do anything.
That's
it wasn't by debate or anything. I just, like I do every time, planted the seed. I push him because he's my brother, so every time I push him to watch a couple of videos, because people don't like to watch the truth, watch the thing that can destroy their globe. So if you send them videos and proofs, they won't watch that. So you have to just make them watch or make them read the thing. Or
you have to challenge them.
Yeah.
You have to challenge them to disprove or prove their claim or disprove, what you're saying. And if they respect you, they'll actually put the time and effort in to try and find that evidence. So it sounds like you got through to your brother. That's really good.
He was the most difficult one.
Yeah, both of my brothers are still struggling with it. But I got my dad, I got my stepmom, I got a few cousins. In fact, it was a cousin that got me in the first place. So, yeah, I was actually flat smacked in real life.
His wife could understand the thing faster than him. I didn't struggle at all with his wife. She turned flat earther before him, way before him. She struggled with him too, so I had some help, may I say. So it was me and her every time pushing him to try to research. He was bricked for a long time, but
do you know what I'm imagining? I'm imagining, the film They Live, where they have that fight scene and he's trying to put the glasses on the black guy.
Yeah, I swear.
That's been you and your brother for the last 3 years.
Yeah, it's the thing. Yeah, exactly. And I love that scene. I have it already in my phone.
Well, mine is still
and then
going
as soon
on
as he
10
gets the
years
glasses
now.
on.
Mine is still going on
go
with my
ahead,
brother, 10 years. Sorry, yeah, me and my youngest brother, 10 years it's still, and he's still adamant that it's the globe, even though in the face of all the evidence that I presented and his lack of evidence. The other brother took him 2 years. It took him before he came round, 2 years. Because I'm not living with them, so I couldn't interact with them more so. So it's via Skype because I'm in Japan. But 2 years he got it like that. The youngest one, totally adamant. Mind you, he's an adamant, devoted Muslim. So that I think is a little bit of an obstacle as well. Even though I showed him the verses in the Quran, he's still not accepting it. I don't know what's wrong with him, but there you are. I still love him to death. So that's up to him. He wants to be like that. That's fine. But whenever I see a chance to mention flat Earth, I do. Because it's the truth. That's the thing. So when there's an opportunity to mention the flat Earth, I do that. You see, yeah, that's a flat Earth proof right there. Look, that can't happen on a globe.
It's funny, Jin, because my two sons are Muslim, and I convinced them of it, and they've learned about the truth of the flat Earth. And if it weren't for the Quran, they may not have accepted all the evidence I provided.
Interesting, isn't it? But yeah, here's my brother praying 5 times a day, right? Devout Muslim, following it through, and he's ignoring the evidence that's in the Quran. So, and I did say that to him that just because I don't pray 5 times a day, so I can't call myself a full Muslim, doesn't mean that I might not get to heaven. Who knows? You don't know. Only God knows that answer. But you're missing some of the clues, because it's definitely not a globe. So when God asks you what's the shape and you say it's a globe, he's going to be very disappointed, especially as he gave you the senses that you could know and you can measure it. It's there. How can it be that I can see it and measure it? And why can't you? You're an electrician, one of the best in London. Why can't you go up and just go and check it? That's all you got to do. That's what I keep saying to him. Yeah.
I don't know what the misunderstanding is. Doesn't it just kind of flat out say the Earth is rolled like a carpet, flat like a carpet, or something?
That's correct. Yeah, rolled out, and the mountains pin it down at the corners.
There is many verses that talks about the Earth being flattened out. So the one that says فلا ينظرون إلى الأرض كيف سطحت وإلى الأرض كيف سطحت, it means and don't they look at the Earth how it is flattened out?
Yeah, spread out flat. Yeah, that's it.
Spread out flat or flattened out, or I don't know the literal translation, but it's the meaning of the sentence. And there is many other verses that says the same thing. And the one that Roots talked about, it says that I made the earth for you as a carpet. And if you think that the carpet might be rolled out or like squished and rolled out as a ball, no, he explicitly says in another verse. So he made the earth as a carpet. That's the first verse. In another verse, in different surah, he says, I did spread the earth for you. So, and he's using in Arabic language the word that we use when we talk about spreading a carpet on the floor. So, والأرض فرشناها والأرض فرشناها فنعم المهيد. So, فرشناها. So there is a verse that says madadna. Yeah, I agree with you. And there is another verse, you can research that one, and you can see that he says farashna فنعم الماهدون.
Yeah, he also mentions that he placed the mountains on the corners to keep it down and flat. That is also mentioned.
To stop it from tilting. So he says that I placed
to keep it level.
To keep it level, to stop it from tilting right or left. So to keep it level.
Level. That's flat Earth, you see. Now, how can you determine? How can you interpretate that in a different way than what it is? Clear, isn't it? Clear. You don't set a carpet out on a dome when you want to make your picnic with your family, do you? So your cups and your food starts rolling down the hill. You look for a flat spot, don't you, all the time? Yeah, man.
If you research in some Arabic websites or explanation about the shape of the Earth, so if you research the shape of the Earth in Arabic, from Arabic or Islamic perspective, you will see that they believe that the Earth is shaped as an egg.
Yeah.
So it's not an oblate spheroid.
No.
So
you're speaking for the entirety of the religion. True. So there are some sides that say that within the Quran it describes the earth as a flat, expanding carpet laid out like a carpet. Because we all have to understand, my friend.
You're correct.
We were okay. Go on. You need to speak. Go on.
You're correct. I said it already. So the Quran,
you said that 5 minutes ago.
Is flat and spread out. So no, I'm talking about some Muslims. So they say that the Quran says that the earth is shaped as an egg. So they took a word. So that word is dahaha. It means daha. So that word, it means there is two interpretation. They interpret it as meaning that he made it as an egg, like an egg, shaped and like an egg. But the word dahaha in the Quran has the same exact meaning and placement in the sentence as the word tahaha. But the word tahaha does mean spread out. And they mean in the other definitions the same thing, spread out, and tahaha also spread out. But they took dahaha and they interpret it as it means as an egg.
والأرض بعد ذلك دحاها. Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah. And dahaha, it means spread out. It doesn't mean that it is shaped as an egg. It means the same exact thing as tahaha. وَالْأَرْضِ وَمَا طَحَاهَا. It means spread out.
I would try to interpret that if I was a globe zealot and I wanted to try and find a way to make it sound like spreading out a sphere. So I can see how they took that out of desperation and applied it to a sphere. So then we've got our oblate spheroid. I like it. I like the deception.
They have just three verses for the globe earthers when you are talking to any globe earther, even Dakar Naik. So if you are talking to globe earther, a Muslim globe earther, they will give you three verses. They don't have any more than that. Those three verses are just obvious, incorrect interpretation for the verse. For example, they give you the verse that says, يُكَوِّرُ اللَّيْلَ عَلَى النَّهَارِ. The verse, this in Arabic. In English, it means he's rolling the night over the day. So they take that word rolling. So they say that you can't roll something only around the ball. So he's rolling the day over the night or around the ball. But no. So if I say that I'm rolling the black towel over the white towel, does that mean that the table that I'm using to roll those things above is round? He's not talking about earth. He's just talking about two different things, which is the day and the night in the verse. He didn't bring the word earth at all in the verse. He's talking about two things. When you're talking about those two things, does that mean anything about the shape of the surface where you are rolling those things above? Do you know what is the shape of the surface where you roll the day over the night? You don't know. If it is a square, flat, a curved ball, half a ball, you don't know. He's talking about something completely different than the earth. And in another verse, they say that it is a proof of the spinning earth, the movement of the earth. They take the verse that says, وترى الجبال جامدة تحسبها جامدة وهي تمر مر السحاب. It means that you see the mountains, you think that it is still, but it is moving like clouds. In the verse, they take that verse to say that, oh, it is proof that the earth is moving. You think that it is still, but it is moving at high speed. No. In the verse that is before that one, he's talking about what is happening in the day of judgment, when he will move away the mountains. So you will see the mountain. You won't be able to see them moving, but they are moving to be taken away during the day of judgment. And they take that verse as a proof for the moving globe Earth. But it doesn't talk about that shit at all.
Yeah, thanks for that. Didn't you say there was 3 verses? You said 2.
Yeah,
What was
two.
the third one?
Two. I told you 2, and the third one, which is the one they misinterpret the word the ha.
Okay,
That
yeah,
they
I've
say
got
the
that one. Now,
ha,
ladies
it
and
means
gentlemen. Yeah, it
they
means
say that the ha
egg-shaped. I
is
understand.
egg-shaped.
Yeah, yeah. I understand that one fully. So, ladies and gentlemen, what I always say to the Muslims when they mention that one, the ha shaped like an egg, I say, yeah, but then you look at the NASA image and you say that's true. So which one is it? Because I showed them the egg image. There's an egg. Look at that. That's egg. There's the oblate spheroid of the NASA, which is not oblate. But which one is correct? And then they quieten down, because they don't know where to turn, do they? Because they're believing that the Earth, the image they see from NASA is real. But that's not an egg shaped. That's a ball shape. So which one is it? That's what I said to my brother as well. Yeah, man. I hold them to the highest standards. I said, 1 minute you're saying it's an egg shape, but then you're looking at NASA, it's a ball shape. Which one is it? And you believe they went to space, isn't it? Well, there you are. You're lost. All you have to do is go and measure. The thing is, God gave you the senses and the common sense to actually go and measure. You can go and measure this and to check it. Why don't you go and measure it? Yeah, then you know. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
No. I thought you'd finished. I was just saying it's pretty obvious what's happened. They're listening to the leaders of the mosques instead of actually reading the Quran.
Yeah, the imams. This is what I said to my brother. I would love to have a debate with an imam. Destroy him in the public. It has to be in the public where all the Muslims are. And I am the non-practicing Muslim, but I'm going to come with the most questions. The imam's going to be embarrassed. That's what I said to my brother. Maybe one day, maybe inshallah one day that might happen, where I wake the people up to God's creation, and I'm the one that doesn't practice. But yeah, I know what the earth is.
That seems to be a common thing amongst all religions, that people basically let others interpret the religious text. So instead of reading it for themselves, they have to go to someone who is supposedly a higher authority to translate for them, which I don't think is very cool at all. But each of their own. Yeah, that's the job of the imam. You see, they're meant to be scholarly. They're meant to be scholarly, and the scholars of the Quran, they eat, breathe, sleep this stuff. They know it inside out. You see, and they are held in high regard.
To read, they didn't want people to read the Bible, right? They wanted you to go to your church and listen, and they made sure that the church had sort of an authority over the people by keeping the education sort of low. And I think that's the reason why they do a lot of the sermons where they read, the passages, they're going through it. And the way they do that format, I think, is to let people think, oh, I've read the Bible, I listened to the pastor read it over 6 weeks. But what you're getting is all of his commentary. So he reads the line. They don't remember the line that was read. They just remember the interpretation. They just remember the commentary. They just remember the pastor's comments, because then he puts it into, he'll give equivalences in your life and try and spin it.
Do they chant?
Yeah, that's not good pastorship.
Do they chant the Bible when in the church? Are they just like singing it like the Muslims? Because I feel the same thing with the Muslims. They read the scripture, they chant it, or sometimes they read it so fast in Ramadan to complete the entire scripture in Ramadan. So I swear, they don't understand a thing. And I always tell them that you don't read your scripture. You think that, but it's someone else who read it for you, and you don't even listen to understand what it says. You want to go and research for the interpretation. Sometimes the verses are completely clear. Doesn't need any interpretation. You read, it's okay. You don't want to add more words or to take out more words to make it follow your imagination. In their scripture, it does tell them that. So imagine you are a Muslim and your scripture asks you, the verse says, أَفَلَا يَتَدَبَّرُونَ الْقُرْآنَ أَمْ عَلَى قُلُوبٍ أَقْفَالُهَا. It means, don't they try to, why don't they try to understand the Quran? Do they have locks on their hearts? So he knows that they don't try to do that. I'm talking about the Quran, and I know that it's the same exact thing with every other scripture.
Really? Right, this is going to end up in a religious debate. Seriously. So, welcome anybody else who's joined the channel recently. This is the 24th here on the English Hub. Is that where we are? So, welcome if anybody's joined us recently. If you've got any questions pertaining to the subject about the Earth being flat, or if you want to ask the question, what causes the horizon? We'd love to hear the answer to that question. So, you can feel free to unmute yourself. Please introduce yourself to us speaking and bring up your point, your question, or your answer to that question. Welcome to the channel, guys. Sorry to interrupt, guys, but sometimes it's far too down the road to start provoking people. Let's try and get back on subject, please.
I have a question. What is the cause of your mic clipping in and out still? We got to get that figured out, Jedi.
Might be my Wi-Fi connection, dude. I don't know.
Man, it's a shame, too, because I want to hear what you have to say.
You know what? I usually hear it clipping out, but that time it didn't happen at all. It happened. You heard it clip out then, Sesu?
Yeah, well, he was asking questions for anybody who was showing up. He's the only person, at least, in here that clips for me. He did cut out.
He used to clip all the time, but yeah, I haven't heard him clip since he came back. But Interesting.
I'll even rejoin and reset my settings, guys. Back in a bit.
I can hear you just fine.
Don't believe him, Jedi.
Sesu be tripping.
For me, it only happens when someone else overtalks him and it cuts out. That's why it shits me to tears when other people are talking over him. And same thing happens to Elijah. Someone else talks and it cuts him down.
Is that a Discord function or something?
He sounded fine.
Don't know.
Yo, DJ. Still there?
Yo.
Do you know if there is any demonstration that shows that we can make a curving surface appear to stretch and the edge of that curvature just appear farther away using optics, like using changing temperature, anything like that? The only one that I could find is that old one that the Globers present with that tank and some colored objects behind.
Yeah. Exactly, Necros.
It's not the one that we want to see, because I want to see the curvature of that tank being stretched out. So the leading edge of that tank will be farther away on the surface of that tank. So it will appear like they claim we see on the observations. We see
Exactly.
farther than it should be. So they have to demonstrate that.
Yeah. The one with the tank and you see the little thing pop up, that's just like looming. But that's not what we're presenting in these long distance observations. They need to, like you said, they need to have the horizon. They need to have the entire surface flatten out and then have the horizon pop up behind the object that was previously hidden behind the horizon. It's impossible. It's ridiculous to even suggest such a thing. But they also need to be able to, show how refraction or whatever conditions they want to add can just completely flatten out a curved surface. So it just looks flat within the entire frame. It's such a ridiculous claim that they're making.
Without distortion, DJ.
Without any distortion, just make it look like it's flat everywhere due to refraction. It's silly. They'll never do it. It's like the Great Salt Lake one that I like to present. That's a perfect example. Like what refraction's just flattening out the entire lake in the entire frame, like perfectly, and then it stays like that during the day and then during the night when they redo the zoom again. Crazy.
I don't know. I don't know.
What, you don't know what you don't know?
Who doesn't know? Who's this?
I don't know.
Don't know.
So I don't know. I don't know.
Well, Alminator came back. I don't know if you guys want to talk to Alminator. Roots, I think you wanted to talk to Alminator. Unmute Alminator,
Roots. Like he's going to have a meltdown.
I'll mute myself.
Oh, I can't even remember what we were talking about.
Boats over the horizon. Angular resolution.
If I remember correctly, he spurged out of it, didn't he?
Yeah, he kind of. I mean, he was just complaining. He's like, "Oh, you guys have to mute because I'm so powerful or whatever." I explained a whole bunch of things to him. I didn't know he was on mute, and then I unmuted him, asked him to respond. He refused to respond, so I put him back on mute. Then he kind of spurged out in the side chat. Oh yeah, he's gone. Oh no, there we go. He's unmuted. You're unmuted, Alminator. Alminator.
Yeah, let's give him a second chance.
Okay.
Well, again,
maybe he's been reformed.
Are you there, Alminator?
Yeah, I'm here.
So where did we get to with the horizon? Because pretty much it felt like you were holding contradictory position.
What was contradictory?
Well, you said the horizon was due to perspective at one point, then you said it was due to the Earth's curvature at another point.
Not him.
I don't remember. I said the horizon is due to Earth's curvature.
Sorry, no, sorry. We were discussing. We were discussing.
I said it wasn't him.
Yeah, we were discussing refraction with Alminator. That was it. So, Alminator, do you agree that things can disappear bottom up due to atmospheric conditions?
No.
Right. But the contradiction was you agreed it was due to atmospheric conditions when I showed you the picture of the sea level rising above the little town, if you remember.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you agreed at that point that bottom up disappearance was caused by refraction. Do you remember?
You remember that I told you that you didn't provide any flatness evidence for the surface of the car park?
I told you the car next to the boat showed you that the car park was level.
So,
do you think they build car parks do you think they build car parks with little humps, or do you think they build car parks level?
But you can clearly
We know
see that the
car parks
distortion
that surfaces
begins.
are not perfectly flat.
But bro, you can
He's
see
denying.
the distortion.
This is a reversal
Clearly
of the
see the
burden.
distortion
Sorry.
You can clearly
It's
see
reversal
though
of
that in
burden
that,
on us.
but with what Roots is talking about, the little GIF, right? The little boat in the driveway, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Okay. So the distortion clearly begins, right? Is much more distortion as it's lowering than when it's not. So you're saying that it's normal when it's more distorted, and there's more light distortion. That's normal, right? That's the normal. And then when you can see it, right, and it doesn't appear to be as distorted, that's the refracted part. That's the major amount of refraction taking place, right?
So are you addressing me, or?
Yes, yes, with that imagery, right? That GIF that you saw, the boat in the car park, right? Lowering down, appearing to lower down. It begins to lower down, and you can clearly see there is more visual distortion taking place. So there's obviously a greater change in the light distortion at that point. But you're saying that it's greater when you can see the boat and it doesn't appear to be lowering. That's where you're saying the greater distortion is taking place. It just doesn't make any
So,
sense.
If you remember, my example was there are pictures of a boat disappearing bottom up or bottom first behind the water horizon, which are clearly not distorted.
Can you show one?
Okay. What's the horizon?
I can post a picture from my personal video.
What causes the horizon?
So let me just address the question.
Illuminator, obviously you're struggling to hear Jedi, or that question offends you. What causes the horizon?
So there are two questions. What causes the horizon, and can you show me a picture of what I'm just saying?
No,
Well, funny part is, the what causes the horizon was asked first, and you just kept carrying on as if it wasn't there. So, we're going to ask you again, what causes the horizon?
So, if you want to hear my opinion...
It is the topic of it is the topic of discussion and the event that we're holding currently. So
based on the last conversation,
my opinion,
let that question take
curve.
Right.
Horizon is caused by Earth curve. That's all we wanted to know. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Say it again, because I was speaking and you didn't allow me to finish. So go ahead and say that again.
Okay, so if everyone wants to record that, what I'm saying is, my opinion is the horizon is caused by Earth curve.
Okay. Do you understand this? Okay. Are you saying the horizon is only caused by the curvature of the Earth?
Well,
and has got nothing, for example, to do with the angular resolution of the human eye. The reason why we see horizons is just and only the consequence of the curved surface. Nothing to do with optics, just so we're clear.
So, if I address your explanation, which is optics or perspective or whatever you say, I would say no.
Okay, so when we're making observations, you're saying that the only cause of observing a horizon is because of the curvature of the Earth. That's correct, right? Don't want to straw man you. Okay, cool.
For me,
so you understand that as
obvious explanation.
Okay, so you understand that would be the consequence of the observer's eye height in feet and the radius of that sphere. That would involve a geometric mathematical principle, right? We could, for example, make a prediction as to how far away the horizon should be based on the eye height of the observer and the radius, right?
Right.
Good. So that's 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's eye height in feet. That would give us a geometric horizon for a 6-foot observer standing at the beach looking across the water at approximately 2.76 miles away. 3 miles, just to keep the numbers clear. All right. So that's the only place that the geometric horizon could be observed for any optic.
So is that your argument?
No, it's not an argument. I'm trying to make your argument clear so you agree, so we can move on.
I don't agree, but
you don't agree. Okay, what part do you not agree with?
That we do see a geometric horizon.
Okay, so you're saying that we don't see a geometric horizon.
Correct.
So what's the horizon?
We see the horizon that is influenced by refraction.
Okay, so now you're contradicting your first answer to something else. Forgive me if I start getting a little bit short with you. You said the horizon was caused by the curvature of the Earth. You remember we got you to say that so everybody was clear. You're now saying that it's not the curvature of the Earth. It's now caused by what you loosely term as refraction.
So it's not a loose term.
It is when you're talking about not conforming to Snell's law.
Just let me answer.
Well, it's not Snell's law, so it would be a loose.
Every aspect is not only influenced by a single aspect. So we have Earth curvature and refraction.
Okay, so we have Earth curvature and loosely termed refraction, but definitely not the optical angle resolution limit of the human eye.
So the resolution limit just tells you how small an object looks.
Yeah, things appear, a boat, right, is going to disappear at some point based on the angular resolution of the human eye. Eventually, the object is going to get so far away that you can't see it anymore. You're saying that this has got nothing to do when we're observing a boat disappear.
I didn't say that.
I asked you right at the beginning, has perspective and the angular resolution limit of the human eye got anything to do with this? And you said no. Now we're back around again, pointing out your second contradiction within this argument. This is the second time you've put your old argument down like it didn't fucking exist.
So you want to mute me again because
No, like seriously, we had this last time with you. Are you not going to address your fallacious reasoning?
It's not a fallacious reasoning.
So you contradicted yourself twice. You contradicted yourself twice. You said it didn't have anything to do with making observations. Now you're saying after Earth curvature and atmospheric loosely termed refraction that it's just what? How far away things are going to be before they disappear, and it's not relevant when making predictions about how far away a boat is going to be before it disappears.
So can I explain or?
Okay. We don't want explanations. We want you to back up your claims with data. You seem to not be able to do that. And for some reason, you also seem to be a troll who's chased us through multiple channels.
Okay, I'm a troll because I'm in multiple channels.
Listen, dude, just address the point. There's a question on the table here.
So there are two questions at the moment.
You're contradicting yourself. So do you understand what the horizon is? You explained earlier. Have you changed your position, or do you hold the same position? So tell us again, what's the cause of the horizon?
The horizon is the optical limit between a surface and being above the surface.
The optical limit.
Sorry.
Yes.
It's changed. It's changed.
Okay, so it's got nothing to do with optical resolution, but you bring up the optical limit.
I always talked about this.
Illuminator. What do you believe? Illuminator.
Perspective. Don't need 5 people talking. I asked you right at the beginning if it's got nothing to do with perspective. You said no. You said the reason for the horizon is one, Earth curvature. Then when we got round to it, also atmospheric loosely termed refraction. I'm asking you again, when making observations, do you think the angular resolution limit of the human eye or the optic has got anything to do with things appearing to get smaller then disappear when we make a prediction? That's the question on the table.
So I can repeat myself again. the optics is caused by both obstruction, physical obstruction, and what? You just said
You
that?
said atmospheric loosely termed refraction. I've repeated this back to you several times.
Refraction,
You've
correct.
put two things on the table that causes the horizon. I'm trying to dangle a third one in front of you, but you're saying it's got nothing to do with it. Which is fine. We can move on if this is your point. I just want to be clear.
I'm just saying there's not only one single aspect which is influencing what you are seeing.
Okay, we've got two from you. Are there any more?
What you are seeing.
Yeah, okay, we've got two from you. Are there any more? One, Earth curve. The other one, the air in the way. What else?
That's it.
Oh, okay, so it's got nothing to do with perspective and how optics work.
Perspective.
Why things appear to get smaller and disappear. So to be clear, you don't think that when making predictions about how far away something should be before it disappears due to the angular reduction in size has got nothing to do when making predictions about how
So am I still on?
Yeah, we're waiting for you to address your contradiction.
I don't have a contradiction, but perspective just makes things that are in a further distance look smaller, but they don't make things disappear bottom first.
That's
the only
incorrect.
things that make things
You know
bottom
what?
first is
That's incorrect.
obstruction.
My friend, I'll let you finish, but that's incorrect. But go ahead, finish.
The only thing that makes things disappear top first, or bottom first, or left first, or right first is obstruction.
Okay, I'm going to ask you a question now, which will prove why you're wrong about your earlier claim that the horizon and perspective causes things to disappear from bottom up. Yes, it will cause a reduction in angular size, but do you know what the vanishing point is?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What's the vanishing point?
The vanishing point is a point in the distance onto which objects appear to move when they get more further away.
No, it's not specific to objects. It's just a position or a point in the distance where two parallel lines will converge into a single point. So it can cause shrinking, as you've covered. But what you're not including, and what you probably don't realize, is it also causes compression at the point of
That's
the vanishing
shrinking.
point. Compression. And it can also cause diffraction. Now, diffraction is where objects on the horizon or things on the horizon will converge towards the vanishing point.
That's not what diffraction means. Diffraction means you have two objects
diffraction,
which
my
can be distinguished in the close vicinity,
Yes, what he just said.
which appear as one single object.
Yes, it's what he just said.
Correct.
That's what he just said.
No.
Yeah, it is.
So, yeah. So
It's the angle between them. He's talking about two parallel lines appearing to converge. It's exactly what you've just said, and you think that he's not talking about it. It's one of the very descriptions of it. The fuck?
That's where you're incorrect with your understanding of the vanishing point. There's your misunderstanding. You think this isn't possible on a flat surface because you don't understand what happens at the
I
to
actually
objects
know
that
this
reach the
is
vanishing point.
possible on a flat surface.
You know it's impossible,
But
so
it
you've done the
doesn't
test.
explain what we see in real world.
We are. Now you're just saying, nuh-uh.
No, I'm just saying the vanishing point, as
Is
I
what?
understand it, doesn't explain what I see in reality.
Doesn't explain what you see. What's the horizon?
What I see is ships.
Do you think, being as you don't think that when making observations that the angular resolution of objects has got anything to do with when making observations? I mean, this is your problem. Right? For some reason, you just want to neglect how the human eye works. This is going to explain to you why something that's beyond the horizon, being as the horizon is the limitation of the observer's view horizontally across that surface, before the angle becomes too small to resolve, something that's on... Yeah, good. So something that's beyond the horizon, I'm talking still. So something that's beyond that horizon, say, for example, a boat that's on that surface, as the bottom of that boat also enters that angle, it becomes unresolvable to the human eye. The top of the boat is still descending downwards, but that's also due to the angular reduction with distance, i.e. perspective. That's why the boat looks like it's going down. It's not on a curved surface going down. All right, these things are easily explained with the laws of perspective, but you seem to not want to talk about them. In actual fact, say that they don't actually exist and shouldn't be spoken about when making observations and predictions about how far away we should be able to see shit before it disappears. It's fucking ridiculous.
So, during school time, which is many years back, I had... Okay.
Eliminator. Are you here for a story time? You want to tell us a story?
I'm just trying to tell you what my opinion is.
Okay.
We're not interested in your opinion, though.
Tell us an opinion.
Oh, okay.
You're going to tell us your opinion on what? On things that are already known and explained? Well, we already know about perspective.
Sorry, opinion?
Yeah, you heard.
We're talking about perspective. There's no opinion required. Sorry, there's no opinion required when talking about perspective.
It absolutely
there's equations and there's formulas and you're talking. So you think there's opinions involved, right? With these laws of perspective. You think it's opinion-based.
When I draw a perspective drawing, like I learned in school, and every drawing class that is possible, I know that a perspective vanishing point is just an infinite point in distance, and all objects
like that, though?
approaching this vanishing point are just getting smaller.
That? Why do you draw with vanishing points?
What?
Why do you draw with vanishing points, things in the distance, in the background, that are smaller than those things that are in the foreground or the midground?
I know.
What does vanishing point mean?
Are getting smaller in distance.
Yeah, it's smaller, yeah. Angular resolution, right? Things appear to get smaller with distance. And I'm going to ask you for the 5th time. We're making predictions about how far away we should be able to see things like boats. Do you think it's a good idea to include these equations?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, good. So finally we've got there. I've asked you this question 5 times. Now it's a good idea. Now, are you going to be able to provide any equations or formulas that are going to include this prediction pertaining to the surface of the Earth curved? Because now we've got 3 things that we're going to have to take effect for, right? In your idea, 1, that's Earth curve. 2, atmospheric loosely term refraction. And now, also, obviously, the angular resolution of the optic that we're using. So 3 things, right?
I think you are strawmanning what I just said.
Making an observation. Yes. You gave us the causes for the horizon. 1, Earth curve. 2, loosely turned atmospheric refraction. Now, are you going to agree that perspective is also going to give us a vanishing point?
Yes, absolutely.
Good. So there's 3 things then. So not a fucking straw man.
So how does vanishing point explain bottom?
Sorry, excuse me. I want an apology. So not a straw man then.
Your straw man was that me mentioning perspective is me acknowledging bottom-up obstruction through perspective, and that's a straw man. That's not.
Sorry, that's a part of. That's not a straw man.
Why I can't see something is explained within the fucking term vanishing point.
Vanishing point makes an object smaller in its
too small to see. Yeah, too small to see, like the horizon.
The bottom is too small to see. The top is too small.
The horizon is beyond. Excuse me.
About a conversation. Holy crap, bro! Dude, just get to your point, man. You know, you want to have a conversation about a conversation you're having. It's crazy.
Yeah, this is crazy because
Well,
not
I'm
only
not
do you
sure
get
what
that. No, but wait.
perspective
Hold on,
course
one sec though.
you
We do get.
visited.
Listen, we do get the natural bottom-up disappearance through diffraction when it comes to the vanishing point, but we also have other reasons that cause bottom-up
There's no
disappearance.
such thing, but
It
okay.
depends on the. Yes, there is. Yes, there is.
That's your
Things will
explanation
warp
for
and
flat
bend.
Earth to
Things
explain
will
what
warp
we
and
see
bend
in
into the vanishing
reality.
point at the intimate part next to the vanishing point. And that would be if a boat is on the horizon, then the top half of the boat will merge into the vanishing point slower than the bottom part of the boat. So yes,
How
naturally.
is that
at a
explained
certain
by
point-
perspective?
No, but listen.
How?
It's not
I'm
perspective.
trying
Hold
to
up.
explain
It
to
is.
you.
Where's Roots?
It is.
Roots.
The eye
With
is
Illuminator.
probably, in relation to the boat, the top of the boat is probably larger than the bottom of the boat, reference to the level of the human eye. Yeah, what he just explained is demonstrated within perspective, depending on your eye height in this instance.
That's one part of it. Sorry, Roots. Illuminator, when you're looking at a ship that's on the horizon, it hasn't gone behind it yet, it's on the horizon. How much of your vision is cut off when you're looking at the horizon?
So when the boat is still fully visible,
It's still
I
sitting
see
on the horizon. It hasn't gone over it yet. How much of your vision is cut off? You're looking straight ahead. Your eye line is straight ahead, looking at the horizon. How much of your vision is cut off? So half of the
What do you
vision
mean with
looking
cut
up
off?
is the air. Well, looking down, below your eye line is water. So half of your vision is gone. It is a optical illusion caused by how your vision works. Because half of your vision is cut off, you've only got so much of the convergence point left for things to converge. So things will converge up faster than what they do converge down because you have more available visibility above your eye line, i.e. the sky.
Yeah,
So,
your eye level is where the
Roots.
furthest,
just
your
let
eye
me
level is
answer.
where the furthest you can see. At your eye level is the furthest you can see. So when you get to the outer limits of how far you can see, everything just below and just above eye level will merge, and you will get a diffraction line or diffraction pattern into the eye level, eye height. That's why the horizon is at eye level.
So just let me answer what was asked before. When I look down, or if I lower my viewing angle, let's say 10 degrees down, I still see the same size of the boat compared to when I look 10 degrees up. It's just in a different position in my field of view. Right?
The fuck's this got to do with anything? You just
That's got
looking up and
nothing to
down,
do
right?
with
It's actually addressing what was just said.
No, it's got
Looking up
nothing
and
to do
down.
with it.
Now the
The
boat's
horizon's
up
still
and
there.
down when you
Doesn't
look
change
up.
the
And
angular
Illuminator. Illuminator. If you look up, you look down, you look left, you look right. The horizon is still there. That ship is still there. The bottom half of
that's
your
what I
image, because
was
the
just
problem
saying.
is, stop. The problem is when you look back up, in order for your brain to calculate that. So now what's happened, because the bottom half of your image is obscured by just water, and you're watching the ship go ahead, everything compresses, i.e. perspective, everything compresses at a very given ratio. So when that ship moves forward, it compresses from the right at a small amount, from the left a small amount, from the bottom a small amount, and the top a small amount. But the problem is the bottom is already obscured. So, as it moves a little bit further ahead, now the bottom has obscured 10%, the left 10, the top 10, the right 10. But remember, the bottom is already 90% gone to start off with. That's why they appear to disappear bottom up. That's all it is.
But why does the bottom disappear more than any other direction?
Because half of your vision is already obscured. You've already lost half of your vision.
He's not being specific here. What observation are you talking about? Because we've already established bottom-up disappearance can happen due to other reasons as well. So we're explaining to you in general, in perfect conditions, what happens right at the vanishing point. But what observation are you talking about? Because if you're
question
talking
for
about
me,
something
or-
that's disappearing
The further-
from bottom up before the vanishing point, then that will be due to another reason, i.e., atmospheric refraction.
So I guess this is the problem. So there is no before and after the vanishing point. The vanishing point is just an infinite distance. That's just the concept of a vanishing
Not in
point.
reality.
Oh my
Vanishing
god, dude!
Absolutely
no,
is.
no. The point of convergence is definitely a point where your eyes can't resolve anything beyond that area.
No.
That's why it's coined the vanishing point. This is what everybody's been trying to get through your head, dude. I mean, you're saying it's an infinite thing, blah 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 blah. Whatever you're saying,
But the vanishing
makes zero
point is
sense.
completely different from
It wouldn't have had to
Rayleigh
have named
criterion.
it the vanishing point. Yeah, it wouldn't have had to have named it that in art class if it didn't have a specific cause for having that definition, dude. Like,
Yes,
and to answer your question,
Do you guys
you're
think
wondering why-
the vanishing point is the same like Rayleigh
listen,
criterion?
no, listen, man.
point?
Let me
It's a
finish,
yes or no
man. Let me
question.
finish. So no, you want to know why the bottom of the boat disappears first, and I'm explaining to you, right? I was trying to, is because of the floor ramping up. The water, right? The ocean, the sea, whatever water you're looking at and you're talking about in this instance, is ramping up. And the further that thing gets away, the water in the foreground is ramping up. And if there's waves in that water, what do you think's going to happen? Those tiny waves are going to obscure something larger behind them. That's the way it goes, dude, especially off in the distance.
Of course,
so that
waves
floor is
obstruct
ramping
things
up and
in
hiding
the
the bottom of the boat. You have nothing to hide the top of the boat, dude. There's no ground above the top of the boat. There's no ceiling above the top of the boat. There's nothing physical there. There's gas. There's a fluid gas above the top of that boat. That's why you don't see the top of the boat disappearing at the same rate as the bottom of the boat, dude. It's very simple stuff. It's not complicated. You're making this very complicated. What a simple
I think
conversation
you are
to have with
making this
somebody
very
who has
complicated.
basic comprehension. You're the one who's making it complicated. I've been listening to you talk about this for freaking half hour.
Hey guys,
He might
calm
be a
down.
troll.
Calm down.
He might
calm
be a
down.
troll because he's smart enough
So-
to get this.
If you just look at the picture that Level Lioness posted in chat, this is the typical picture of what people understand what perspective means. Things getting smaller at a distance. And you see the further away the object is, the smaller it gets from the bottom, from the
where's
top,
the
from the left,
curvature in
and
that?
from the right. Just acknowledge what I say or disagree and explain why
We
you
already know, dude. We already know about perspective, brother. We
No, can
already
you
know.
just
We all
agree
went
of
to
what I
fucking art
said?
class.
Do not
Just want to-
forget that the picture that you are looking at is taken from a high elevation. So
Doesn't matter.
where the sky meets the ground because of that elevation would make those giant objects like a mountain have to go farther distance till it will be its angular resolution will be no resolvable for your eyes. Instead, when you talk about looking at something on the surface, so the sky meets with the surface of the water shorter than when the object like the mountain will get unresolvable for your eyes because of its angular resolution. So that's why sometimes the horizon appears in front of the mountain that is far in distance. Because of what? The mountains is so big, so you can see it behind the horizon. And why you see it being obstructed bottom up? Because the surface of water is opaque. So you can draw that image by starting with the mountain and a vanishing point, and the mountain in the vanishing point. Then you color the surface of the water. You will be able to see that the surface of the water will be obstructing the mountain on the paper. Because why?
And
the mountain
why?
is so big. Its angular resolution in that distance that is farther from
where the sky meets the ground because of that elevation where you see the ground or the surface of water ramping up, or that floor in the corridor ramping up and the ceiling ramping down.
But why
The
doesn't
mountain.
everything ramp up what you see? You are just
It's a
making up an artificial, convenient limit of when until which point the floor is ramping up. And after that artificial point that you imagine in your mind, the objects suddenly don't ramp up anymore. That's just ridiculous.
The object
Actually, it's
continuously to go
They ramp up to
halfway.
eye level.
The same top of the same half of the object will go in the top of that vanishing point, and the same half will be bottom below that vanishing point, and it will continuously go to merge till it's unresolvable. You can draw that. You can make it
but
in a
that
3D
applies in all
software.
directions, not only in the bottom, but also on the top, on the left, and on the right. So if you look
We
at
agree with that. But Illuminator, remember, your ship is on top of the horizon line. So, because it's above the convergence point, which way is it going to converge? Remember, the convergence point is the center of your eye line. So if the ship is primarily above the center of the eye line, there's not much to converge up, is there? Because the majority is already above the center line.
So the majority of what you see is also the water, which is
Your eye line is the center line, okay? You're looking straight ahead. When you, at 6 foot tall, are looking at a ship that's 60 feet tall, there's only 6 foot below your eye line. So there's not much to converge up. So when we have our perspective, things get smaller as they get further away. It'll shrink a little bit to the top, a little bit to the left, a little bit to the right, a little bit to the bottom. But you've only got 6 foot from the bottom. So if it gets further away and it if it gets further away and it shrinks 1 foot from the bottom, 1 foot from the left, 1 foot from the right, 1 foot from the top, now you've only got 5 foot at the bottom, and you're questioning why it disappears bottom up. Let's go a little bit further again. 2 foot from the top, 2 foot from the bottom, 2 foot from the left, 2 foot from the right. So the perspective still works, but you are conflating this disappearing bottom up with some magical curvature that's not there. If the
No, I'm
curvature
just
was there, my
asking
friend, we would be measuring it.
I'm asking you why you only watch at the boat and not at the surroundings of the boat. So the water applies.
You're the one that brought up the boat in comparison. You're the one that brought up the boat using that as an example of bottom-up obstruction. I'm explaining you the bottom-up obstruction. If you wish to now look at something else, you are more than welcome to do so. But your thing was the boat disappearing bottom-up, not everything disappearing bottom-up. The boat. So let's focus on that.
So you are focusing on the boat, but I'm focusing on everything
brought it
that
up.
I see. I'm
Well, your
focusing on
example was the boat disappearing bottom up. That's why we're discussing that. And your incredulity is not paying off.
Yeah.
So can you let me talk? So I'm talking about everything that you see. We see the water, we see the boat, we see the sky, we see everything surrounding the boat.
Exactly. The water
why
is
do
a
you
flat
think
plane.
only the
Listen
boat-
carefully. The water is a flat plane.
Hello,
The boat is sitting on that flat plane.
There's
Are
no
you
need to yell.
just
There's no need to yell.
The water is a flat plane. The boat is sitting on that flat plane at your height. If you're
And the
standing
water
at
is
the
part
beach
of
at
what
6
you
foot tall, the water is. I don't disagree with that. It extends out.
So why do you
if you are
exclude
elevated,
the water
you are then
from
looking
perspective?
down on it. It's not. What perspective? Are you just deliberately avoiding what?
You are looking at the boat on the water, so why do you think you only have to consider the boat and completely ignore what the water does in perspective?
The problem is because of your eyes, the horizon line is your comparative line. That is why the boat appears to disappear bottom up. If you didn't realise already, the horizon is below your eye line. A lot of people don't know this. When you're standing at the beach, the horizon is whatever your elevation is below your eye line. So if you are 6 foot tall, the horizon is 6 foot below your eye line. The problem is, because of perspective, because of convergence, because of the Rayleigh criterion, you can't focus on that, and you can't differentiate between your eye line, eye level, and the horizon. They become one and the same because you can't separate them.
Incorrect. So, regardless
well, you can
of
call it
how
incorrect.
far-
Hey, you can say, nah, this discussion is ended, because that is the truth. That is exactly what happens. You've just nah-ah'd it. So please go and believe what you want.
I can clearly see a horizon on any picture. So you cannot say the Rayleigh criterion
You've
makes
been here all
the
day,
horizon
man. Go do something else.
Now, the Rayleigh
Go do
criterion
something
doesn't
else.
make anything
Simply incorrect.
happen. The Rayleigh
That's not
criterion
what we
doesn't
see in
make anything
reality.
happen. It's just the rate. The Rayleigh criterion is the rate in which things will converge together. What Matrix has been explaining.
That's
Hold on,
not
let me
at
get
all
this out.
the Rayleigh criterion.
Yes, it is.
The
The
Rayleigh criterion
the
is
rate
how
at which things.
how far you are possible to distinguish two objects, to be two objects, or just see it as
Oh my
one
God, this guy.
blurry
Yeah,
blob.
it's a rule.
All day,
It's a
bro.
rule used to define the resolvability. Okay.
Yes.
It's a rule. Okay. Yeah, it's an
Resolvability,
equation.
that's the
But
correct
let me
term.
get this out.
Right.
But let me get this out. What Matrix is explaining to you is called foreshortening. Within perspective, foreshortening will give that appearance of shortening at the convergence point. And the point closest to the convergence point is where you will see the foreshortening. If you've never heard of this, you need to look into it, and you'll see that it is part of what we've been explaining, that diffraction line. So foreshortening is the word that the correct word for what Matrix has been explaining. Do you disagree that foreshortening is a real phenomenon at the vanishing point
So,
within perspective?
forgive me, but I'm not a native English speaker. So what do you mean with foreshortening?
Yeah, it's where an object seems to be shortened or compressed from the angle you're looking at the vanishing point. It gives you the illusion of depth. Okay? So that's what's causing the bottom-up disappearance, foreshortening. You might want to look it up.
But this bottom-up disappearance part is something that I still don't understand, because when I
what it is.
understand disappearance, perspective applies in all directions, not only at the bottom, not only at the top, not only left and right.
Yeah, you keep getting caught up on this angular size only creates the shrinking from all directions. You need to look a little bit deeper into the perception term foreshortening. It's very much spoken about in art and perspective in drawing. In order to give the most realistic appearance, you take foreshortening into account. And it's
I know that.
effect. Yeah, but it's where an object.
What I learn is that this applies to all directions.
To the angle at which you're looking at it. So at the vanishing point, everything slightly above that vanishing point, so the bottom of a boat will foreshorten into the vanishing point. If you disagree with
and
that,
the
that just
things
means
on top as well.
You're not willing to look into it.
I did look into it, and
You didn't even know what foreshortening was 3 seconds ago.
I'm a German speaker, so I know the German terms for that, but
Yeah, so
I didn't talk with English-speaking people about this topic, so sorry,
Yeah.
I didn't know
So
what
another example
foreshortening
of
means.
foreshortening is a human person pointing at a camera will look shorter. The arm will look shorter than if it's extended sideways. Okay, it's something you take into account when drawing depth perception. When you draw an arm sideways, you don't need to worry about depth perception. But if something is pointing at the camera, like you point at the camera with your arm, you need to take into account foreshortening. It gives you the depth perception. We've been trying to tell you this from the very beginning, but you're denying it.
Yeah, I understand that. No, I'm not denying that. I'm just telling you that compression in the distance applies in all directions.
Yes, we agree with you.
Foreshortening means that it applies more in a certain direction. So when it
In
comes
which direction?
to depth perception, when things are going away from you, they will foreshorten into the vanishing point.
Yeah, and the vanishing point
So
is
foreshortening,
compressing in all
foreshortening isn't
directions,
happening in all
compressing a
directions.
point.
Yeah, foreshortening is happening in one direction, and that direction is giving you the depth perception in terms of perspective. That's where
Yeah, I
foreshortening is
don't disagree with that, but
Yeah,
what
so
I'm
we're not
saying
getting
is
foreshortening in all directions, are we?
absolutely
It's only
we do.
happening in one direction.
The directions, so you're looking in, let's say, due north, and everything east and west and up and down is compressing in the same way when you're looking into the distance.
No,
There's
that's
no
reduced in
preference for
That's not it. That's
any.
not it. You've mistaken that for direction. No. We're looking out at the beach. You're looking at a ship. The water is a flat plane. The ship is a particular size. Say it's 100 foot tall. You are 10 foot above the water. So that means below your eye line is 10 foot, above your eye line is 90 foot. So as the ship goes further away, perspective makes it look smaller. We all agree with this. So we're all there so far. Okay. It gets a little bit further away. It shrinks 5%. So now below your eye line is 5 foot, above your eye line is about 80 foot. It goes a bit further again. It shrinks another 5%. Now the bottom of the ship, because of perspective, making look smaller, is now level with your eye line, but the top is still there. The problem is, in your brain, what you will perceive is the bottom of the ship disappearing first. That is what's happening.
Nothing to do with my brain. My camera sees.
That is how your eyes work. That is how your eyes work. That is what Roots has just explained to you, and you keep resetting to, nah, I don't like this.
I don't say nah. I'm just saying you. When I photograph what I see, the picture that I photograph shows the same.
It's another optic. It's the same thing. Why would a camera see different to your eyes? Why would a camera see different to your eyes?
My camera
It still
sees
sees
the same like
perspective.
my eyes, so it has nothing. It's nothing specific to my
Hang on a
eyes.
second. But you just said when you take photo is different.
No, I didn't say
Why
that.
are
Yes, you
yelling?
did.
Why are you yelling?
When did I say that?
Calm down, buddy.
So my eyes are
Again,
just
when you are
receiving
standing still,
light.
we don't care. When you are standing still, you believe perspective makes smaller, yes or no?
I already agreed.
Excellent. So when you are looking straight ahead, I want you to imagine now your eyes are lasers. Okay, you've got laser vision. When you are looking straight ahead, somebody standing beside you can see what you're looking at. So your eyes are lasers.
Just
Where
making
the
a
laser
joke,
hits,
I
no,
renamed
there's no
that
joke.
from Eliminated to Terminator, so I have laser eyes now. Okay, continue.
Where the laser hits is your eye line, your eye level. Excellent. When you have an exceptionally large item in the distance that you are looking at, something like a cruise liner, a ship, as it gets further away, it gets smaller due to perspective. We agree with that bit.
Yeah, it's
your
like
eye line.
About that 15 minutes ago. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, for some reason it hasn't sunk in yet. Your eye line or eye level, being that we're on a flat plane, is whatever your height is above the water level. So when you look out to the distance, the horizon is where the sky appears to meet the ground or sea. This is not your eye line. When you hold your head straight out in front of you, your eye line is your elevation above the horizon. They are two separate things. One is eye line, one is horizon. Now, the really big ship, as it sails on the water level, which is below your eye line, depending on which side of your eye line the ship is on, or which has the majority of the ship on which side. So in this case, you being very small and the ship being very big, there's only a little bit below your eye line and a lot above your eye line. So the foreshortening that Roots was talking about will happen from the ground up. It happens on the small side of your eye line. That's all that happens. It does happen on the side from left to right. It does happen on the other side, right to left. But the problem is when you are looking at the ship, left to right, you are looking at the middle of it, not to the side of it. That's why it appears to shrink off into the distance and only bottom up disappear. That's all it is. There's nothing more to it.
So you are saying because there's only, when you look at the distance, you only have a ground below you, but no actual physical object above you, that causes things only being impacted by the floor below you.
I never mentioned the floor.
I'm just trying to understand your argument because perspective works in all directions.
I've already agreed with that. We agreed with that 5 times now. You even said we agreed with this.
He can't explain it better than that. So what he means, he doesn't understand why the horizon is before some big objects, that their vanishing point, because he thinks that the vanishing point for all objects is the same distance. All objects, no matter the size of the objects, will disappear at the same point. No, the vanishing point is dependent to the size of the object. So his problem is why the horizon is appears before some objects, like you create. He's saying that the perspective is all directions, so the horizon must be at the same vanishing point of the ship. So the ship have to continue going over the surface and disappear, continue to get smaller on the surface, nothing obscured till it disappears completely because of its own angular resolution.
So I think
brother.
Just let me answer for 10 seconds. I think what you guys are confusing is that the vanishing point is the point in your vision where all objects disappear, and that's not correct. If you look down a street and there's a big building at the end of the street, then the vanishing point is still the end of the street, but you are still seeing a big building at the end of the street, clearly. But these are two completely different things. A vanishing point.
The reason for that is because of the size of the building. The reason for that building being still resolvable is because of its sheer size. Big building, remember? You're comparing a telegraph pole. You're comparing a telegraph pole that's 1 foot wide in comparison to a building that's 200 feet wide. Of course, you'd be able to see the big building. Your ability to resolve the image is still there.
Yes.
So the horizon.
That's what they were talking about earlier. Your resolution levels.
It's not the same as the Rayleigh criterion, where everything.
No, we never said that. We never said that. We defined the vanishing point as 2 horizontal lines or parallel lines that would appear to converge as an optical illusion created by perspective. We already.
To be honest,
now,
it's not an optical illusion. It's just simple geometry. But okay.
No, yeah, it's geometry, but it's an optical illusion. It's a point that where everything will converge into. Okay, due to an optical illusion.
But
right.
just
now,
to make clear, it's not magic. It's just simple geometry.
I never said magic.
May explain what you call.
Let me finish this point. Let me finish this point. Where you're getting confused is you're not realizing when it comes to the shrinking in angular size, you're not taking into account in relation to the vanishing point. So the vanishing point being an optical illusion, a place depending on several factors. So it all depends on the object and the object size. In relation to that, the foreshortening will be more extreme in the direction that the object is in relation to the vanishing point. This is the bit you're not getting. So things will appear to
I
disappear from
absolutely
bottom
do
up.
get it.
Yeah,
So,
things will disappear from bottom up due to in relation to where the vanishing point is to you.
And object
Do you
disappear
understand?
top down in the same way.
Yeah, correct, correct. And if you, like you said it early, it's simple geometry. Yeah, you would understand it already. Like when Matrix explained it to you with the street compared to the giant building, just draw it in your mind. If you can't do it on a paper now, draw the street. Where the left side of the street and the right side of the street will meet on that straight, horizontal, perfect level platform, horizontal road, the street will merge at the horizon.
Mhm.
The dog will not be visible to you before the horizon. The building, which is bigger than the street, which is wider than the street, will continuously go in front of you and continuously to appear in front of you, half up, half down when it will start to go away from the horizon, because its angular size is bigger than that street. It will lower down and continue to squish till it's unresolvable for your eyes, and that will be way
But
way
it gets
farther
smaller
than the horizon.
in its whole. There's
It
not
gets smaller, gets
there's
smaller,
no
and it
preference
will
for the bottom of the building to disappear.
no, because the building will be obscured by that line created by your perspective and that road that is opaque compared to the sky, which is transparent. It's not like the hallway or the corridor. The roof will merge at the same way as the floor, as the giant door that is at the end of the hallway, in the middle, that is as big as the hallway. So the floor, the roof, the walls of the hallway will continuously go and get smaller and smaller till the vanishing point where that door is.
It's the
So
same with
you're
plane
just saying
text on a horizontal plane.
the ceiling and the floor is getting smaller in the same rate in distance.
Why is that? That's because everything is opaque around you. The walls and the ceiling
I
and the
fully
floor
agree with your
are
statement,
opaque.
but that absolutely contradicts that perspective is causing things disappearing bottom first in the distance. Because everything
Hold on a
gets
second.
smaller on the top, in the bottom, on the left, and on the right.
Let's talk about angular relationships for a second. So would you say that the angle is smaller or greater at the bottom of the boat than it is at the top of the boat? Is it greater or smaller?
What angle are you talking about?
Well, let's say you watch a boat disappear into the distance on the horizon, right, or on the sea. Is the angle from the water to the angle from the water that you're looking at, right, from the water to the top of the boat, is that greater than the angle between, let's say, the hull of the boat and the water?
If I understand you correctly, you're talking about the same angle. So the optical angle between the bottom of the boat, which is on the water surface, compared to the top angle or the top line of the boat.
You're imagining a perfect flat surface of water.
Yes.
Where
So
there is
I guess
no
that's what
movement on the
you're talking about
that's
as
what
flat
you are
surface.
imagining. Yeah, that's what would happen. You're correct. That's what would happen in that imaginary world where you have a completely perfect flat surface where there is no deviation on its on that surface. But no, it's not the same thing that you have here on Earth. When you're looking
why
on
not?
the surface of water has those little waves. When at distance, those little waves will create obstruction, will obscure that building that is, or that ship that is going in distance. So Unfortunately,
the
for
waves
that ship,
in
it will
1 mile
be
distance
obscured
also
bottom up because
contribute
I'm
with
still talking.
perspective?
I think no, I'm still talking. I think so. The ship that it's appearing to you, yeah, that ship is normally doing the same exact thing. It's getting smaller. It's just getting smaller, but getting smaller compared to what? Compared to the movement of the water on the surface of water. So those movements of the water on the surface of water would create that obstruction bottom up of that object as the object is going farther and farther. So its angular size will get smaller compared to those waves in the horizon, where the horizon, where that line where the sky meets the surface, it's a compressed line where there is many waves. It's just a giant surface of water. It's not a hard cut. Everything is getting smaller and smaller till it's not resolvable. But that giant building that is so
including
far,
the waves.
why including waves? Because you don't live on a perfect flat surface that won't obscure the things that are getting farther, because its angular size compared to the angular size of the object is bigger.
Yeah, but
Like your
that's
thumb,
what I'm
like your
trying to
thumb.
address. So you are talking about waves. So the wave, let's say the waves are 1 meter high next to you. The waves in
1
one
centimeter
mile
can create.
distance are also one meter high, but they also disappear smaller due to perspective.
Incorrect.
Wait,
Hold on a second.
explain.
Hold on a second. Necros.
How is it
The angular
incorrect?
size of the objects in the foreground are going to be larger than the object in the farther distance. Is that true or not true?
Is that the same actual size? Yeah.
Yeah, so the angular size of the wave at 1 meter is going to be larger, angular size. It's still going to be larger in the foreground than the object in the distance farther away.
Right.
Yeah. Like your thumb, is just 1 centimeter can obscure that object.
Right, so since that wave just happens to be, and many waves, by the way, between you and that boat, are along the surface of the water, any of those waves before the boat are going to obstruct the bottom of the boat just because of their greater angular size, because the boat is farther away and smaller. That is one way to create bottom-up obstruction. There are many other ways. The problem with this conversation is this is all your opinion.
But the waves that are close to you are high. That's okay in your perspective. But the waves that are, let's say, 10 meters before the boat are appearing in the same way smaller than the boat appears smaller. So
who cares?
The waves alone.
The wave in the foreground is obstructing the bottom of the boat because they are greater in angular size. That's all I need to obstruct the bottom of the boat.
We are
But if
talking
you are
about
10
the
meters
physical
high and
waves.
you have 1 meter waves, then the waves don't obstruct anything.
No, we are talking about the
No, they still do.
How do they do? Because the waves that you see, the waves are affected by perspective in the same way like anything else, like the boat, like the water, like the sky. The waves are not
anything
magic exclusion from that perspective
Listen,
principle.
anything like a wave, anything that's above that sea level, whether it's a few inches, if it's a mile away from you, a few inches is going to cover a lot of that compressed area between that mile away wave and 3 miles away. So a wave at 1 mile away is going to be a lot larger in angular size and is going to obstruct things at 3 miles away at sea level. Do you understand that?
Yeah, but in a smaller effect.
And the smaller, you're not looking at one single small wave. The horizon is accumulation of multiple hundreds and thousands and millions of waves. The horizon, what do you think the horizon is? First
the limit
place.
of angular perspective.
Just look at the picture that DJ posted in chat.
By the limit, and it's waves. It's the surface of water that is waving, and it's a hard line because of their angular size. It creates a hard line. Don't think that it's not there. Those waves disappear completely because they are not there. They can't obscure anything. They will be just like transparent things. No, they
I'm not
still
talking about
there.
transparency. So when you look at the picture that DJ posted in chat, you see the water is ramping up to the vanishing line, which is marked as a red line in the picture. And you can clearly see that the water which is closer to you has a lower part in the picture, and the parts of the water that are more distant have higher
different angles to these
part in
things.
the
Yeah.
picture.
Yep.
But as you can clearly see, the waves that are, so there are clearly waves in the picture, and as you can clearly see, the waves in front that are close to you do not affect the horizon at all because they are much lower because of perspective.
Who's talking about that? We are talking about the water, which is the horizon.
Yes,
The
I'm
surface
talking
of the
about water. So that's exactly the topic.
The horizon, that horizon. You see that water that is above that line, red line? That's water.
Yes, but it's
that's water containing waves.
very
It's not
distant.
perfect flat surface. So those waves will work like your finger. When you take your finger and you stretch your hand in front of you, that finger can hide a building. So those waves will just work like your finger in further distance with the bigger size. They are not the same size as your finger. So you imagine a bigger scale, a bigger
So your
finger,
finger
at the horizon.
is 30 centimeters in front of you. The water line in the picture is maybe 1 mile away from you. So it's not the same thing.
Do you think that we should be able to? Do you think we should be able to possibly make a rough estimate to how far the horizon should be for an observer?
Based on the picture, or
based on the geometry of a sphere?
Anything.
So I
Based
thought
on the
we
angular
were talking
resolution
about
limit of an
perspective.
object. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Also based on the angular resolution limit of the human eye. We've got lots of math. Do you think we can start making predictions yet? A sphere with a radius 3,950 miles.
What
you're saying is the cause of the
object are you
obstruction of the
talking
bottom
about?
of the boat? Sorry? What?
What object are you talking about?
The Earth, in this instance, with a radius. The thing that would be causing
surface.
obstruction, and also a horizon for an observer standing on that surface.
So you're talking about how far the
horizon would be
horizon
for an
distance
observer at altitude on
on a
that
flat
surface
surface.
based on the radius.
Not a boat anymore. Okay.
What? I mean, forgive me, but when I'm speaking, I'm not listening to you. So
No, I'm
if
just
I'm talking,
trying to
maybe
understand
don't.
what you're talking about. We're
Well,
just
maybe
talking
wait till
about
I'm
boats
finished,
and
and maybe I'll
water
have
and
explained,
waves.
and maybe at the end you can ask a question. So what? What's your problem?
Ask. I don't have a problem.
Okay, so why did you interrupt?
Continue.
No, why? That's a question. Why did you interrupt? Why did you feel the need to speak through me when I was trying to elucidate something? Why?
Because I want to understand what you are asking for.
Okay, so you had a question then, I would presume.
Yes.
Okay, what was your question?
What you are talking about. Which object are you talking about?
Making a prediction of how far we should see something across the surface of the Earth being the object in question, and possibly a boat or something else. Could we make a prediction to how far away the horizon should be for an observer standing on that curved surface, being of all the things that we've been speaking about? Can we make predictions yet? Can we measure any of this yet?
So your question is about the horizon now.
Yes, yeah.
So how far will the horizon be physically?
Yeah, we're talking about
which we can
we're talking
see?
about a boat, right? That's going
Yeah,
away.
the boat is not the
Now, I
horizon.
can't see
That's
the
two
bottom of
different
it.
things.
Okay, so I can't see the bottom of the boat. Now, being as everything that we've spoken about, we've got the eye height of the observer, because that's going to change the distance to the horizon, isn't it? Right? We've got a boat that's going to be X amount of miles and a curved surface that's going to curve at distance, going to cause a geometric horizon. We can add everything else into it later. But that's going to be a prediction, isn't it, of how far away it's going to be before the boat starts disappearing over the curvature of the Earth. That's a prediction, isn't it?
There's a prediction, yes,
Okay,
but
what
it's
math do
not
we-
purely based on geometry.
No, it's not purely based on geometry, but if we're going to assert there's a sphere, then we're going to throw a sphere in there, aren't we?
Yeah, a sphere plus the other factors that play
Okay.
into that observation.
The other factors, what are they going to do to the horizon?
They may rise the horizon, so
They might
refraction
rise the
may
horizon.
rise the horizon.
Okay, so they might rise the horizon. Okay, is that moving the horizon with distance?
Yes, absolutely.
What up? What about backwards, as in further in distance from the observer?
Sorry, can you?
What about increasing in distance from the observer? You said the phenomena, whatever it is, can make the horizon move up. I'm asking you, could it make the horizon move back, further in distance from the observer?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Move up.
Okay, but that doesn't fall into any of the definitions that we've been speaking about. Atmospheric refraction doesn't cause the horizon to change distance.
That's absolutely the topic that you are asking for. So
Sorry. No.
refraction can make the
atmospheric refraction doesn't change the distance to the horizon. Is it miraging? Is it inferior or superior miraging that changes the distance to the horizon? Is it sinking or stooping of an object in relation to the horizon that's changing the distance to the horizon? Is it compression of an object? What is it? Which ones are the definitions? What type of...
I know you're talking about
even going to use?
QE's list of different types of refraction.
What?
So refraction on Earth is
Refraction on
downward
Earth?
light bending, downwards, and that's why you see things higher than they actually are. And
So
that
that's
also
why you
includes
see
the
things.
horizon.
I mean, that's lovely, but have you got any math for this, or any prediction, any scientific? The formulas are based on.
I know you won't like it. 7/6R.
Where did you get the R from?
The R is just arbitrary.
Arbitrary? No, that's the radius of the Earth. It's not fucking arbitrary. It's 3,950.
So we can go from one topic to the other. You just
No,
asked
we're
me
talking about
how
what
I
causes
derived
the
my
horizon. You've
formula.
now said it's atmospheric refraction.
Yes.
Yes.
So what's
You're
your
not
question?
changing subjects. It's what causes the horizon. Now, does
So
this
you're
cause
now
the horizon
asking-
to move?
Yeah.
Okay, can you show me the experiment that demonstrates those equations are true?
So that's, from my point of
Proof,
view,
that would be the
big
proof of your
change.
claim, yeah. That would be the proof of your claim, yeah.
I can, but that's a completely topic change.
No, it's not. It's now your cause for the phenomena that we see, 7/6R. I now want the experiments that have gone into the equations.
So 7/6R is just an average. So it's assuming a standard refraction.
Don't need
and
excuses now.
standard refraction.
It's standard refraction. I just need the experiments.
A standard refraction is an average from
So what? Like on
winter
a,
time, from summertime. I can explain to you how R is derived, but I think that's not a topic for the day. But
oh, you can give us the radius of the Earth and how that's made.
I can do it, but not today because it's midnight in my time.
No, that's the only thing that we need.
Yeah, what he's telling you is that that atmospheric refraction comes from nowhere. It was just made up. That's what he's telling you.
So he asked me how I calculate or how I derive the refraction, and I just told him.
No, you didn't tell him anything. You just said it was You said it was an average, but I need to know what that average is based on. How did they determine that? Where is the experiment or the measurement of that?
Yeah.
Yeah, where is it?
as I said, his question was.
Yeah, clear your throat some more.
So explaining this would take a lot of time.
Just tell them
So
it's
I can
made up,
join
Alminator. Just tell them it's
tomorrow
made up.
It's not made up.
Yeah, it's assumed. Just tell
Based
them-
on actual observations and
No,
average
it's assumed in
rainfall.
calculation.
No.
It's just assumed in
Earth is
calculation.
round,
guys. No need to argue.
Got some stuff. So you'll backwards engineer your observations because you have a refraction slide. Your math 7/6 are. But that's not an experiment. That's you backwards engineering your observation to fit the observation, the model. You don't have an experiment. do you?
Saying what the equation is and how this equation is derived are two different things. So I can
It's
say
made up,
this is the
Alminator.
equation.
It's just fantasy. The globe is a fantasy. There is no globe. I'm sorry to
Okay,
break
so
it to you.
how you back up this claim?
Easy.
You're asking me how to.
There's no curve. There's no curve. There's no motion. You have
Okay,
none of it.
another
You
baseless
simply
claim.
have government cartoons is all you have, Alminator, and you know it.
Sorry,
So
I do
big
apologise. It's not
I
baseless.
don't say anything because
Excuse me, it's not
before I get
baseless.
muted.
You said it was a baseless claim. It's not baseless. I'll ask you a question. Do you experience the motion of the Earth?
No.
Okay.
I don't.
So it's not baseless then, is it? What
So
it
why
is
did you
based
build-
on is based on your actual
No, it's
experience.
reflection related
It's
to
not
motion of
baseless.
Earth.
He gave you a list.
Yeah, it's just funnier to hear you. It's just funnier to hear you instead of obfuscating about light refraction that you're just making up and claiming with no evidence.
you
It's funnier
just
to hear you recognize that you don't experience any motion. So if you don't experience or detect any motion, why do you believe in it?
Actually, we can detect motion and also rotation, but I don't feel.
how
it
did you-
because
how did you detect
human
it?
Sensors are not able.
How did you detect it?
I don't detect it.
Okay, so why did you say you do detect it?
People are able to detect it, but I don't.
No,
have
that's
such
just that's just a belief. That's just a belief you have.
How?
How did they detect
That
it?
would be a baseless assertion.
Yeah. What's this story going to be? Tell us a fun globe story. How do you detect motion of the Earth?
So from your voice, I can hear that you are just ironic and just asking for.
No. I'm really interested in this
Yeah, sure,
fantasy
you are.
story. Yeah, we
I'm
know it's a
definitely
fantasy,
interested.
Alminator, but apparently you've been going for hours, so I can already tell you're just like emotionally attached to the globe, and you don't actually care about the fact that it's not a globe. You're just going to argue for it anyway. So
I
you
actually
can entertain
do
us.
whether it's a. I do care whether it's a globe or not because my job requires me to know whether it's a globe or not.
No, it doesn't. What are you talking
you know
about?
that
What is your
because
job? What is your
you're just-
job?
Yeah, he's
What is your
lying,
job?
but he would have measured it and shown us
Fantasy.
the measurement.
What's your job? Fantasy globe painter.
See, you're just making fun of people.
Yeah. Because the Earth is
Yeah,
not a
because
globe.
it is funny, but it's funny.
We know your job does not depend on Earth being a spinning cartoon ball, because that's not what it is.
Correct,
Alminator.
because
Don't
I'm
start
not talking
lying.
about spinning cartoon balls.
Yes,
I'm
you
talking
are.
about
You think
reality.
you live on a cartoon spinning space ball.
Where
With
did
no
you learn this
container.
term?
No container to keep the air pressure in.
Yeah,
Remember that?
If you
Well,
want
he
to,
made
the government
if you want to know
cartoons.
before I leave, my job is about air traffic control.
Awesome
All right.
stuff. So you know
No, it's not.
that the Earth
Yeah,
is flat and stationary then. You must do for
Absolutely
altitude control.
Yes.
Yes. So you must know that all aircraft relative to each other, that altitudes are relative to each other at the surface. For example, an aircraft that is separated by 100 miles, the aircraft won't be 1 mile lower than the horizontal plane of the other aircraft over a curved surface at this distance.
There's no such thing as a horizontal plane in air traffic control.
Sorry, my word, what's pitch? Come on. You need to know these orientations of an aircraft, dude. You also need to know their altitudes.
Airplanes fly at a certain
Altitudes.
altitude.
Horizontal doesn't exist.
What the fuck?
Wonder if he knows what black box data is and what it looks like.
Yeah, if we showed you it,
So
would you be
actually,
able
it's
to
pretty simple. Airplanes have a certain altitude above sea level.
Yeah,
That's
which
all
is
you need
parallel.
to know.
Yeah, it flies
horizontal.
horizontally parallel to the sea level below, doesn't it?
There's no
Yes,
parallel
leveled
thing
flight.
in
The
ATC.
expression is leveled flight. That's what they
Doesn't
say. The pilots
Level
say
flight means maintaining altitude.
Yeah, level flight.
Yeah,
which
that's
will
fine.
be
Yeah, leveled
sorry,
altitude.
the
Yes, of
aircraft's
course.
orientation in three-dimensional space will be pitched slightly upwards to maintain lift at speed. It will be flying
3 degrees, by the way.
horizontally
3 degrees.
parallel to the ground below, won't it?
So, just out of interest, do you
That's a
guys
fucking
think
question.
horizontal and parallel and flat is the same thing?
Yeah. Would you like citations to demonstrate that they
Now I
are?
understand your confusion.
Yes, there are 26
Do you require
definitions of this, by the way.
citations to demonstrate that they are?
Speaking of, I don't think he actually deserves a citation because he's clearly not here in good faith. But just out of curiosity, Alminator, are you under the impression that planes are dipping their nose down to go around a curve?
Absolutely. They wouldn't do on a flat Earth, and they absolutely wouldn't do on a globe.
No data.
So they wouldn't have to fly around a curve on a ball.
They would do, but they wouldn't need to dip down.
Why?
So which way do they orient the nose then?
Parallel to their horizontal at their position.
So they just fly
horizontal.
That's horizontal then.
He just said horizontal didn't exist. He
They are
said.
maintaining their horizontal.
That's not a curve then. That's not flying around a ball in a curve then.
Dishonest.
There you go.
There you go.
Welcome to
Dishonest
Flat Earth,
German,
Alminator.
dishonest glober.
So your claim that your job
Maybe
depends on it
you
being
guys
the
are
globe.
just
Hold
doing,
on.
the question
So let's just recap. Your claim was your job depends on the Earth being a ball, but what you meant was planes are flying horizontally across a flat Earth.
No.
Yeah, that's what you meant.
And he knows.
Well, how are they flying horizontal over a ball, Alminator?
Yeah. How'd you do that? Without rotating.
A plane has a local horizontal.
A local horizontal. So does that ever? So when does that
my
change?
God, here we go now.
So when does that change in the flight?
While the flight is progressing.
What does it reference to get
So it's always
local
changing.
horizontal? What does it
always
reference
changing,
to get its local horizontal?
Definitely
So
not
when it
any
so when it
surface,
changes from
because planes have
horizontal,
no detection.
how are they adjusting?
Fuck me.
Bad G-word.
How do they reference horizontal? The aircraft. Before I mute you, you can go to bed. How does an aircraft reference horizontal, dude? Aircraft controller.
G.
Gyroscope.
No.
He's just spazzed out.
No, definitely a gyroscope. A commercial aircraft will have up to 3 gyroscopes that give the 3 displayed horizons in the cockpit. There are
So
3 just in case one breaks.
Do you think an airplane does not have a sensor to determine what down is?
It's a gyroscope, and there's also lots of other equipment that show the aircraft's orientation in 3-dimensional space. Like I pointed out earlier, it's pitch and it's yaw, for example. It's attitude, it's angle.
Sitting in the aircraft definitely know what down is.
The aircraft will absolutely know where down is, and it will also fly parallel to mean sea level.
Now that you said the aircraft definitely knows that, and that it has a machine, where's the data from that machine that shows the plane is constantly rotating as it travels in an arced path? Where's that data? You said it has a machine that records it.
So you're talking about rotating. What rotation are you talking about?
Yeah, he said it flew He said it flew horizontal. Remember, he debunked it.
Yeah, rotation, as in 360 degrees.
Fair point, but
so rotation relative to what?
The sphere that it's flying around.
You assume
the Earth that it's flying around.
No. Yes, but no. Alminator, calm down and don't interrupt, and that way you may hear a thought come out of somebody. Yeah, chill. Your claim on the globe is that the vector of down is constantly changing, and that the plane knows it, or that the plane is just naturally reorienting itself to the vector of down. Thus, horizontal is constantly changing to reorient.
Hey, Alminator.
Just
shut your mouth and let me finish the sentence. Thank you.
He's triggered.
So that's your claim that the vector of down is a radial to the center of the Earth, constantly changing, and that as a plane transverses over the Earth, it's traveling in an arced path to maintain altitude, and that radial is constantly changing, which means its reference, horizontal, which is 90 degrees to that radial, is constantly rotating. That means the nose of the plane is constantly going down, the tail of the plane is constantly going up relative to its own axis of orientation. Okay, that's your claim, whether you know it or not. That's what the plane must do if it's traveling across the globe. Now, you said the plane has a sensor that understands that, so I just asked you, where's the data from that sensor? That's all. It's very simple. Just want the data. Go ahead.
So, you decided to unmute me? Okay.
Not Equator, here we come.
So, you are saying the plane is constantly rotating compared to down, right?
Oh, a straw man. Nice.
That's what AI just said.
They asked you for data for this magic machine that you claimed.
Yeah, I want the data. Yeah.
The data is the flight. So I think all you guys are referring to the pitch data from Brian's logic. And the
No, I'm not, dude. Dude, how about you just answer the questions you're asked instead of think of other people's questions?
You can tell he listens to Nathan every day and just gets triggered.
Needed.
I could care less. I could care less. That's not the question you were asked. You were asked, is there any data that shows the plane's orientation is actually rotating relative to its previous down? Because it must do every second. Every single second that it travels, it has a new horizontal, and the plane has to rotate to orient itself.
That's your fallacy. On a globe,
okay, all right. I'm
plane does not change orientation.
You're too dumb. You're too dumb, dude. Okay, I'm going to make this very clear for the audience and for you, since you're too dumb to understand it. The hands of a clock, okay? The hands start at 12, and they arrive back at 12. In order to get back at 12, they have to rotate around the entire surface of the clock. The arrow at the end of the hand of the clock undergoes a rotation. So at 3 o'clock, it's pointed to the right. At 6 o'clock, it's pointed down. At 9 o'clock, it's pointed to the left. And then at 12 o'clock, it's pointed up again. So the arrow at the end of the hand completed an entire rotation. Now, each portion of the time that it travels, it's also completing a portion of a rotation. Okay, that can be measured at the hand. The plane, if it's traveling over an arced path where the down is essentially the hand pointed to the center, must also rotate in the same manner. Not only must it do so, it cannot be otherwise. It cannot be otherwise. There's no option here, Altimeter. That is what happens. So I'm simply asking you, if you're claiming the plane is going around an arced path where down is constantly changing, do you have any data to support that claim? That's all I'm asking. I'm asking you that question. I'm here, you're here. I don't care about anybody else. Do you have the data or not? That's all I want to know. Go ahead.
Remind me to never fly into Germany again if this guy's in air traffic control.
All right, Altimeter, you can give me the data or you can ask me anything you didn't understand about what I said.
Since you guys decide to mute everyone who doesn't agree, I'm out.
Oh,
yeah, come on.
Cry. Boo-hoo, what a shame. Goodbye.
You're clearly muted.